Thank you all for coming to Legends.
Welcome to LCDQ, the yearly tradition where the design elite descend upon Los Angeles for 3 days to day drink and ignore their clients.
One of my favorite parts about having my business based in Los Angeles is the access to LCDQ. It's really more than a group of shops, it's a community.
Here at Murphy Design, we were so excited to be a part of Legends 2020 and even wearing a very California shirt.
I was extremely excited and humbled to find out that we were going to be one of the window designers for Legends 2020. But in light of what has happened in the last couple of months, the way our world has changed, the way we perceive design and how we see our homes.
In light of the pandemic, the world has changed, our lives have changed, and of course, how we are viewing design at home has changed. I want to thank LCDQ, though, for keeping the design dialogue going.
I really miss you all and can't wait to be shopping again soon in person.
I could not be even more happier and prouder to be part of upcoming Legends 2021. See you there.
We cannot wait to be back next year for Legends 2021.
Hi everyone, I'm Tony Freund. I'm the editorial director of Introspective for Stib's weekly online magazine, and for the last many years, First Dibs has loved going out to LA at this time of year to be a part of the Legends celebration. So I'm sad that we're not there now, but I'm very pleased to at least be celebrating the LCDQ virtually and doing it with two wonderful people, Sarah Shetter and Martyn Bullard. And we're going to start talking in a minute, but I just want to sort of set up what this conversation is about. So Hollywood, homebound Hollywood. It was the early decades of the 20th century when the world first sort of became fascinated by Pickfair, the Beverly Hills estate of Douglas Fairbanks and Mary Pickford, then Hollywood's reigning king and queen. Ever since, we, the adoring public, have yearned for glimpses into the private lives of our screen idols, an affirmation that the folks we loved on the big screen, and later the little screen, lived lives as glamorous and stylish as those they portrayed on film. Through the Great Depression, World War II, and into the prosperous post-war era, we have found escape and inspiration through carefully controlled images of celebrities in their homes, done up by the likes of Wallace Neff, A. Quincy Jones, Richard Neutra, and Billy Haynes, who was once an actor himself. As the century closed out, our access was pretty much still limited to these photos along roadside stands in Beverly Hills, selling maps of the homes of the stars, and then the occasional celebrity cover of Paige Renz's Architectural Digest. Don't really need to state the obvious, but in the 21st century, the public's access to their idols' private lives has dramatically changed, thanks to social media and reality television. Today, people like Ellen and Diane and Oprah and Gwyneth are as well known for their lifestyle brands as for their work in entertainment. Indeed, their lives, the houses they buy and redo, what they cook, how they clean, what they collect, is our entertainment in many cases. So today we're going to discuss how the coronavirus pandemic has shifted our relationship with Hollywood's homebound elite, and how we continue to hunger for those glimpses of LA life behind closed doors, but sometimes now it's a little more complicated. So we have two remarkable people, local talents, to talk us through this topic, and I'll start with Sarah. Sarah Shetter is an interior designer based in the Hancock Park area of LA. Since 2004, she's been bringing her warm and livable modern aesthetic to a wide variety of clients on both coasts, including such celebrities as Busy Phillips, Alison Brie and Dave Franco, Phil Lord and Chris Miller, and jewelry designer Irene Newworth. Her work's been featured in a number of publications, including Elle Decor, Architectural Digest, Interiors, Variety, and most recently Introspective. We did a beautiful story on her last week, so you all should click on the link in the chat and check it out. With every project, Sarah is determined to achieve true harmony that connects people and their spaces, and also their spaces to the world around them. And then to Sarah's left on my screen, or to her right, is Martyn Lawrence Bullard, who is a multi-award-winning, internationally recognized designer known for his broad range of styles that are equally playful and sophisticated. Martyn has been published in countless publications and worldwide, including Elle Decor, their A-list, and you just celebrated your 15th year as an AD 100 designer. Popular television personality, Martyn starred in Bravo's $1 Million Decorators. We did a panel a few years ago with 4 of the 5 original decorators, and that was super fun. And in Hollywood Me in the UK. And his celebrity clientele includes the likes of Cher, Sir Elton John, Gwen Stefani, Ellen Pompeo, RuPaul, Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne, Kylie Jenner, Kendall Jenner, Khloe Kardashian, Kourtney Kardashian, Cindy Crawford and Randy Gerber, Kid Rock, Edward Norton, Eva Mendes, Alessandra Ambrosio, Tommy Hilfiger, Julia Roberts, and Christina Aguilera.
To name but a few.
Well, I was going to say that concludes our talk. We've run out of time. You got your celebrity quotient here, and we're moving on to the next talk now. So thank you both for joining us. Clearly, you're both highly qualified to talk about this subject. But before we actually get into it, just quickly, for those of us who aren't in LA, can you just sort of give us sort of the temperature? What's the general climate in the design community right now?
For me, I have to say that I feel very lucky because at the moment I've got 15 projects running, and only one of which is a new boutique hotel, has sort of been put on hold. Everything else is still running forward. I have kept all of my staff on. We have been working like crazy. I mean, it's been kind of amazing. To begin with, of course, I was very scared. I thought, oh my goodness, my clients are all going to start pulling out of their jobs and construction, everything's going to stop. But no, thankfully, people have become even more passionate about getting their jobs done and creating their fantasy home, their sanctuary. So we have actually been super busy. I mean, it's not been easy because, you know, we had to learn how to sort of really rework and relearn all of these crazy things like Zooming and you know, virtual meetings. And of course, there's nowhere to go and get samples and you know, that sort of thing. But we've managed to do it, and it has been an amazing learning lesson for me. How about for you, Sarah?
Yeah, it's been the same. We've been really busy. We feel very lucky about that. And obviously, I think similar to you, we feel lucky that we can do this job from home, you know, which many people can't. And so we've been trying to figure out a way, how do we keep all the people busy who can't work from home? You know, the wallpaper installers, the cabinet makers, the painters, and really, you know, keeping all the sites open, which they have been, socially distanced, of course, and with all the rules in place. But it's actually been, I feel good about it. I mean, you know, I feel like business is chugging along, and same, we didn't have to let anybody off, which feels really nice. You know, we kept everybody employed. So yeah, I think everyone's apprehensive, and obviously, which goes without saying, we also work with a group of people, Martyn and myself, like, you know, they're very wealthy. They're very lucky in this situation. So, yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, I have some projects that are out of town. I've got some things in Palm Beach and actually one in Ireland, and so those are going to be a little bit more difficult because
yeah,
are
you going to get on a plane or no?
Yes, so you know, it's the getting on a plane thing is still a little worrying.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give that another month or so before I kind of really make my decision about how we deal with that.
But in the meantime, you can focus on your local celebrity clientele who are probably very needy right now. So I want to ask about that. How is Hollywood holding up? I mean, it's a community that thrives on an audience, and people aren't getting outside. So what's the sort of psychological state of your entertainment industry clients?
You know, again, I have obviously I have a bunch of celebrity clients, and I have 5 sitting on my roster right now. The interesting thing is that some of my clients are singers and performers at the moment, and so the reality with that is that they don't actually know when they can go back and perform.
Right.
They haven't got a clue when they're going to be able to go out and do a live concert or return to their show in Vegas or, you know, any of those things. So that's making them a little bit worried.
Right.
This is a different time from, you know, lots of people were comparing this to 2008 when we had the whole kind of, you know, financial downturn. But in 2008, I had a lot of celebrity clients at that point, and they were all working like crazy because everybody wanted to be entertained. They wanted to be, they wanted, their lives were so boring and they had no money, but they wanted to see people singing and acting and dancing.
Mm.
Now, it's a different situation because they can't literally, for their health, get out there and do it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that's going to be a little bit different. It's a little different temperature to gauge right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, we do a lot of writers and showrunners, and, you know, they can be working now, but I think they're all kind of thinking, when can we get, you know, we'll write these words, but when can we get 400 people together for a crowd scene or 40 people together for a dinner scene?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that, you know, no one really knows when that will happen. But I do think we've had some clients who are, which I'm sure is true of a lot of these, they're workaholics. They're very rarely home. They're traveling, they're on production somewhere, and so they're home now. So we've gotten a lot of nice phone calls. Just, you know, we finished the house 5 years ago, and now they're saying, this house is so great. I never really knew. I haven't spent any time here. And so that, I think people are interacting with their houses in a different way, which feels really nice that people are using them after all this time spent doing them.
It's been kind of fascinating to see into people's homes, you know, all of these broadcasters and people that are actually now filming inside of their living room.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing to see. Shocking, actually, some of it, because some of these homes have been absolutely hideous.
Yeah, you're surprised.
Let's name some names, Martyn. Let's get this really interesting right off the bat.
Whose houses look bad? Yeah, tell us.
You know, it's kind of fun though, actually, to turn the TV on, because you can't wait to have another look and see who's got a terrible decor that day. I mean, I've loved being able to sort of stop work for a minute and run in and go and watch things like The Talk or something, and see who they're interviewing that day to see what the person's backdrop is going to be.
Yeah.
That's really it's been sort of a fun fly on the wall visual. we get to see who really needs our help.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to ask, are you seeing this as a business lead opportunity? Are you sending them emails?
Well, I think we should, right?
I think, you know, it's interesting. We were talking about this before. Martyn, you're in Palm Springs. You're spending more time there than you probably have at that house in a long time. And I think, Sarah, you were saying you have clients who are spending more time, but also spending a different type of time. They're not entertaining. They're really looking at their spaces in a different way.
Right. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. I mean, I thought of these clients who we did their house a few years ago. We spent countless hours designing their kitchen for caterers and parties, and I've thought about them a lot. Like, I wonder how they're using the kitchen now that it's just them and they're just using it. But I think people are really interacting with their houses and like I said, living in them, which feels great. You know, they're turning dining rooms into schoolhouses. They're turning, you know, guest houses into their offices. It's I think it's innovative in a way, and it's exciting to see. I'm looking for like the root cellar to come back, or other things are going to come back to these houses.
Even for me, I mean, it's been amazing. I've actually been using my kitchen.
Right.
It's astounding. Because I've mostly been at my house in Palm Springs, which I have never spent this amount of time here ever. I usually come down for the odd weekend, and we've kind of been here for almost 8 weeks now. And I mean, I didn't even know how the kitchen worked, literally. It's been hilarious getting to know how to use a kitchen.
So what's the verdict? It not only looks great, but it's pretty efficient, or?
It's great, but I've got all of these sort of Gaggenau ovens and things like that here, which have literally took days to understand the manuals of how to turn them on and off. But it's been good. I mean, it's been a learning process.
Right.
Sarah and I were discussing my Dyson vacuum cleaner yesterday. So we've all got, beautifully designed product that actually cleans and turns corners well. So we all have a new relationship to a very intimate relationship with our homes.
One of the funny things is that obviously we've all got very wealthy clients, and the reality is that now obviously they're having to clean their own houses, cook their own meals, pour their own glass of wine at night. I mean, there's a whole new thing happening for people, which is kind of amazing, because for me, I now really, really appreciate what my wonderful housekeeper, Maritza, who I've had for 20 years, I really appreciate what she does and what she does for me. It's, I love her even more. I can't wait to get her back.
No, you realize why they say back-breaking work. I mean, it is very, very hard work. Not that we didn't know that before, but I think we're just more appreciative of it now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm so lucky I've had a housekeeper for all this time. But
part of, there's been backlash on, some, we're calling this the great leveler, but, there's been backlash, I think, Ellen or the Gal Gadot video, Imagine video, these people who are homebound, but homebound in, these sumptuous places, which is sort of why I think it's interesting, this complicated relationship that we now have, because, during the Great Depression, we looked at those Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers movies and sort of the lives of Hollywood as aspirational, as inspirational. It wasn't, the time wasn't as politicized, although I'm sure there were, political factions saying down with the elitists. But I mean, that's like a complicating factor today when somebody who has a very lovely lifestyle opens up their doors to the world, there can be that backlash.
Yeah, I mean, this is a terrible time for so many people, and it's very hard. I mean, listen, I was just very flippant about saying I can't wait to get my maid back, but the reality that is part of my reality, and a lot of the things that people have said and done on television is part of their reality, and it's very easy to kind of forget what else is going on in the world and just concentrate on your own sort of problems. But we have to look at this as a big picture. I mean, for me, it's so important now to find out ways that we can help people, the big problem now is feeding people. So one of the things that I've loved to see is all of the celebrities that have stepped up and they're out there and they're raising money for people and doing incredible things. I mean, look at all the stars that were doing these sort of amazing graduation speeches for people, and I mean, it was beautiful. Actually, yesterday, a dear friend of mine, my client Elle Pompeo, yesterday did a beautiful video for a friend of mine, another wonderful lady that works with us. Her daughter was turning sweet 16, and obviously couldn't see her friends. All the parties were cancelled and everything, and so Ellen did a beautiful birthday video for her. I mean, it's those little things that are amazing, and the fact that celebrities have power, that people want to watch them and see them and interact with them, that a lot of them are stepping up and doing that is wonderful. I mean, Gail did not mean to make that her whole Imagine thing. That was done to be something beautiful. It wasn't done to be something to cause that awful effect.
I think we're all kind of learning to ride bikes as they're being built underneath us. Yeah. And I think there's going to be missteps. I'm not giving them a hall pass for that, but I think if it's any time to remember to just kind of be kinder to ourselves, kinder to the people around us, there's going to be mistakes and weird moments in this.
And we all make mistakes. And I think for the celebrities with a spotlight on them, of course, that makes it even worse. Yeah. But most people out there have been doing an incredible job to get a message across, to be supportive, to raise money. There's been this incredible thing in Hollywood where one of the agents from WME has been doing these private concerts every Friday night, and people kind of join in on via Zoom, and they donate money to a food bank or some great charity that week, and all different people sing. for this sort of private audience and have raised huge amounts of money, $2 million. So that's the kind of stuff that's been amazing, and that's the power that celebrities been able to bring to this.
Well, I want to get back to this idea that you know, Hollywood is a town of fantasy and image making, and certainly what you two do is about, you know, beauty and fantasy. So you know, these are heavy times, but what you do is create beauty. So you know, how are you inspired now in this time to continue to do what you're doing?
I think that I mean, I think in terms of Hollywood beauty, there will always be that image of, you know, let's say someone like Robert Evans standing in his tennis whites, look on his veranda, having a martini, looking at his expansive grounds. Like that will just always kind of exist as an iconic Hollywood moment or vision. But I think that we're at a period now where it might be a little bit less about being showy and more about function, how these spaces really work, and they can still be incredibly beautiful, but how are we using them? How are they functioning? What are we doing in them? And bringing the beauty in that way.
And Martyn, what's your sort of inspiration moving forward?
Oh, you know, the real thing that's come out of this, and it's something that I've always put into my interiors, and I think even more so now, is that modern luxury, whether we consider that to be Hollywood luxury or modern luxury in general, is comfort. And so it's all about making everything in a home comfortable and inviting. And, you know, home is your sanctuary. As we were saying earlier, you know, particularly for our celebrity clients who can't just run down the road and get a pint of milk, their home has to be their sanctuary. It has to be the place that kind of coddles them and looks after them. And so more than ever now in my interiors, we're going to strive to make things be super comfortable. I keep hearing from people that you know, we didn't realize how uncomfortable our living room was because we only go in there now and again to have a cocktail when we've got friends over for dinner. And now they've been sort of having to use their living room for the last couple of months, and they've realized, my God, the sofa's uncomfortable, the lighting's bad. So this is a time to really kind of grab that experience and change up the look going forward for people, and really understanding that you know, we don't know how long this is going to last, or if it's going to come back, or when something like this is going to happen again. So home now really has to be kind of the anchor for everybody. And for us as decorators, that's amazing because we get to kind of do and create that now even more so.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, I have to say that we are very lucky, as you know, that we're not in the fashion business right now. I haven't, you know, changed this shirt, and well, actually I put on a new shirt today specifically for this, but I haven't changed the other shirt, you know, in 9 weeks. But I am looking around this room all the time. There's a blank wall there that definitely needs something that I'm going to buy on First Dibs this afternoon.
Well, that's what I want to know, actually, Tony, because obviously there's a lot of businesses struggling. I myself have a shop that obviously we haven't opened. How is First Dibs doing? Have you seen people who have been sitting at home shopping? Are they looking for that perfect thing to add to their wall, or that chair for that corner?
I think we have seen that people are shopping. We're seeing an increase in traffic to the site, in saves, and we're still seeing a robust business. And I do think it is, you know, exactly what you're saying. People are, you know, want their homes to be comfortable. People who have maybe spent 3 days in their second home now are living there, or in their own home, you know, are now living in their kitchen, sitting in their living room, and they're prioritizing sort of fixing it up. So again, you know, the economy of the world is in a terrible place, but our business is doing really well. So and that's important because we are a business of 5,000 small business owners, you know, antique stealers and shopkeepers, you know, many of them who are in the LCDQ, who rely on us now more than ever to, you know, find them an audience who isn't coming through their doors. So we almost, you know, it's a mission, you know, it's important to us to keep selling, keep these businesses in, you know, in business. So it's felt very fulfilling to be doing this.
Something that I found interesting, which is actually very encouraging for us as well as the design community, is that here in Palm Springs, for instance, I spoke to a realtor yesterday, and he said he has been so busy. He said people from LA have been desperately looking to buy houses down here so that they can come down and spend the summer, not just renting, to buy. So actually the real estate market here in Palm Springs, in Malibu, in Carpinteria, in all of these sort of secondary home destinations, people are looking to buy right now because they want to have another escape. And when they buy a new house, they need to decorate it. So that's kind of good for business all around.
Good.
I hear it's the same on the East Coast, in the Hamptons, and all of that.
Yeah, and I think people are looking for places that are kind of compounds in a way. Again, the ultra rich, but they might have one or two houses on them. Maybe somebody can live in the other house. I think it will kind of change real estate a little bit and what people are looking for.
Well, I have several more questions, but I'm aware that our time is nearly up, and I have no idea how many people are out there, but for the legions who are there and are asking questions, I want to turn it over to somebody, Tamar, to sort of hand me some questions that I can kind of send to you. And if the technology doesn't provide me with those questions, I'll ask you something else. But in the meantime, I do want to ask you, since we are being hosted today by the LCDQ, kind of what do you miss most about that, and what are you going to do when things open up? Where are you going to head?
That's a toughie. I feel like everywhere. It's so hard. I mean, it'll be so nice to just see our friends in the design community and chat with them about projects. And like Martyn said, look at samples, see things in person. Will be really, really nice to visit all those stores.
Yeah, I mean, it's LCDQ is full of our fellow designers, so there's a great sense of camaraderie there, and it will be even more so now, having gone through and going through this. So it'll be that I can't wait to get out and shop, of course, but it's also, as Sarah said, it's so nice to get out and see other people in your industry and feel that energy again. I think that's one of the things that's kind of tough, sitting at home, is that you need to be out to get the inspiration and see new things and feel new things and see energy and feel it, and so that's one of the things that's really missing. And of course the whole LCDQ is such a great heart of design in Los Angeles, and the event is always so fun. So we're certainly missing that this year.
Yeah.
So I want to ask, okay, we have one question that's come in which is about, and you touched on it a little bit. You touched about the people who you like, who you like to see their bad interiors. But who's sort of the most fun to follow, or what celebrity have you seen that you've really loved their style, or loved what they're doing on Instagram?
I have loved following Martha Stewart. I don't know if anybody else is following her. Martyn, yes.
I'm obsessed with Martha. She's hilarious.
It's incredible. I mean,
and I love it.
Her whole staff there. She's referring to them as her detainees. It's so over the top. But they're making margaritas together. I don't know. There's something about it. You really feel like you're peeling back the curtain, and there's nothing perfect about it, and it's flawed. And she seems. It's great. It's not what I expected, I guess, from her Instagram during this quarantine. So it's nice to be surprised.
The hilarious thing with her is she seems to always be drunk, which is just hysterical. Oh my God, it's hysterical. I love that cooking show that she does with Snoop Dogg. That is one of my favorite kind of guilty pleasures.
The fact that they're such close friends is enjoyable.
It's beyond brilliant. You know who I've absolutely loved following, though, who's a very good friend of Martha's, is Douglas Friedman, the photographer.
Oh. So
Dougie's shot so many of my jobs and covers and things over the years. But Doug, he actually did a shoot with me in Mexico, and he got on his plane to go to Texas. He lives in Marfa, and I got on my plane to go to LA, and that was it. Both of us landed, and everything shut down. So he was sort of the last person I saw really in the industry. And so Douglas, though, went to Marfa and sat in his house. He's really spent no time in, because he's a constant world globetrotter. and he's decided to do this thing. He started to collect chickens, and he's opened a hen house, and it's called the best little hen house in Texas on Instagram, and it's hilarious. In fact, he's named one of the chickens Martha Stewart, which I thought was rather hilarious. And he's got Wendy Goodhen after Wendy Goodman, you know, from the New Yorker magazine. I mean, it's the most hilarious Instagram to follow, and he's done the most beautiful job shooting these chickens as if they're supermodels. These extraordinary portraits. So that's been a fun one.
It helps when you can create your own great content. So
it does, yeah. But you know, the fun thing is that I was saying that we're missing inspiration, but really now we've got Instagram and things, we're getting so much inspiration. And when you've got people that are creative like Doug, it's so fun to follow that and see that and see people that are doing things that are beautiful, but with a little humor to it, which is, of course, what we all need.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen anything that you hadn't ever seen before? I know you guys get a lot of access into some great homes, but has social media or TV divvied up anything that's been surprising or wonderful for you to discover?
Yeah, I think it's kind of, I mean, I have loved discovering the hideous interiors. It's hysterical. Again, what the view? I mean, I love Joy Behar, but she has had the most hideous room that she's been sitting in doing her thing. It's like some dreadful sofa. I mean, it's hysterical. I just love watching these terrible interiors.
Yeah, I would say the same. I watched David Brooks the other night, and his, you know, the lighting was terrible. He couldn't get it right. I mean, it's fun to watch people kind of, as we said, like feel their way through this and try to find some footing.
Jimmy Fallon's been brilliant as well.
Yeah.
Because he's, you know, his house, he lives in like sort of a giant playhouse. It's so hilarious. There's big, you know, there's big holes in the wall that end up being a slide that whips down to another room. I mean, it's madness. I love it.
And there wasn't enough time to prepare that set beforehand. This is legitimately how we and the family live.
Real.
Yeah. Yeah. How about historic Hollywood? Are you going into seeing any images of great old houses that you are thinking that you need to get to as soon as things open up?
Oh, I mean, there's been some beautiful things that people have posted on Instagram that we've seen, you know, that way. That I think there's lots of things now that are out there that have actually been inspiring me, and that I've kind of made a little list of places that I want to see, and actually, more than anything else, it's been inventory that people have been showing from, you know, different dealers and people in England, and, you know, lots of people have done these sort of wonderful tours of their shops, and you see something. I mean, I was like, oh my God, I have been looking for this brass palm tree lamp for about 5 years, and suddenly I saw it in someone's video the other day. Those kind of things have been good.
It took a pandemic to get you the palm tree lamp.
And luckily for you, they are on first dibs.
Yeah, we've been looking at the Gamble House recently for a project, and looking at it a lot online and thinking, and I can't wait to go back there in person. I mean, I've been before, but I think now to go back after studying it so much online will be great. So I think you're right. Like Martyn, you make a list of all these places, it will feel like you're going to them for the first time and appreciating them so much.
Yeah, I shot a TV show at the Gamble House.
Oh, really?
So I got to spend a couple of days really nosing around. It's fabulous.
It's amazing.
The Green and Green Arts and Crafts house in Pasadena. Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, famous for starring in Back to the Future.
That's right. That's right.
So when we next come out for Legends, can we do a tour, the three of us, of the Gamble House? I'd love for you to take me on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What was that car that he showed up there in? I was going to say the Vibrates. That's not right. Anyway, whatever that mad car is that you have, we need one of those.
All right.
DeLorean.
The DeLorean. Yes.
Yeah.
So this has been great. I always love talking to you. I've loved doing this with you now, and I'm so pleased that we could be a part of this wonderful day of programming. So thank you to both of you. Stay well, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you, Tony. Lovely to see you,
Tony.
Sarah. Thanks everybody for joining us.
I'll tell you a little bit about how I developed my process. And it really was by accident, because I was not an interior designer. I was a dancer who liked to eat, and that wasn't a whole lot of future for me. So I took a really crap job in interior design, and when I was right out of college, it was very fortunate for me that at this firm, Elton John was a client, and we became friends, and he then helped me start my own firm a couple of years later, which was great. But this project was a home in the south of France. Elton had a very clear vision of how he wanted to see his house. What became really obvious to me was it's important to have a story. And they had a very clear story that I just followed. But it became an ongoing theme through what I do is to find the story. And if the people already know their own story, great. If they don't, then you have to be able to help them find their story. So to me, that personal story is far more important than any trend we might be told is important on the pages of a magazine. Or for another singer-songwriter, John Mellencamp, he knew his own story as well. He was very clear that I want to have a place that's secluded so I can write songs and paint. And I want it to look like a Baptist church. So, all right.
So this is new construction.
This is absolutely new construction. Yeah. And I think those arches look a little more Moorish to architecture people out there, but whatever. He's happy. it was his idea. But this is John, and he always likes to be involved when we're hanging the artwork. And he was very concerned that this wall didn't have any art for it. And it wasn't a good art wall because there's a big column right in the way. So kind of half-heartedly, just trying to get him out of my way so I could hang the artwork properly, I said, just paint something on it. And he did, and he painted a poem that became a song. So, we could debate whether this is good design or not good design. But to me, it's very good design because it's his expression, it's his design, and it's his story.
David?
Well, I want to ask Nate a quick question, which is, did you decide consciously not to get any formal design training and sidestep it, or it just didn't occur to you
honestly,
that was going to be?
I started my firm with absolutely no business plan. I was working for an auction house in Chicago, Leslie Heinman Auctioneers, and I was a generalist trying to learn as much as I could about as many different categories as I could. And Leslie had a policy that if you were late to the Monday morning 8 a.m. meeting, you had to pay her $20 in cash that second. And at the time, we were all making $22,000 a year. $20 was like not having lunch for 3 days in a row. So that was like a huge panic. And I thought, I just don't want to work for anybody else. So what can I do? And through the course of working at the auction house, I would constantly, I was the auctioneer as well, I would find a piece that I knew my boss would yell at me if it didn't sell. So I would go to people's apartment, have a glass of wine, and say, if you moved this and put this piece here, then you would have room for that beautiful bookcase that's coming up in my sale on Saturday morning at 11 a.m. And everything would sell. And then I would actually go, even though I wasn't being paid to do it, and reorganize their room around the piece that they bought. So for me, I thought, I can do this, and I don't have to wake up and be anywhere at 8 a.m. on Monday, and I'm still not anywhere at 8 a.m. on Monday, because I hate 8 a.m. on Monday.
My coming at design is grounded in a love of objects as well. When I was little, my parents were completely different people. My father was a collector of furniture and drawings in a way that isn't really the way it was in the 50s and 60s when people, there was a certain amount of art historical education that just came with having a nice apartment and made you a collector, if not of fantastic, rare, exotic things. You knew French furniture and brown English furniture and what old master drawings were. So we had a nice environment at home like that, but not stylish. And my mother was into tennis and the pack of cigarettes on the kitchen table. She was a completely different thing. She was a great woman, very caring, and teaches me lessons in how to be a parent every day still, even though she's not with us anymore. But she really couldn't have cared less about decoration and was, in fact, kind of suspicious about it.
One of the first projects I did was the Colony Palms Hotel. And I'll tell you a story about that that's actually very funny. It's a complete lie, but it worked. It got the project approved. we were going through the design review process with the historical panel in Palm Springs. And we had this Colony Palms Hotel, which was an amazing property, but it was completely derelict. And so I had to make this presentation to a panel of, I think, like 30 gay guys and like 3 Jewish women. And so I thought, if I can't nail it, like I shouldn't be doing this job. And they were opposed to a lot of the work that we wanted to do, but we had to make them fall in love with the project. And so I explained the whole story with the hotel, which had a very, very good storied past. And I said, one of the things that we uncovered was that there was a really, really famous singer who had an affair with another really famous singer at this hotel. And it's 2 people that you would never, ever see together. And I can't tell you who they are. Long story short, they were dying to know who it was. And I said, well, it was Bing Crosby and Peggy Lee. And everybody was shocked. They're like, my God, we had no idea that they slept together. And I didn't know either. And they were like, is it true? And I said, no, but imagine if it was.
Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. I'm Pamela Jaccarino, Editor-in-Chief of Luxe Interiors and Design. Thrilled to be here, virtually of course, to celebrate legends. I hope that everyone who's tuning in today is faring okay during these strange new times that we find ourselves in. And today we're going to be talking about one of my favorite subjects, creativity and the power of beauty to really help us through, especially these times. And, you know, I think it can be sort of tricky. Like, do we dare discuss textiles and wallpaper and interiors with like the world in the great upside down? But I am someone who really believes now more than ever, we need to be surrounded by beautiful things that really help lift our spirit. And I am so happy to have this conversation with the great designer, Martyn Sikes, who truly makes everything more beautiful. Mark, it's really nice to be with you virtually. So welcome.
Thank you.
And, you know, I wanted to kick it off. I mean, you are someone who is just inspired by so many things. Both of us and so many of us in the industry are just always on a plane and seeing new things and traveling. So I wanted to kick things off and ask, since you've been, you know, sheltering at home, you know, how have you managed to stay inspired? Are you inspired? and where have you turned for that inspiration these days? These past, like, what, 10 weeks?
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me. And also, Legends is very important to us as a company because we are on La Cienega, actually. So it's always a wonderful event. So it's nice to participate somehow to help celebrate that wonderful event. I feel like in general, I'm feeling more creative than ever, but I think it's a process. I think when this all first happened, there was this, you know, the fear sits in and anxiety and the unknown. And I think it's a journey that you go on. And then all of a sudden, when you get used to kind of the circumstances and the new reality and the space that you're in, I think that's when creative energy starts to flow. But what I've really noticed is, you know, there's less emails, there's less of a lot going on. So your brain becomes a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more clear. And I think that in all times is when creativity, your mind starts having the space to start thinking about creative things. And, you know, I'm fortunate to live in a place where there's beautiful weather and the opportunity to get outside. And I think there's nothing more inspiring than nature in of itself. But being at home and spending time at home, I've been able to go back to old books and old magazines and just, you know, old memories of things that really, truly have spurred a lot of creativity and ideas. So, you know, I think one of the best things that has come of this is obviously this wonderful sense of like a reality check on what's important. And, you know, also, you know, things that we really should care about. And I believe with all my heart, just like you said in the beginning, that I think beauty is this uniter, and it's a healer, and it's something. It's not about how much it costs or what it is. It can be a personal thing, but I do believe it brings a sense of calm in a storm. And for me, it's done that.
Yeah, I went through the same thing. It was like panic and anxiety at first, and I felt as though I couldn't really be creative. I do think it's super interesting for a lot of designers and creatives and artists that, here we are. We're not like rushing around and busy, and we're not like, on airplanes, and you sort of have time to sit with yourself. For better or worse, and that does spur on things. And I like you too, have gone through a lot of my design books. So, so Mark, you truly do manage to make everything more beautiful, which is coincidentally the name of your new book. I know we're going to talk about that because I'm very interested. I know it's coming out September 1st, is it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about that because I'm interested to hear how you're going to do book signings and all of that. But can we talk a little bit about let's just dive a little bit deeper into like the philosophy of why the pursuit of beauty is so important. I mean, I feel like it's like it has like healing properties. Don't you agree?
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's for me personally, the things that I loved as a small child, my memories of things that I was drawn to or things that I'm still drawn to today, they bring me truly a lot of happiness. And I think the most wonderful thing about becoming a designer and this process of becoming a designer is meeting or connecting with people who also feel the same way. And in some weird way, it becomes like this spiritual community of people who like, oh yeah, I think beauty is, can, unite and heal and guide. And, it's like, oh, well, you believe that too. So there is this, and I really do believe it in the simplest forms. And I think I feel so fortunate to be able to work in an industry where I can pursue beauty and creativity at all times. And I can't even imagine working in an industry or doing something that I wasn't completely passionate about. I think if your mind, when you're not like working, but you're always thinking about what you're passionate about, we have that. And I think that's a really important thing to be able to like rely on, especially in times like this.
Yeah.
So I do think the new book kind of goes into this more of a deeper realm of beauty, because beauty is very subjective. It's very personal. Yeah. Like, what I love might be different than what you love, might be different what everyone loves. But to everyone, the things that they're inspired by are very important.
So how did you go deeper into the book? In what way? Give us a little sneak peek of what we're going to see.
Well, we've been working on it for a long time, for four years now. And, the first book was a huge success. So there's been this kind of pressure on a little bit of like, the new book. But, I always go back to authenticity and what I just truly love. And it's just a continuation of the beautiful story. And the first book was broken up more in color stories. This book is broken up more in styles of homes.
Okay.
And in these particular styles of home, whether it's country, Mediterranean, cottage, or coastal, or traditional, there are these common threads that you see throughout my design work that's more of the foundation for all of them. So there's a little bit of this, like, if you love something and it works, it can work in any type of environment, any type of color story. But, there's the deeper part of it is, before all this happened, we were writing the book, and I was writing with Catherine Evans, and, we were really on this spiritual journey of beauty. Like, kind of like, this is deeper, there's something that you feel, and this is something that, is a sensory overload. It's not, and we were already telling that story. And then, the book text was done 4 months ago, and here we are. So it's kind of a weird thing. It's like, oh my God, people are going to read the book and think I was reading the book during the COVID pandemic. But it's beautiful, and I'm very proud of it. I think I'm more proud that it's just a continuation of the story. And I'm really proud that Barzilay, the publisher, really gave me free rein in regards to not only the story, but the graphics and the way it was laid out. So I think it's gonna be great. So we're
Good.
excited.
It'll be another top of the stack, as you say.
Yeah.
So I also want to talk about. I want to take it all the way back to 2011, when you started your blog about everything that, as you say, authentically that you love, right? Your blue and white stripes. Everyone's noticed I've got my blue and white stripes on today for
You look
Mark
beautiful.
and Jackie O, and the things that it's sort of like all American style. And it was back then for you, just this wonderful, and for all of us, quite frankly, this wonderful sort of creative outlet, Mark. And I wanted to see, like, what are you doing, even like aside from your from your design work, which is obviously a creative expression. It's also work, right? And there's an execution, and we've talked a lot about like the logistics and operations in terms of being able to put that forth. But are there any other practical ways that your creativity has sort of manifested during the past 10 weeks? Maybe that surprised you. Is there anything else that you've been doing? Some of us are like collaging our walls, a la Charlotte Moss, which is what one of the ways that I've been doing it.
My mind goes in like
my
mind, obviously we have our work and we have our projects and we have a book and we have our collaborations that have all obviously a creative focus. But over the last 10 weeks, my mind has been going to the future and to ideas. We're gonna have to work differently and think differently and promote differently than we've ever done before in many ways. So I've had a zillion ideas. My team was probably like, "Oh my God!" When I came back, I was like, this. So, I think situations like this put us in a place where we have to think differently. And I think, I've always talked about like retail, and people are always like, "Oh, it's so sad that how retail shifted and changed," but that's just a part of life. In the 50s, people had stores downtown that they would go to for their dress shop or whatever, and then it became like, like department stores, and then then there were big malls. Then there was online. It's just a part of the cycle.
Everything evolves. You sort of have to evolve or die, dare I say? Like,
right.
Things change, and change is actually something that's extremely healthy. It's sometimes scary to go through, but I'm curious to hear what your predictions are. Like, do you have any crystal ball predictions on?
You can just tell from social media, like, there'll be a lot less travel. I think people will completely work a little bit differently. I think that what's already started with social media platforms will become more enhanced. I've always said, 10 years ago when I started the blog, you mentioned that it's like unbelievable that you unconsciously, by just putting something out there that was so authentic, you can create a brand sitting at your kitchen table. And that's going to be even more so, now. And, how people sell their products and how people sell their brands and their messages will be completely digitally focused. And I think in lots of ways, but there's definitely going to be something past Zoom and something past, Instagram. And, it's all of our jobs to figure out what that is. And I love challenges like that. I think that's, beyond beautiful things and timeless beauty and just things that I think are quintessential. I believe in marketing. I think that I was in marketing for years in retail, and I think it's about storytelling, and
yes,
the story continues in a different way, and how do you do it? So
and that's a creative pursuit in and of itself. It's sort of, you really have to think about. I think for you it is effortless. Nothing's effortless if you want to be successful. So let me take that.
A lot of hard work, but
I
the work is
but it's authentic. It's
yeah.
who you are. It's innately who you are, and I think that's why people are attracted to that. I also wanted to, practically ask you about, the design business, and obviously, as a successful designer, you're working, all across the country and have for many years, but your team can't get out to touch and feel. And, can you talk a little bit about how have you navigated through that, Mark?
Well, I think it's been pretty remarkable. When we've never been a firm that has worked from home. We always were very, very office centric and travel centric, and people, people-centric, but I have to say my whole team did an unbelievable job throughout the last 3 weeks, staying super connected and putting systems in place where we, we're communicating on a daily basis, and we would have follow-up and, touch points, and nothing skipped a beat. So that's kind of remarkable in of itself in a creative industry. So, but we weren't really, I was doing some concepting out, but, we weren't really concepting. But, the internet's amazing. I mean, if you're looking, we've schemed a couple projects with, going on looking for fabrics and doing tear sheets, and then getting samples when we can, and or having samples sent to my house. My visit in my office was sent probably 5,000 samples to my house. So our whole garage / design studio was full of color stories of things. So, you just work differently, and, we're doing a project in Palm Beach that we haven't even seen. It started 4 months ago or 5 months ago. And we have completely done all the proposals, done all the scheming, had FaceTime things. And I think it's going to be one of our most remarkable projects. And we never stepped foot there or left our quarters. And it's kind of unbelievable that we were able to not only finalize architectural plans, not only come up with all the schedules, not only present a whole home, 6,000 square foot home to a client through a digital format, have them approve it, and get everything ordered in that time frame is pretty remarkable. So
it's in some ways it's more efficient. Well,
let's hope. I mean, we'll see how it all turns out. But it was a huge unlock for me of an understanding of what you can do different, how you can do it differently. So we've lived through that. And now, granted, the particular client is lovely and wonderful and so appreciative and in many ways easy. But the bottom line is we've never would have ever approached situations similar to that. But we had to. So you learn, and then we're in the business of always being successful and creating. So you figure out how to do it.
Yeah, you adapt. I'm curious, you're doing, your projects virtually for clients. Sort of what is your take on the design industry today, and sort of where we go from here? And also design wise, talk about, do you imagine for your clients that sort of priorities will shift? And even in terms of the interior architecture, everyone's going to be in their homes for a lot longer.
Totally. I mean, I feel like for our particular industry, and again, this is after you get over the fear and the anxiety and the stress management of managing the business, there is this kind of moment where you're kind of oh, well, for our industry, home, beauty, luxury, quality is going to be all super important to people, because they're not going to be spending their money on, or in primary residences. So they're not going to be spending their money on travel as much, or clothes as much, or entertaining as much, or secondary or third residence. They're going to be focusing on their home, and not their house, but their home. And that deeper feeling of what a home is, I think, is going to become more important. It's not a place where you just kind of go sleep, put your clothes up, make a meal. It's the place you're spending all your time. So it's either going to be people are going to appreciate their home more, or they're going to want to redo their home because they're oh my God, going crazy. So I think ultimately for our industry, it's going to be a good thing.
Yeah.
But as anything, we have to kind of address it with empathy and, not take that for granted. But I think it's going to be great. I think there's fear there's still fear, but I think when people get past that, it's going to be.
Yeah. So you actually have a new collection, a wonderful new collection coming out with Chaddock. And, can you, on the other side, as someone who's got product and you want to, obviously let designers know about this and sort of push it forward, how that's got to be sort of tricky. Again, you said, you've got a great background in, you are a great marketer, you had your background in sort of visual merchandising and all of that. So, have you started to think about, what that is going to look like in terms of getting product out there? And
Well, we
ignore
started, you know, every time we collaborate with someone, we always want to think about it differently in regards to marketing. So a long time ago, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, we were already formulating, you know, we had already finalized the assortment and seen all the samples. So we started formalizing the, you know, the story that we were telling, which started actually at the very beginning when we were sketching and concepting. So, you know, we had already, you know, I'm so thankful that we had already like taken all the photography, the samples. You know, Chaddock's amazing, and I've never had an experience where everything turned out so well immediately. So we were able to not only visit samples, tweak samples, set up the complete showroom. Well, first of all, I should say people that are not familiar with, so this line of Chaddock usually is shown at High Point Market, as most furniture collections are. So that did not happen. So, and it's very rare with timelines to be able to photograph everything, to be able to get, you know, materials out to editors early, even in the best of times. So we were able to do all that. So when this happened, we had all of our materials, we had our story, the showroom was completely set up. And so then we were able to start thinking about, okay, how can we, you know, we have a digital catalog, how can we get this out to people? Which is not the way High Point does it. So we were equipped with all the stuff to be able to actually do it differently. So we were able to, you know, create a huge email distribution. We were able to invite people to a presentation that we did on Zoom. We were able to get the catalog to everyone. Both of my website and Chaddock's website are up with all the product and all the tear sheets. We were able to land some amazing press, and, you know, all that kind of was in the works prior to this. So we believe strongly that this could change the way a lot of people do it, because we're launching a furniture collection digitally that is not the norm for High Point. So, and so far it's been a huge success. So
good. Are you over the Zoom? Or are you loving the Zoom? What's your take on the Zoom?
Well, I mean, everything's either Zoom or Instagram Live now, so it's a lot, but I mean, it's also a great way to connect. So I think, you know, I wish I would have bought stock in Zoom, and then. But
I feel like, don't you feel like, to me, it's so funny when people's like, we're doing a phone call. I'm like, that's like so last decade. The phone call and the handshake are going to be a thing of the past, and
well, we have a very, you know, young team, and they all knew about Zoom immediately. So we were Zooming as a team kind of immediately on a weekly basis, and then individually. So I think it's great. I mean, it feels like you're in the room here. So I think that's great. I don't know what the audience, if they feel the same way, but I think it's great.
I do too. I like a limited number of Zooms on the schedule. I think if you get too many in one day, I think I had one too many yesterday. And it was a little over, because seriously, I am like at my heart an introvert. I know people find that hard to believe because I do love to chat with people, but for introverts, the Zoom is a little bit.
Well, I also think you know, when you're Zooming, you're staying focused and you're really on topic and task. I think a lot of times on conference calls, people can get super distracted and start multitasking, doing other things. But in Zoom, you know, like
it's surreal. This is surreal.
You gotta like actually look a little decent. So you have to like take a shower in the morning. You know. Put on something like decent, but
it's like you gotta have a party at the top, and what is it, like pajamas?
Yeah, I don't need to. You don't need to know what's happening below.
I'm embracing my ripped jeans anyway. So, what else have you, like, any decorating design obsessions, or you always have a muse, Mark, right? And I know you've got your standard muses, but I wonder during COVID. Oh, there's big thunder and lightning storm outside my window here. Any muses or any new discoveries in the Mark Sikes world?
Well, I love Instagram. I think it's just this amazing platform to connect with people and to find images and inspire. So I really pushed myself over this time to like explore new Instagram accounts, because I've never been the type that like just follow, you know, and I've been so inspired by. And I'm inspired by the past, you know, like I love the past and the timeless interiors of, you know, Renzo Monardino and, you know, Billy Baldwin and, you know, all that. And to be able to connect with people on Instagram that are also fascinated with that time period, you know, has been really cool. So I know that's like an obvious response, but that's truly, I have been so inspired by like new accounts that I've been like looking at and following, and also the authenticity of the accounts. I mean, you start, I've always been a person where I'm obsessed with certain things, and I really don't care if other people aren't. You can unfollow me, it doesn't matter. But I'm going to keep posting about the things I love, and I've never allowed that filter to go through my head. Is like, well, what do people think? Like I'm always like, I don't care. I don't really care.
Well, it's about staying true. I mean,
it's because
too.
And and also being able to connect with other people who feel the same way in their own world. So that's been fun. And really inspiring. So I think that's one way. And the other way is I've gone back to old books and magazines on a daily basis. Like I have, an archive of probably, I don't know, the past 30 years of every shelter/fashion magazine imaginable.
Yes, we have seen it in your guest room. That's so fabulous.
We keep building bookshelves for them. And so I've gone back to all of them. And, when I started my blog, that was really first the formation of the imagery that we're using on the blog, or some of the storytelling, and the post-its are still there. We had a pink post-it for people, a green post-it for places, and a blue post-it for things. And it was so fun to go back and like look at all that. And that was my original inspiration for when I was doing my blog, Chief People, Glamorous Space, Stylist Things. And that's where I started with, what type of stories I wanted to tell. I went through every magazine. I put a post-it by each one of the category for ideas.
I love the organization.
Yeah, so I went back to that just kind of out of fun, and it just was so, things you've already seen before can be so inspiring.
Good. Well, I know I have one last question for you. I'm not quite sure how we're doing. I think through this chat, I'm going to get any questions that you have. So if anyone has questions, I think Tamara's going to get them to me somehow psychically. I'm not sure. But my last question for you, Mark, before we wrap it up or take questions from the audience is, how are you doing your book tour, right? Your book's coming out, and so many designer books, we want to come and see you and you sign it for us. And so can you?
Well, we're doing, we always, even before this, we would have always wanted to approach our book differently. I think one of the reasons our first book was such a huge success is that we had a social media platform or hashtag that kind of created a wave of something, that people started top of the stack. They started taking pictures. They started posting it. We were the first to kind of like put our book cover, on all of our social media platforms to like for recognition. We were one of the first to probably do a whole gifting charitable thing over the holidays with our book. So I'm proud to say, I think we were the first to kind of do a lot of book promotion like that. It was very successful. So we wanted to approach this one completely different anyway. So, we have a lot of ideas. We're already doing, buy a pre-order a signed book and we'll ship it to you. It's just unbelievable the numbers that we're getting. So we're actually now contemplating this whole presentation just for these people who have received a book, whether it's Zoom or whatever it might be, but like almost creating like a little bit of a book club where you're building relationships with these people that are a part of this process. So that's one thing. In regards to all the book signings that were already set up for all the antique shows, who knows what will happen with that, but we will come up with other ways of supporting the charity organization, of getting the book out there, and that's the plan. So
someone's asking, what's the title of the new book? It's More Beautiful, correct? Is that the name of it?
More Beautiful. Yeah.
More Beautiful. Okay, I have one more question. You're back. It's so funny how, right, we're all like watching people on TV and Zoom. I think Martyn talked about this. He was funny earlier. He was talking about he's fascinated by people's hideous homes. Newscasters. So I'm just voting LCDQ. Martyn, I don't know if you're watching. I think I sent you a message that Martyn should host a program, Totally Hideous Homes, and that would be funny. But I'm fascinated by your background, Mark. Like, what is happening behind you? Like, I'm gonna like dive into the Mark Sikes fabrics behind you. Is this a design scheme behind you?
Yeah, this is we have a design studio that I'm in right now, and they have like 4 major walls, and they're usually a concepting project or a house that we're working on all the walls. So this is a project that we're working on in Little Rock, Arkansas, that we've been working on for about a year now, and we're about to be doing a creative presentation. So we always start with a fabric and a color and a palette meeting. So that's what this is. And we have all the tear sheets for the furniture. That's in another part of but it's a pretty large house. So this is the beginning of, or the middle of concepting. So we put things up, and I like to live with it for a period of time where I can take things down, add things, and then it feels like it's in a really good place. And then we have on the behind, not on the wall, but below, are all the options. So every room has like 2 or 3 different color story options or different fabric options. So that's kind of where we start. So that's what's on the wall there.
Well, I love to see the inner workings of your creativity.
Yeah,
and it's been so nice to see you virtually.
Yeah,
Mark.
you too.
I know.
Thank you
We're so excited for your book to come out. I think it's going to bring us all joy. I'm just saying, like, I think you should have a virtual book club. That would be really fun once it comes out, and we can maybe all chat about it. I'm just putting that out there. Yeah. And thanks, Legends. We miss being out on La Cienega and seeing everybody on the street. We hope that we're going to be there next year. But until then, giving a kiss.
Thank you, everyone.
And thanks so much. And
bye.
The rest of the programming, enjoy.
I had somebody say to me once, I like the color burgundy, but not for the shade. I just like the way it sounds. And then all of a sudden, it's our job to become the detectives. And we're anthropologists, we're psychiatrists, we're constantly looking for clues that will help us create an environment that means something to these specific people. And for every project, it's something different.
I love color. I use a lot in my work, but I also think that you have to temper color, So if I've got a very strong color that I want to use, I'm going to put with it maybe some off colors to tone it down, because I think you can get a little tired of a room filled with too many primary colors. It's not that it doesn't look good in the picture, but it can become exhausting. And I'd like so color is very important, and you have to understand what your client's colors are. Some people only want beige.
Interestingly enough, my mother, who's a blonde, had her colors done back in the 80s, and she's a summer, and she always said, you're a winter. And I just recently, a friend of mine had her colors done, and I said, I need this phone number. So I went to this woman's apartment, and she made me look like a nun with white headdress and white robe, and she held up my colors, and I am a true autumn. Who would have known?
Who, raise your hand if you've had your colors done. Even at the Clinique counter, which, by the way, before there was the lady with the white, it was the Clinique counter.
I don't think...
Go figure, I'm so in autumn. I mean, hello.
I don't think you can...
I'm so proudly in autumn. I love autumn.
I love autumn too,
and
but
welcome.
Who would have known? I mean...
You'll love it.
I don't think you can take this stuff too seriously. I mean, she told me I couldn't wear black anymore, and I was like, half my closet's black. Like, you can't tell me. But it's a lot of fun, and I think you can kind of also see in people what colors they would look good in or surrounded by, and I think color really determines our moods and can affect us every day. The colors that we wake up in and the colors at night that we go to bed in, and I think it's so important for our emotions. And color can establish mood. So
I've written a lot about that too, and early in my tenure here about having a home that makes you look beautiful. I mean, that seems like a no-brainer, but a lot of people don't think of it that way. They think of looking at a beautiful home, but they don't actually think about how they look in their home. So, and I use the example, it's like, I probably have an hour a day where I can be with my husband in the living room having a glass of wine or something like that. And I want him to look at me, and I'm in this like really awesome aubergine room now, brinjal for those of you that you know the one. You can envision this now. And that is a moment. Like, he sees me like that, and hopefully it's burned into his memory, Like, he envisions his beautiful young wife, years to come, still in her 30s, looking nice in a purple room. But that's a thing, and I remember the colors from my childhood, and I go to people's homes, and you see them in their environment, and it's part of part of you. And I think to have a conversation with a client, about that and to remind them that this is as much sort of a part of the environment that they build for themselves as their wardrobe is important and interesting.
When Margaret Russell was the editor-in-chief of Elle Decor, I just moved into the house I live in now up in the Hollywood Hills, and she agreed to photograph it. It was really, fantastic honor. And I pulled the house together very quickly for this photo shoot. And at the 11th hour, I thought, you know what? My living room, it just doesn't have enough pizzazz. It's just not fabulous enough. It's not going to photograph well. It doesn't have enough drama. So I'm going to do something really ballsy. I'm going to paint the walls lime green. And the photographer showed up. And I remember him looking around and saying, I can't shoot this room. Everything about the quality of the light in the room and the way the green was reflecting off all the surfaces, it was so bilious. It was so unpleasant. But of course they had to shoot it, and the picture, was published in Elle Decor, and it looks like crap. Anyway, so that's what I was going to show.
I really genuinely do love white. In my own home, I used 16 shades of white. So between the furniture, the light, the feel, I designed 100% from feel. It had to be right. When we walked into this house, we had known that this house had a lot of history. It was from 1929, but it had been used as a music studio for many years, and it had been used by Jimi Hendrix, Radiohead, Jay-Z, all these different people. And that room itself was the recording studio. So it had these windows that were absolutely spectacular and received the most beautiful light. This particular room is actually a Donald Kaufman white because I really love the way Donald Kaufman plays with light, with his colors. I mean, I think they're absolutely just spectacular. And so we used a lot of muted tones and colors just because the architecture is original and it's just spectacular. I just wanted to showcase it just so you could really, really embrace the beauty, the light of the room. One of the most amazing things I think about white is that it can evoke all types of feelings. You can have a stark white that might say, modernism. You could have a warm white that could lend itself more to like a country feel. White, there are over 1,000 paint shades of white. And we use white a lot because I think of people's homes as their diaries, and I was thinking about this on the way here, and maybe because there are white pages in your diary, I don't know. But the walls and the backgrounds are often white because I feel like you should exhale, you should breathe easy when you get home, you should enjoy when you get home, and I really think that certain whites do that. And I also love the way that white allows the furniture pieces to really step up and sort of speak for themselves. And in this room with all the different shapes and the muted colors, I just think that everything stands out beautifully and harmoniously. I don't know that I would have achieved that in this room with any other color. And so this one is walking in the door and feeling really good and open and fresh and happy when you get there.
Wanted to ask Erin first, where do you look for color inspiration?
My heritage, I always say that blue and white is definitely very much in my heritage. I think my grandmother loved blue and white, created a whole brand around that. It's a great story because my grandmother, Estee, and she started the business in 1946, had incredible intuition. And she was going between blue and green, like a pale green, for her brand, and she couldn't figure out which direction to go in. And she would go to her friends' homes and ask to use their powder rooms, and would walk in and realize most bathrooms were blue and white. So she wanted her product to work beautifully in their powder rooms, which was really interesting, very clever. And because of that, I was always surrounded by blue and white.
I feel like I'm always learning about color. Even being in New York and being at the flower market, where do you look for color inspiration?
It's funny, you talked about the garden, and all colors in the garden work together. I look at gardens. I travel a lot to all the bazaars, to museums, to shows. I can't think that there's one specific place because all of us as designers have our peepers open at all times. And so that sort of goes into your system, and then you process it and it comes out in whichever expression it needs to. And so like when we were collaborating with Erin, we had together decided that blue and white was going to be that expression. But then as we did the textiles, we wanted to infuse more color into it. So it's an organic process, but we were inspired by the florals that Erin loves. And so that's sort of what took us there. So it depends on what project.
Color is so personal. It's like, what color do you look good in? What color flatters your skin tone? I mean, what color is your dog? What color is your car?
How do you think that there are changes, though, in how we live with it or how we'll perceive it? I mean, you told a funny story. You're like, can you tell your
I told an anecdote. A friend of mine and his wife were recently in Ecuador and on vacation, and they were staying in a house that had windows but no glass in the windows. So all kinds of creatures would come in and go out at night. And one creature that came to visit and stay was a chameleon. And they were basically fascinated by watching this chameleon because they wanted to dispel or confirm the myth that it does change color with its environment. So they watched it literally sit on a green leaf, turn green, rest on a blue wall, it looked blue. I mean, fascinated. Then the chameleon landed on a white wall and the chameleon flipped out. It was totally stressed because it wasn't able to turn white. And essentially what I took away from that is color allows you to adapt. And if you find your right color, paint your right color, you're at peace with that color, you're at peace in that room. You're not endangered, you're not vulnerable like the chameleon was on the white wall. So color is, aside from the cosmetic aspect of it, color is very important for well-being and a sense of you know where you are, it's familiar, it's yours.
You're very influenced by fashion, aren't you?
I like fashion. I mean, obviously I like fashion. Fashion moves so incredibly quickly. And fashion for me is a forecast of what's going on in society. And so fashion trends, color story, and because fashion designers have to create 3 or 5 or 6 or 7 collections a year, they're moving at such a pace that they're usually ahead, especially with color.
Right. And color is an interesting thing too, though, in the sense that there are all these predictions for colors, and that has a place and it's important. But it always perplexes me when a woman will come into our office and show some piece of, a magazine with a color story for her bedroom that she would look like crap in if she wore it on her clothes. And the truth is I don't want to be in my bedroom, unless I'm surrounded in some color that makes me look good. I mean, my bedroom's dark because it's slimming. But the truth is like, I think that trends are trends and that's important, but I want to see colors that excite me in parts of my home that I want to be excited in, but I want to see colors that soothe me. I mean, we know science tells us that. It can raise your blood pressure or lower it. Mm-hmm. So there again, clients can bring in pictures or whatever, but I talk to them about what is it that you want to feel in this room and what makes you feel that.
So I'm going to start with a project that we did in Pacific Palisades. And these particular clients have a phenomenal art collection, and they requested that we focus on a monochromatic palette and backdrop. In this particular living room, it's pretty much white on white on white. It's not really gray, but it speaks into the muted monochromatic palette. And I think it's actually more challenging to create a beautiful monochromatic interior that doesn't have color or a lot of pattern, because you have to work with tones of the same shade and texture and pattern to create something that's really sort of sophisticated and subtle and interesting. This is the master bedroom for the same client. As you can see, there is an insertion of gray in here. This particular client wanted to use color, but very sparingly. They felt more comfortable having a monochromatic background where they could spend the money switching out accent pillows, accessories down the road. Many of our clients also with art collections like to rotate their artwork to keep it fresh. And so with that, we found that if we're playing with a lot of color on walls or paint or whatnot, there may not be as much flexibility to move art around if it's rotating.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Terrebonne, the editor-in-chief of Galerie Magazine. I'm so thrilled to be joined here today by 2 extremely accomplished and esteemed men, Scott Mitchell, the architect, and Ross Bleckner, the artist. We're chatting today because Scott Mitchell has a new fantastic book out, Scott Mitchell Houses with Rizzoli, that's just, hot off the presses at the end of April. And Ross has contributed some of the images for the book as well. So thank you both for joining me today. Let's get started by talking a little bit about how the book got started and the two of you came to collaborate on it.
The book got started because I've been in business 20 years and I finally, at age 49, had enough stuff to put in a book. And Ross got involved in this because I totally took advantage of our friendship and called him and begged him to go take some photos of a project in the Hamptons that I did for a mutual friend of ours. And he, as a very good friend, did that and really helped me out with the book.
He's been doing it for a long time, and his work is amazing, and it's gotten better. He really worked hard to get there. I've known Scott for how many years?
Probably 24, something like that.
I met him when he was working, living in the Hamptons. I guess he was assisting or working in the office of an architect.
I lived in the Hamptons in my early 20s, and this is years ago when not very many people lived out there year round. And I had a fabulous internship with this really great architect who had come out of Paul Rudolph's office named Preston Phillips in Bridgehampton. And one of the only other people out there, kids out there in their early 20s, was your assistant, David Ryan. And David Ryan was my entree to you and to Sandy and all of that group. Yeah.
And you mentioned Sandy Gallen. The book is dedicated to him, correct?
Yes. Sandy was a very close friend of both myself and Ross. And we unfortunately lost him 3 years ago last month.
Mm-hmm. It's been
And
3
so,
years already, huh?
yeah, 3 years, April 21. And so 8 or 9 weeks after we lost Sandy, I had born my son in Australia, who has 2 moms. And it was one of those universal things where it's like my best friend was taken away, which was heartbreaking. And yet the universe delivered this beautiful gift 8 or 9 weeks later. And it was a really special sort of passing of the torch, I guess. And so I dedicated the book to both Sandy and to Max.
Oh,
Nice.
That's great.
Very nice.
So Ross, what was that like to shoot a house for a book? It's not what we think of you as doing every day.
But I've taken photographs, and I actually enjoy taking photographs. And, I've even done some photography books. But it was interesting because I took pictures of the house as a favor to Scott. The house is near me here in the Hamptons. And it's beautiful. The work he did there is beautiful. Sandy kind of was like a liaison also for Scott, because Sandy professionally, he had been a manager of talent. And through him, I met a lot of people, and so did Scott.
Absolutely.
And when Scott and Sandy became friends, they actually started collaborating because Sandy had always been a kind of secret designer or something. He designed houses. He had a very specific look.
Right.
Kind of like Ralph Lauren-y, but very comfortable. They started collaborating on, I think at first, Sandy's houses, because Sandy built houses, lived in them, and basically until he could sell them, and moved on.
Right.
And Scott worked with him, and I guess Scott did the work and Sandy did the bossing around.
Yeah.
And the nagging.
Sandy was like a frustrated decorator. He was the most successful manager in the history of Hollywood and managed everybody, all kinds of names you'd recognize, but his passionate hobby was decorating. And he would do these houses, he'd have these fabulous dinner parties, and then he'd sell the house. And I never understood. I remember asking him, how can you let this go? Aren't you attached to it? And he told me something very interesting. He said, Scott, the reason I sell these things is because the truth is I have like an addiction to buying beautiful shit. And so if I sell it with everything in it, it just means that I validate my addiction and I can go and start over and go buy a whole nother collection of beautiful things, which that was his passion.
What's also nice is that as much as he would like to buy beautiful things, he obviously knew how to detach from his possessions.
Right.
So he actually was very, even though he was materialistic and he liked stuff, he liked to move on and he liked movement, and he had that kind of, it's almost like a spiritual side of him, had a detachment from it all too, because it was such a joy just to do the project, you know, so it wasn't the end, it was the process. So he was always involved in a process, whether it was building, furnishing, or selling.
Right.
Scott, let's talk about some of your process then and what distinguishes your homes from the homes of other architects.
Good question. I think I like to say that my work is fundamentally about the emotions and the psychology of the experience. Ross paints a painting, photographers take photographs, and they're a frame that's fixed, and so it's a captured moment. Architecture is this thing that has procession to it. You walk in, you turn around, there's an arrival sequence, you experience it chronologically. And so I think the psychology and the emotions that surround that experience are what really make it. And I think, I always say, you know, a kindergartner should be able to walk out of a piece of architecture and know whether it was good or not, because it's not about some esoteric understanding of architectural criticism. It's about the way it makes you feel. And if you feel safe and warm, then I think you're on the right track.
And if you feel like you've gotten what you wanted, I mean, people who come to architects like Scott usually are pretty they know themselves pretty well, and they know how they like things. So I think that Scott is really good at working with people. And I think that's a critical component of an architect's relationship. I mean, first of all, to the environment, how the house or building relates to the environment, and to the person who's commissioning it, because it is on some level a collaboration. Most people, I would imagine, Scott, really want to work with you or your office collaboratively. They don't want, I mean, I know there are some people who just say, I don't want to know anything, send me the bill and give me the key at the end.
But by the way, I'm still looking for that client.
Right.
Like, here's the check, fill it out, and give me the key at the end.
If you're out there right now, here he is.
Yeah. If anyone out there is watching that could be that person, please call me immediately.
It's a good time to do it too, right? A lot of people have a lot of time on their hands.
Right. I can start immediately.
So anyway, yeah. I mean, I just built a house here, and it's, you know, near where Scott built a house. So I know the architects and how to, you know, it's fun to work with them. Of course, Scott was a little too busy for me.
Oh.
Ross, I want to know about the painting behind you, because it's so gorgeous. Is that new work?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Ah, I love it.
Its first show that was supposed to open in May 1st in Berlin is now rescheduled for September.
And
it
that,
looks like it's going to happen. in
Yeah,
September.
they're
Good.
picking them up. I mean, I have a lot of paintings here. And they were all supposed to be gone, so my studio is kind of full at the moment.
yeah. That abundance of flowers reminds me of the one in the Hamptons that you shot. There's a beautiful photo on the side of a building and just flowers are cascading down it as well.
When Sandy had lived there, I mean, it was kind of bittersweet actually, photographing the house because Sandy wasn't there anymore.
Yeah. I had that experience too the first time I went after we lost him. It was hard to be there.
I mean, the property was beautiful, but Sandy just had a certain kind of way of maintaining things that, you know, I guess the soul for me has to do with the person who actually occupies space.
Yeah.
Scott gives it the ability to be soulful.
Yeah.
Right.
It's so true, Ross.
Huh?
That's so
I think that's such an important part of architecture, the difference between, you know, that kind of corporate, cold. I mean, I like all that industrial look, but really for living, it's different. You know, you want to be warm and you want to be comfortable.
Yeah. And there can be that warmth even if the space is somewhat minimal. It doesn't have to be.
I love minimal. My house is extremely minimal, but it has to do with the finishes and, you know, the transitions between walls and floors and hallways to rooms. It's really the little details. And Scott is kind of very obsessive about detail. And I think that's actually one of the things that stands out in his work.
Scott, what are some
I've seen him busy, you know, kind of ruminating about details. It's like a madman.
What are those details you ruminate on?
Neurosis and OCD are ugly things.
Not if they're properly employed.
You know, it's a constant negotiation in the architect's mind between the big picture and the little picture, and they both inform each other equally. And so it's this dialogue where you start with the big program items: how many bedrooms, you know, how big is the house going to be, what are we designing it for, whatever the building is. It could be a gas station, and then you got to go to the detail, and that informs the big picture. And it's this constant back and forth until you kind of nut out the guts of it, the soul of it.
Nice.
Yeah. Do you ever feel like that, Ron? Are you ever big picture, little picture? Is that something that you go about thinking in your work?
Absolutely. I mean, you mean literally or metaphorically?
Both.
Big pictures and little pictures. I love them both.
I have to say something, and this is purely coincidental that this subject matter has come up, but I want to say something that's completely relevant here. Ross, I remember this juxtaposition between microcosm and macrocosm. I remember seeing that, and really it made an impact on me as a young guy. And I remember there was a series of paintings you were doing after your dad was sick, and they had to do with cells. But then at the same time, that's the microscopic level. But then at the same time, you were doing these universal images that were, you know, clusters of stars and galaxies. And I that really made a poetic impact on me. I'll never forget it. The juxtaposition between the tiny and the huge. And in a way, they're sort of linked and the same, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know, it's just about looking around really, and, you know, consciousness and your eyeballs, and it's about the awe of looking up and the amazement about looking down.
Right, exactly.
You know, both are amazing, including the things that, you know, they always said if the AIDS virus wasn't so lethal, it would be beautiful.
Wow.
That's what I said to my father when he told me he had cancer, and he showed me all the pictures, you know, that they show him. I said, "Oh, they're beautiful. I'm going to make paintings." He said, "That's all you have to say?" I said, "Well, I'm sorry you have cancer." But anyway, you know, it just has to do with how you look at things,
Right.
and how, you know, you really can look at things and see something when you look. And then you kind of, the big pictures when you look up and you can't see anything anymore.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you kind of evaporate into it.
And I'm wondering.
I don't know if architecture has to do with that. You know, you don't want to evaporate your architecture.
I don't know, man. Maybe.
It can envelop you.
Yeah.
More envelop, less evaporate.
That's also metaphorical and literal, right?
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
You know, everybody comes along and they want to change, right? What's in style or in vogue today, and in 100 years, so often, you know, or 20 years, things go out of fashion, come into fashion. People want to change things, and the joke with the contractors and my clients is, if somebody comes along in 100 years and they're like, "Oh my God, this concrete house is so 2020. Let's get it out of here and do something else," they're going to go bankrupt before they demo it, because there's so much concrete underground to support. So it's kind of like laughable.
And what's it like for the two of you when your worlds collide? I know, Scott, you said you don't think about the art that's going on the walls when you create the house, but what's it like when you see one of Ross's paintings later hung by a client? Or
Oh no, they're totally linked together to me.
Okay.
In my mind, you know, you don't have a successful project until the gardens and the interiors and the architecture are all in concert singing the same song. And so Ross has actually done on commission some beautiful pieces for special places in homes that I've done in the past years.
Oh, wow.
And those rooms, Ross did this 18-foot long, amazing canvas piece, and the room really was created with that piece in mind. And so I think it's fabulous when everything can kind of gel into one experience.
I also think it's, you know, Scott's probably would agree that an architect would be fortunate to be able to control all the dynamics that go into a house. Like a lot of clients, you know, have their own work, and maybe it's not exactly, well, what can you say, right? Yeah. People do what they do. It's their house.
Right.
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 That's what I always say. If I'm working with an architect, I said, in the end, we're not living together.
And Ross, what do you like your spaces that you live in to be like?
Really empty.
Mm-hmm.
Very simple. I don't like to have any clutter. I don't like to have any, you know, I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't like to have objects or paintings, actually. If it was, you know, kind of everyone did what I did, I'd be out of business. I like blank walls. I really do. Or very simple things on them. You know, sometimes I have a painting up, but it's kind of quiet painting. You know, minimal. I wouldn't put my own work up just because it would give me anxiety.
Yeah.
I would just stare at it and think it could be better, or I could do more.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, I'm here, my studio, my house is, you know, just over here. It's all connected. So I kind of go back and forth. And, you know, when I go home through the doorway, I like to keep it really simple.
Nice. And how about you, Scott? How do you like to live?
Well, I live in a house that I bought 16 years ago that I had nothing to do with. And a lot of the architects I know don't live in their own work for the same reason.
So you don't want to stare at your own work either.
Yeah, it's literally that thing. Ross, who was the Dutch painter that kept getting arrested for sneaking into the museum to fiddle with the painting because he said it wasn't.
I don't know. That's an interesting one, though.
I love that.
Yeah, it's a lot of architects don't want to live in their own work because you wake up in the morning and you're looking up at the ceiling and you're like, fuck, I would have done that differently. You know, it drives you crazy.
Yeah, it's like when paintings are in my studio, I always say, you know, nothing is ever done really until it leaves here. Because I could have something sitting here for 3 months and I thought it was done. And then one night I walked past it in the corner of my eye. I know how to make it better.
Yeah.
So, you know, you kind of have to wait for those moments sometime.
Yeah.
It's kind of tricky.
Yeah.
But, you know, our architecture is different. I mean, you know, he's actually building a building. What are you working on now, Scott?
Yeah.
we've got 4 international projects and 8 domestic ones. We're doing a modern farm north of Toronto. We're doing a house out in Barbuda in the far eastern Caribbean. We're doing a boutique hotel on an island in Australia called Phillips Island.
Really? That's so nice.
Which is very cool. It's where they have these little penguins. They come out of the water at night, out of the ocean, and they walk up the beach, and that's where they live. And then in the morning, they go back out to sea. It's kind of cool. And then some houses. I'm doing a hospital, a private hospital. First time I'm doing a medical building, so that's fun.
Interesting.
Where is that?
Here in LA. It's a private doctor's hospital, a 5-story building. You know, at this point in my career, I jokingly say, look, I'd love to do a birdhouse or a gas station or something, just with a different program, because, you know, we've been doing a lot of houses for the last 20 years. And so it's fun to have a different program because it challenges your imagination to think about different things, which is fun.
It must be really interesting. I mean, yeah, it's like an institutional thing that has very specific requirements.
Yeah,
that you also have to design beautifully.
Yeah,
and comfortably.
The hospital thing is particularly interesting because hospitals, I'm sure you guys agree, they're the most heinous, horrible buildings and spaces to go in. If you're not sick before you go in, you're going to feel sick when you get in there in that 3,300 Kelvin light temperature. And yes, OSHPAD, which is the regulatory agency for medical buildings, has got a million rules. Of course, they have to, you know. Look at this COVID thing, you know, bacteria lives on surfaces and they got to be able to clean them. And a lot of that makes perfect sense. But the reality is, I think they can be a lot better. And lighting, we're using this fabulous lighting designer from Orange County who's working with us to do these circadian rhythms with the lighting systems that actually help promote healing. I mean, how much better is that than some light that makes you look green in the hospital? And so we're really excited about pushing the envelope. We've been getting a little bit of pushback from, you know, the conservative folks that are comfortable just sticking with what they've done for 20 or 30 years. But we're trying to push the envelope and trying to make hospitals better, and, you know, happier places that feel better and make you look better.
Oh, we want to look better.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then, Scott, it sounds like you have projects everywhere. How does place fall into the equation for you when you're designing a space, and especially like East Coast versus West Coast, I think is very evident in the book too.
Yeah, for sure. You know, look, there's a couple of responses to cite. First of all, you know, we're doing a house in Miami right now, and the, you know, it's humid and you've got hurricanes and wind uplift forces versus a house we just finished in Seattle where there's no hurricanes, but we've got seismic activity and very stringent energy requirements the city of Seattle has. So, you know, you've got your sort of entitlements related specific issues wherever you work. And then, of course, the obvious one is, you know, if it's a farm, a rural property in Canada, that's very different from an urban setting. And so you want to kind of be sensitive to the environment and the site where you're working, and try to take advantage of the assets that are there and work with those.
Do you have a favorite project?
I would say probably a house I finished last year at the moment, but it's always changing. It's like the next one is always your favorite, right?
Is the same for you, Ross? Is the next one always the favorite? Or?
No.
Takes me a while to get to like them sometimes.
Oh, you have to warm up to them.
Yeah. You go through a lot of emotion, but the ones you did a long time ago, it's kind of settled down.
Right.
You could be a little more objective.
And Scott, do you still love them years and years later? Are they aging well for you?
All right. So I had a funny experience recently. You're getting old when somebody bought a farm I did 21 years ago. Ross, this was Sandy's first farm.
Yeah, no, I know.
And Clifford Ross, who you know, and his girlfriend, Nikki Donan, bought it. Really nice girl from LA. And they invited me to come and help them kind of restore it and get it back to it the way it was, and add a studio for him. And to answer your question, it was a little painful because all I can see are the things that I would do differently. Because 21 years ago, your taste evolves and you wouldn't do it exactly the same way. So I look at all the finished carpentry details and I think, oh, what was I thinking?
That happens to me a lot too. What was I thinking? Trope.
Yeah. So it's been an interesting experience but also fun. It's the people who bought it are really nice people. They're friends of Ross and mine. So
you're working on the studio?
Yeah.
Good. That's nice to hear.
Yeah. Just keeping it very simple and minimal.
Well, your book is a true testament to how beautiful your projects and your work has been, year after year, and they all look fresh and gorgeous. And I'm so happy to join Scott, Ross here today and talk about this tremendous book, and also how art and architecture come together so beautifully. It's inspiring to speak with both of you. So thank you.
Congratulations, Scott.
Thank you for having me.
I haven't seen the book, but I'm really looking forward to it.
It's in the mail. You'll get it next week. And thank you for going over there and letting me sucker you into taking those photographs.
It wasn't that big a deal, really. It's good to get out of the house sometimes.
It was a big deal for me.
I'm like the perfect person for this quarantine. I've been practicing it my whole career.
Nothing's changed.
Not really. I just go to, I'm in my studio and I stay home.
Too funny. Well,
nobody comes over so much now.
Ross, happy birthday. I wish I was there to give you a big COVID-safe kiss.
I don't know what you've been seeing. You don't know if it's safe.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thanks for having us, Jacqueline.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. This is so much fun.
And I wanted to start off with something specific. Is there one thing that's driven you crazy aesthetically for your entire career in the design world? And I'm going to just start as an editor with a couple of things. Zebra rugs had a great run from the 20s through the 90s maybe. I'm over it. I love the work of Charles and Ray Eames, but when I see an ultra-contemporary house that's just done beautifully, and ta-da, they put an Eames lounge chair right there in the window, it just turns me off. I'd rather see a Louis XV chair to mix it up and variety. Anyway, those are a couple of my little pet peeves, note to self. And I want to start with Greg. Is there anything that really hits your button when you see it?
Well, the only thing that really kind of drives me crazy is anything that is expected. A lot of the things you talked about are expected. And I find those things, I think there's a fine line between being cliche and being lazy. I don't mind seeing a piano if it is indeed, owned by a composer, and we design a lot of houses for a lot of people in the music business, and as long as we know that it's going to be there, we can highlight it. But I don't particularly like anything that is sort of useless and trite. Mm-hmm. Things like the dining rooms that you never go into because they're punishment. Because you never go there unless it's that one holiday, and you never go in there anyway, so when you go in there, you can't wait to get out of there.
I will tell my client I would rather them spend the money on getting the architecture right than spend it with me decorating. So I end up kind of coming back, when I think of what drives me crazy, is if they'll listen to me about how a house should live, mm-hmm. more than a specific thing.
Right.
I kind of don't think of, I think as interior designers, we have to incorporate so many specific things that might not be us, that I have kind of put that not as something that drives me crazy.
Okay, well, we're going to get to some of those specifics, too. Madeline.
Please call me.
Madeline.
I can't stand the wallpaper accent wall, where it's one crazy ass pattern and they put it only on one wall and it makes it look like you couldn't afford paper for the entire room. And even Nikki Hilton, who married a Rothschild, and clearly they must have just gobs of money, and her apartment in New York was featured, and they had a de Gournay wall covering, absolutely beautiful. It's on one wall of the living room. It's like, if you can't afford to put de Gournay on all four walls, just paint. But I can't stand that accent wall with that one wall with just visually cacophonous wallpaper. I've got others.
Give me one more. Give me one more.
Well, I really have a distaste for what I call mosh pit decorating, which, and forgive me, I know I'm so politically indiscreet, but Kelly Wearstler really is celebrated for the idea that you can put all of these disparate elements that have no relationship whatsoever in a room, and you're supposed to applaud because nothing goes together. And it's just a mosh pit of stuff. Things actually need to relate, whether it's by scale or, they don't all have to be from the same period, they don't have to be of the same ilk, but there needs to be a cohesion, there needs to be a calm, there needs to be an understanding of period and proportion, and that's to me the bane of my existence now. And it's ugly is the new pretty. What can I say?
Kelly's in the back. She'll have something to say about that later. Now,
I'll take her on.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure you will. Are there things that once seemed irredeemable, but that now you incorporate in your work, or you consider incorporating? I mean, when we were in the 70s and looking at a lot of sofas, a lot of wall pieces, a lot of lighting, that we thought, oh my God, this is the worst period of design in the history of man. And now you're seeing it coming back and looking at it in a different way. And the 80s is the same way. Greg, are there things that you once abhorred that you...
Well, I tend to avoid trends like the plague. And so if something's like the hottest new thing, I usually don't know what it is. And so, throughout our career, we've always kind of stuck with true, tried, and classic things. And I think that's why, because I seek to do a house that is inheritable, that continues throughout time. I had a client of mine from Chicago at his house probably 25 years ago, and we also did the interiors on the house, and he called me the other day to talk about something. And he said, I wanted to tell you, I had some people just come by our house, and they said, when did you decorate this house? And when did you do this house? They said, about 25 years ago. Wow. They said, it looks brand new. It looks fresh. It doesn't look staid. And so I always, I don't know what the latest thing is. I like to keep my head into true materials and classic things and things that will always be beautiful.
Well, does our idea of what that is change, though, Suzanne?
Yes, it has changed.
Otherwise, we'd be all doing 1925, Jean-Michel Frank or something.
What I found was so interesting, I every year go to the Paris flea market, my favorite place, and many of yours. And I started seeing not a big change, probably, it might have been 7 or 8 years ago, but especially recently where I was going to look for all the antiques and found objects. And all these little vignettes and booths were modern, and Danish and Swedish modern. But I found myself being really attracted because whenever I've gone shopping to Europe, I never really have an agenda. I always go for inspiration, and I will just buy in a random way. And I kept realizing, without really consciously, like I'd say, well, I'm going to buy this, and it would be 1960s, 1970s. And then the last time I went, it was 1980s. I go, 1980s? I mean, this is like kind of like it was surprising to me because I wasn't consciously like thinking about the period of time. And what I love about what the way they showed it was they mixed it with what I always have, that foundation of the classic traditional pieces. And there's no one, and they mix it up. And I thought, I can do that too. And I have been finding those pieces, both in lighting and in my furniture, translating them into new pieces for my collections. And people are really resonating and loving those modern pieces influenced from the 70s and 80s that we're now bringing into our fabric of our compositions.
Mm-hmm. Madeline, what's your take on that?
I tend to be in alignment with Greg. I grew up in a very classic home, and my mother's home hasn't changed much in, 40 years, and it's still eminently chic and still looks fresh. And I try to do work like that because things are expensive, and people can't afford to. It's not fashion, and if these pants go out of style in a year, it's the investment hasn't been onerous. But I will say that I'm not keen to rediscover chrome furniture. I'm not keen to rediscover Memphis anytime soon. And I probably use more brass recently than I've used in a long time, both in my furniture collection and in my own house. Right. I've kind of rediscovered brass in a way that that I probably hadn't paid as much attention to 10 years ago. So that might be, but I guarantee you American colonial furniture is never coming back. And that's a huge relief.
I was going to ask, for those, you all have some traditional aspects of your work and some contemporary aspects, but are there aspects of so-called traditional design that should be laid to rest forever? Certain tropes, certain things that people are just kind of go to and do and say, well, that's traditional, that are tired and that we should move on from. Greg?
I think just in terms, when you mentioned the question, I was thinking in terms of furniture arrangements. A lot of our, even though we tend to do work that does have some traditional roots to it, but still in a very kind of fresh and edgy way. Lining a room with furniture, just backing everything up against the wall like you're waiting on a bus, has just always bugged me. It's like having a room full of wallflowers at a dance.
I find more and more there's less and less respect for this as a profession. And everybody, any celebrity who has been on a B-level TV show feels that they can now be a decorator. Kanye West announced this morning that he's starting an architecture firm. The guy.
I sent him my resume too.
That everyone thinks that because they've got a Pinterest account or they've they go on Instagram that they have that they can hang out a shingle and announce that they are a designer. And the magazines celebrate it because they want celebrities to sell their product. And I understand that, but there's seems to be, to me, a dearth of respect for what we do for a living. We are practiced and experienced, and that doesn't seem to hold much,
Suzanne, what do you...
Well, what I think has happened for all of us is as I've seen all the design connected more, and like you said, even I guess all the news too, which I try to not watch. As I saw fashion and interiors come more together, and as you know, a lot of the fashion people are wanting to be in our world or are in our world. When you look at fashion and fashion shows, and even we just saw the Met Gala, you know, it is like over the top, kind of like insane, but then you might take something from it. And I think that for all of us in interiors, I think that's kind of what's happened editorially. There, you know, the nice projects, you just kind of flip through. When you see something that's kind of stops
Ugly.
you, then what you then it kind of like, but does it inspire us to maybe then think a little differently? And I think we have to take that approach with all the trends and with all the editorial, because I don't think it's really changed recently. And I think that it makes it kind of where we have to kind of, maybe we aren't going to incorporate it the same way, but I do find it inspiring in my creativity.
See, there was a magazine, and I'm not going to mention the name, and they had a cover story on a house in Hawaii, and I think somebody in this room might have shot that story, and I honestly was flabbergasted, absolutely gape-jawed at how ugly everything was. I mean, and it really, like, it was so, it was so aggressive in its ugliness, and I found it absolutely abhorrent, because there's no way you could find peace in this space. And it celebrated, that to me, it's ugly is the new pretty. It's celebrated for its outrageousness.
Yeah. Right.
And that's all it is.
It's all
is
about
outrageous.
it's all about
and it's all about a shot. It's all
well,
all about an image.
it's about misbehaving.
That
you
is
know,
it.
It's about misbehaving, and we, I think, especially,
Yes.
well, you know, I think we, you know, and I don't want to be one of those old guys going, back in my day, it was, who wants to listen to that? But, you know, there's probably 100 years of experience sitting in these 3 chairs, and I think it's our job.
You count me 120.
Well, you know, I think it's our job to not pay attention to any of that noise. Beauty is transcendent. It doesn't have to do with trends or whatever's going on in the world.
But I don't think you can not pay attention to it.
Yes, you can.
I don't know. I think it's.
It's sort of like the news. You just don't watch it.
I think some of it is. I think some of it is very. I don't know. I kind of like some of what's happening. I think it's.
Does it sometimes challenge you?
I think what it does is it's keeping things like what it's bringing. A lot of. I think what's happening with all the editorial, a lot of our clients really love design, and they do feel more connected to design today than they ever, and maybe we all may think it's a negative, but I said if people hire designers, it's because they love design. If they don't like design, they are not hiring any of us. They're just going to some furniture store and picking some furniture. So I kind of see all this kind of playfulness with the editorial as kind of interesting, and yes, I might not be able to translate it into my work exactly, but it does give us a chance to have interior design as style, and there are ways to bring it in and still have a foundation of tradition. And I have been bringing in, a lot of my clients are young, and I see them in their 40s. They want that style, but they don't want it so traditional, but they want the foundation of tradition. But we have to be thinking differently about decorating. And it's happening everywhere. So I think it's kind of an exciting time.
You're very open-minded.
Well, let's switch to let's.
We needed a little optimism.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about clients a little bit. Now, what is the worst thing a client can say to you at your first meeting, Suzanne?
We want it fast and cheap.
Oh,
Yeah.
touche.
Greg?
I know exactly what I want. I just need you to draw it.
So what, I mean...
That always ends well.
Yeah. Oh, Beth.
What are some of the most difficult hurdles then you face with the client and their given taste level or lack thereof, or personal collections or art? I mean, what kinds of things do you grapple with most with clients? Madeline?
Well, that they hire you, but they put more stock in their friends' opinions than yours. That tends to be a rather treacherous road. Bad art is really a killer for me, because you can have the most inspired designs in the world, and if they put, I'd rather there be no art than bad art, and too many family photographs. Really bad.
Suzanne,
So
what
Tom-
are the thorniest things that you have to deal with clients in terms of?
I think one of the hardest things we're dealing with, like you mentioned earlier, is we have a great meeting with our clients, and then they go home that night and they are up till 2 in the morning on all the other websites. And the next day they send me all the pictures of things they have found that might be similar to what we've shown them, but then they kind of want to buy them themselves, and it's a really difficult time for us. And then you're wanting to be generous because we might be using their existing furniture from their house that they have. And so it's a really tough place to be. You mentioned that about the shopping online, because really what we are getting paid for is the edit, because they can look at 20 things and they cannot pick one. But they don't, it makes it
And they
seem,
don't know the difference.
and they think it's easy, but they want you to pick it, but then they want to buy it, and they're diminishing, like you said. The world of this exposure, the positives, they're more into design. The negative is they diminish what we do.
Yes.
Greg, are there?
First of all, I try not to go into any meeting with any sort of arrogance that I'm a tastemaker, and if your tastes don't match mine, I'm sorry. You need to look elsewhere.
Ooh, I should take a note on that.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a pencil?
Because that limits me. That limits me, and I might, and someone has called me because they recognize something. And it's always the whole process is always a journey. And if I go in with that sort of attitude, then I might be limiting my journey. There was a client I had and still have. I'm doing multiple projects with him. He wanted to renovate this 1920s Tudor house, and he told me he's in the film industry, and so he thinks cinematically, which is very themey. And he wanted to decorate this house like Downton Abbey. I mean, it looked like something that's in Downton Abbey, and I just sort of rolled my eyes at him. But once it was finished, it was so him, and it was so perfect, and I appreciated his passion and authenticity that he did this. It was nothing like I would have done or wanted to live in or anything. But if I had turned my nose up at that in some sort of arrogance, I would have missed that whole journey and getting to enjoy that with him.
In terms of business, and for the audience here or people who may be starting out, what have you learned in your own business career that one should never do? That you've either learned through experience or watching a friend go up in flames or whatever. Madeline?
Well, you should never start a project without a signed contract, and you should never play banker. You should never front funds for clients. And I still do both of those things. You should never do that. Okay. Never.
You three have been, I could talk all afternoon, and but
Me
I
too.
want to thank you for being here. Let's give them a big hand.
Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. We are really happy to be at this most unusual LCDQ event. I was just watching Suzanne Kassler and Madeline Stewart from last year, and people were laughing and visiting, and so this is a different time. So we're going to try and make this entertaining for you, as well as informative. So I am indeed honored to be part of this panel with my very, very distinguished guests. And they've been invited specifically because they've contributed wonderful imagery to my new book called The Perfect Kitchen. And I just wanted to say a couple things about the book before I go on. I call it informed inspiration. This is clearly not a how-to. It's about style and details and emotion and memories. And as we know, the kitchen will always be about food and about cooking, but now I think it's the telephone room and the media center and the homeschool, and most of all, it's a community center. It's a pivotal part of the house. So our very distinguished guests will talk about the kitchens of theirs that are in the book, and sort of incorporate those ideas. And then we have a Q&A after that. So our guests are Tom Kligerman of Kligerman Barkley in New York, Beth Webb of Beth Webb Interiors in Atlanta. I'm sure you all know these people anyway. Robert Stilin of New York and East Hampton, and Michele Trout. And I just looked this up to be sure because I keep calling it Laguna Beach. You're not. You're from Pacific Palisades in California. So we've got a representation regionally. We have architects and designers. And so I'm going to lead off with Tom. If you'd like to tell me a little bit about the kitchen that is in the book. And yesterday we had a great conversation about this. So there you go, Tom.
So the kitchen that is in the book is a kitchen in a house in the Adirondacks. And it was an interesting project because the original house was built in about 1895 or something like that. And we were called to not only to renovate it, but also to extend it. And in the end, the addition was about 3 times the size of the original house. Everything in the house was designed to look like it had been there since 1890, pretty much including the kitchen. It's a house that's very dark. It's lots of walnut, lots of oak, leather and nail heads and things like that. So the kitchen, had to fit in. I'm just wondering, are we going to see an image of it? I'm just seeing us. Okay, I'll keep going. So the kitchen reflects that palette. One of the things the owners wanted us to do was to make it, feel like the house was not brand new. And it's interesting. It's in an area where it was hard to find a good builder, and the builders, and I hope they're not listening, they were fine, but they really had trouble getting walls straight and floors level and stuff like that. And the owner thought that was great because it just made the whole thing feel like it was part, it was actually there when the original house was built. So when we see the picture come up, I think I see. That's funny. I'm seeing a genie.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Well, if I'll do it from memory. You know what I'm going to do? I'm sorry to take so long. I happen to have here not only The Perfect Bath by Barbara. I have. Okay. I'll continue.
Someone says that people can see it.
Okay.
A shot note.
Okay. Well. Okay, I'll do from. I'm not sure what image people are looking at, but it's the image I know. It's a very beamed. The room has beams of hemlock that are stained dark. The sort of central feature of the kitchen is a La Cornue stove, which is actually black and brass. So the whole kitchen has this sort of moody, smoky arts and crafts feeling. We used brass for the finish on the metal, something you'd see in an old kitchen. The marble is Paonazza marble, which is a Carrara marble. Again, it has this deep, it's a white marble, it's a Carrara marble, but it has lots of veining. It's actually like an Arabescato, but with deep brown and gray veins. That's on the island. And then the perimeter, the countertops are a Belgian granite called Petit Granit, which is a very beautiful sort of fine grain but dark Belgian granite. There's the hood is copper, is brass and enameled dark, kind of dark brown. There's an interesting story about that hood. It was actually a hood that we designed for another client about 15 years earlier. It ended up not getting used, and it sat in a warehouse in Queens. We recycled this, so even our design had a little of our own history. The house was very historical, but this hood had a little history too. In fact, when the guy from our office went to pick it up in Queens, he rented a white van, drove out to Queens, put it in the back, and he was driving through the tunnel. And he was pulled over by Homeland Security, wondering what he was doing. And they searched, and they found this hood, made it up to the site. But, as Barbara said, the kitchen is sort of the community center Frank Lloyd Wright said the hearth is the heart of the home, but in a way, the kitchen is really the heart of the home. It's where everybody gathers, and whether you're doing a 5,000 square foot house, a 2,500 square foot apartment, or a 30,000 square foot house, everybody ends up in the kitchen. It's where people feel comfortable. It's where you have your close friends. It's where you have your family. So as in most houses, this room has really become the most important room in the house. By the way, the cabinetry is butternut, which is a nice sort of deep brown wood. It's actually in the walnut family. It's not as dark as black walnut, but it's a dark sort of rich brown that kind of completes that deep palette.
The thing that I mostly loved about this image was the complete richness of it all the way around. You know, the dark cabinetry and this crazy marble. And the other thing that I loved is it has a rotisserie in it, which feels like somebody went out and shot a deer or something and you put it on the rotisserie. But nonetheless, it is quite a stellar, and there's such a depth there that we really loved.
It's actually in a part of the country, Barbara, where you simply open the kitchen door and a deer runs into the kitchen. You grab him, and then you can...
And then just put it on the spit. Very good.
If you catch the deer, you can have dinner.
Yes, dear. Beth.
Yes.
There you have two images that I'd like to talk about today. The first is a rather large, it feels, white and lovely kitchen, and you can talk about that. But there's something very special in the second kitchen of yours that I'd like you to talk about too.
I know that's your favorite, Barbara. The first kitchen, yes, it is light and bright, and it's, I loved it that you used it as sort of the opener to the book. And who doesn't love a white kitchen? I mean, we do a lot of different kitchens. We do a lot of different colored kitchens, but this was a really fresh and inviting big white kitchen with your regulator taking center stage. The family who lives in the house, the house is actually on St. Simon's Island, Georgia. And it's a very active family of 6. They have 4 children in high school. She's an OBGYN. He's a plastic surgeon. And it sits on a beautiful lake, and it has a huge outdoor seating area and outdoor kitchen right outside the door of that enormous kitchen island. But they have a nanny and they have a cook because both parents are very, very, very busy, understandably. And the kitchen was really made to be that workhorse of a house. In the house, they have an indoor basketball court. They have a huge game room for the kids and big media room. And they built the house we did it with T.S. Adams Architects in Atlanta, Georgia. But they wanted the house to be that sanctuary and that place to sort of keep the kids, high school age kids, home. And they succeeded in doing that. Both parents cooked, the kids are very active. And so the whole impetus was just make that house and make everything in it as functional as it could be. There's her office that's directly off the kitchen, and then there's an enormous pantry behind it. And an enormous laundry room too. They had 4 washers and dryers in the laundry room off that kitchen.
Oh my God.
So to say that it's a workhorse of a house is an understatement. They designed those 2 panels behind the sink, either side of the range, to be storage. So that slab actually slides as a pocket door, and it has oil storage on one side and then the spices on the other. But, all in all, it feels as fresh and inviting. It's open air. You can open the doors, breakfast rooms off it, and the family rooms off that. So it is, a wonderful, fresh and inviting family kitchen. The second one is in a tiny house in the Low Country. The footprint's minuscule. And you'll see in the photos, it feels like a garden room, but it's actually really the kitchen. And I call it the one butt kitchen because you literally can only kind of get one person in there. And that window is a pass through to the screened in porch above the where you see that wonderful, wonderful backsplash detail out of soapstone. We did an integrated soapstone sink, and it's deep and it's large for something so small, but it's sort of the scale and the volume. And this kitchen was designed by Peter Block Architects in Atlanta, Georgia. But it's warm and it's inviting with the gorgeous soapstone and the beautiful window that just opens to that screen porch. Uh-oh, Barbara, you're on mute.
What I particularly love is the ginormous backsplash. It is totally unexpected because I thought it was actually a flower room or something like that, but here it is a kitchen. And I thought it was simply a brilliant idea and one that I didn't see anywhere else. So kudos.
Thank you. It's a place.
Robert, yours are clearly New York kitchens, I believe. One looks like it's from a loft, and the other was a part of the reason I chose it was that the color was pretty amazing. So, I mean, there's a conversation about color here that is interesting, I would think.
Sure. Does it matter which one I start with?
I don't know the answer to that because somebody else has this one.
I could. Are you asking me, or I could either? I just need to know which one.
Green one.
Okay, green one. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So the green kitchen is in a house in the Hamptons in East Hampton, actually in Wainscott. I'm in the Georgica Association, which is an old, turn of the century sort of association of houses. My clients actually have a new house. They tore down the original house and built a newish house that's about 10 years old. And when they built the house, the kitchen that came with it kind of just never really worked right. So maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, we embarked on this big sort of renovation, and the kitchen is quite large. It doesn't really necessarily read that way in the photograph, although I don't think it reads small. And the client really just wanted to have like a beautiful country kitchen that like they love to cook and entertain. And it kind of like the room is almost like an exaggerated U or something. It gets wider as it goes toward these French doors. And so that wall that you see with the green cabinetry is actually on a slight angle, and then on the opposite side there's an island and another wall, and they get wider, which is strange, but it sort of works. And anyway, they just wanted this big kitchen. There's a huge island of it that you could really sort of live in, and the client likes color, and it's a country house, and so that's the color. Just we did. The kitchen actually has multiple elements. There are the cabinetry that's in that beautiful green color. We have the tile. There's an island that's done in sort of like a beautiful patinated oak. And yeah, it was just the kitchen was just meant to be very, very warm and livable. That particular elevation ended up being a place where they have a coffee bar, and they really use that every day for their setup for like breakfast and kind of like entertaining throughout the day, and everybody sort of services through that. And it's worked out super great. And what was sort of like a so-so situation in that house for them has turned out to be like the heart and soul of their house, which is exactly what Tom was saying earlier. And I completely agree with Tom on that. I find that in my own houses and my apartment and all the projects we do, that the kitchen is the soul of the house. And we usually do sort of larger kitchens that oftentimes encompass a family space and a dining space and all that, which this one all has. And they really, it's the soul of the house.
The one thing I did notice and thought you might want to speak about a little bit is the fact that it looks like there are sort of pieces of sculpture and maybe even some art that we can't see. And I love to think about the fact that people say, oh no, how can I put art in the kitchen? Well, why can't you?
100%. So this client never said why we can't do that. She probably wouldn't have done it on her own, but she really liked the idea. She's very game and open, and the truth is that the kitchen is so large that there's plenty of room to have everything that you could ever possibly want. It also has a great pantry that has the beautiful tiled floor on it, and so there was a lot of room, and you want the room to have some warmth and some layers, and it's too big and it's too open and it's too much a part of your life every single day to just make it a kitchen. It really is a living space, and so adding books and objects and art really kind of like that sort of layering does it, and we've done it in a way that it doesn't interfere with like the realities of actually, being able to use it as a kitchen as well.
And of course, the second kitchen clearly is in a loft.
It is. That is in a loft in Tribeca, in a historic loft building on Franklin Street that was probably converted to living space maybe in the 70s or the 80s. It was actually done by a famous Italian architect who's since died, and the lobby has a beautiful Sol LeWitt piece that covers all the walls of the lobby. And my clients bought it maybe about 10 years ago, and they had to move into it quickly, and they lived in it for a year or two, and we didn't really do anything but move them in. And then after they were there, they liked to cook, and they, at the time, their kids were maybe like 8 and 10. Now they're probably going to college, but they have lots of friends and they like to entertain. This particular pretty large alcove is on the side of a really large loft-like space that has a family room, a dining space, and another living room and a fireplace on one end. And then it has all windows overlooking, I think it's Varick Street on one side and Franklin on another. And so the kitchen was really, by the time that we did it, they had lived there long enough to know really what worked and what worked and what didn't work. So they loved there was an island there, and it worked super well with the kids and people coming and going and a casual lifestyle. And then all the sort of functionality of the kitchen was really thought out. And I wanted it to be sort of feel modern, but also kind of like, relate to an industrial loft building, which is what it was. We were lucky enough that they kept those beautiful columns that were original to the building, and the steel I-beam was exposed, and it just has like the real character of the loft. And the kitchen and the whole thing that we did to that apartment was try to take it a little bit backwards, closer to what it was originally, because the renovation in the 80s was really, it was very contemporary and a lot of drywall and just and not so functional. We ended up redoing the kitchen and the bathroom and like kind of all those spaces throughout the entire apartment. And they love this kitchen. It's super serviceable. It's very, very comfortable. It's durable. And it's just like it's very aesthetically beautiful, but it's very, very functional.
Yeah, it looks it. It absolutely does. It's charming. And Michele, actually, your kitchen I know fairly well. It just happens to be a waterworks kitchen, though that is not exactly why it's in the book. It's in there because it's different from all these other kitchens. It really feels modern, but I would call it soft modern. There's a sleekness to it, and yet there's a warmth. And it's brand new. So you might want to talk about that a bit.
Okay. This home was designed by Eric Olson, who's an architect in Southern California. It was designed for a couple from the Midwest, and they have 6 children, but they've all graduated from college, and this home is to be their home when they retire. So this house is on an interesting piece of land. It's on a kind of a triangular shaped lot. So Eric designed it kind of like a yacht. It jets out onto this triangular shaped lot, and it has views on 3 sides of the ocean. It's really extraordinary. And because of the views, he decided to put the kitchen on the 2nd floor. So when you're standing at the island, you're looking out to the Pacific and to Newport Harbor. And because the house is very light and there's lots of glass and lots of views, we decided we wanted to make the kitchen very dark to ground it, to kind of give it this like real prominence in that end of the house. And when we started working on the house, we had been to Waterworks and we noticed that you had introduced kitchens, and we saw this kitchen and we absolutely loved it. It was perfect for the house. And this finish is walnut. It's stained walnut, this really pretty blue-gray color. And it's hard to tell in the picture, but when you're there, you really see the grain of the wood, which I think is important. And I had never seen walnut stained a color, which I thought was very unusual. And we wanted to use this Calicata Viola, which is this very bold graphic marble. And we used it as much as we could. And then she told us to kind of put the brakes on it. And that's why the backsplash behind the range is another Waterworks product. It's the Arroyo tile. And I think it all looks really nice together. And then all the Waterworks faucets, the regulator faucet, we love that. We love the bold look of that. And then the hardware on this particular cabinetry is really cool because it's integrated into the drawers, and I think it makes another bold statement, which I had never seen, and I really liked it a lot.
Yeah, I think it looks eminently livable, although it is very tidy. I mean, I cannot imagine leaving a fork on the countertop, but that's okay too. I don't know how you manage that when there are 8 people in the house, but have at it. I was going to say that there's a question for Robert about the fact that there is some interesting art that draws the eye. And what the question is does anybody really worry about what's going to happen if you're preparing food, or is it just, it's nothing so precious that it really matters?
Yeah, I would say that if you're going to worry, that if I feel this way about anything in design and houses, if you're going to worry about anything, you shouldn't do it. It's like, you can't enjoy your life that way. And there's nothing in that particular image that's so precious that it couldn't get a little bit of, some milk splashed on it or some batter or something, and you could just kind of wipe it off. These are all like vintage, mostly French paintings that we bought in the flea market and places like that, and we just put nice frames on them. Some of them have glass on them and they're protected anyway. And so, yeah, just enjoy it. Just live with it.
So I'm going to ask a bigger, broader question that anyone might answer. As part of this, often clients want to visit kitchen showrooms. How do you manage through that? They'll see one of this and one of that, and they put it all together, and it looks like a big hodgepodge. And so, how do you control all of that? All right.
Call on somebody.
Tom, you got it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's probably a question that goes to anything you design. I think one of the things that we as designers do is listen to what our clients want, or listen to what the site's calling for, listen to, the other rooms in the house and how does the kitchen blend in. And you get a lot of signals. You get all kinds of signals when that happens. The owner brings images that seem disparate. And so one of your jobs is to sort of, cut through all the noise and sort of find the common thread. And that goes for a kitchen, that goes for visiting a showroom. You have to listen to it all, and then you have to create a story or some kind of theme you're following. And the more you can follow that, and the more you can select things that reinforce your idea and the client's desires, the better I think the kitchen will be. But you do have to, one of your jobs as an architect or an interior designer or anybody in the design world, an artist, is learning how to edit. And it's hard, but wasn't there a famous designer who said, get all dressed and take one thing off?
Coco Chanel.
It's true. It's absolutely true. And usually taking something out or eliminating things makes everything else stronger. So I think we're all editors at heart.
And I think that's our job. I think it's our job, Barbara, when we take a client into a showroom, there's already design in mind. I mostly take them to the kitchen showroom to look at the bells and whistles, not for design ideas. The kitchen is more or less been designed by the time we get to the showroom.
Yeah.
I would say the same thing too. We normally don't go to a showroom unless a client requests it. And it might be early on in a job that we would go, and it would be just like shopping for clothes or anything else. You're just going through the showrooms to get ideas and note what they like, what they don't like, what they're attracted to, what they move away from. And then later in a project, if we did a kitchen with waterworks or bull top or whatever, we would go in to look at all the details and that sort of stuff.
Bells and whistles.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, it's really, we're designing it, and it's more like what Tom said, like if people come with images of what they kind of want, then we look at all that and get to know them. And then sometimes I might think, you've got it all wrong, and like those ideas are not good, and I'll tell them that. And then other times, we end up with a kitchen that's a lot like what they wanted. It just depends on the client and all the specifics and stuff. But that's what it is for us.
I have a confession. We rarely go to showrooms either. I was trying to protect our friends at Waterworks who make kitchens. But we rarely go buy kitchen cabinetry from a showroom. We do go because you can see the latest cooktop or the latest refrigerator and that kind of thing, and the things that go in the drawers. But typically, we design our own kitchens. The exception is you mentioned, Robert mentioned Bulltop. If we're doing a really modern house and you want an Italian kitchen, that we'll probably buy. But for the most part, we design them ourselves, and we get ideas. I hope there's no one in the kitchen industry listening to this, although they're probably maybe they'll learn from this. But I think it's to get ideas on the functionality things, less necessarily buying a cabinet.
Yeah.
I think also for us, I mean, if I happen to think that Waterworks does a really nice job with kitchens, and there's a couple of other really nice companies, and sometimes we do go that route for different reasons, we would actually go to I would be more likely to go, or my team is more likely to go to the showroom to review things, look at samples and all that kind of stuff than our clients actually would go so much. They might go once. We might go.
Ultimately, you are the driver.
Yes.
And I find the clients are so interested in the ergonomics. I mean, again, it's about the functionality so much. They're pretty trusting on the design forefront, but the ergonomics are so imperative in making a kitchen, really work. If a kitchen doesn't work, it's useless.
That's so interesting, because as we designed our kitchen, we were designing it thinking about aging in place. And that's an interesting thing. I mean, I would never admit that I'm 105, but that's okay. But on the other hand, it was, how do the poles work? How does the faucet work? How easy is it to turn on the stove? Do I have to bend over to turn on the oven? Yes, I do. And now I'm so mad. It wasn't necessary. So I think, thinking about technical things is really important. I actually don't very much care about appliances. I only care about the visuals. So that's the other part. So one question, I don't know how much time we really have, but I'm curious about a kitchen that you've been to that's just left this lasting impression on you. Michele, what do you think?
Oh my gosh. A friend of mine built a villa outside of Versailles in France, and he put the kitchen in the basement, and it was gigantic, the kitchen, and the whole perimeter of this room and the island was a turquoise Le Cornu kitchen.
Oh my God.
The island, the hood, the cabinets all the way around, and I'll never forget it. It was gigantic and it was beautiful.
Did you feel like you were in the bottom of a swimming pool?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Incredible.
I don't know. Somebody asked me that question, and I only remember parts. So I was in a kitchen in France, and I remembered this simply gorgeous floor that I always thought I would have someday, but there it remains. It is not coming with me, for sure. And I have just one more question. And so, Beth, you can start. So what do you think is the biggest mistake that people can make when thinking about and planning for a kitchen that you just pull them out of the hole?
Well, functionality, of course, is key. I mean, as I said, you're not going to use it and you're not going to be happy there if it doesn't work. And I've had clients take out, I have a client right now taking out an Aga, literally out of their extraordinarily beautiful new kitchen. It was her husband's choice to put in the Aga, and he was English and he loved it, and she hates it. So, after a major renovation, they're pulling the Aga out and she's putting something more functional in. So, I'm quite persnickety when it comes to the appliance package and sort of how the client looks at that and how they really understand that product. We just got through doing our kitchen in Atlanta, and because of sort of the restraints of our property, we have a convection stovetop. I had to call the supplier over 3 times to walk me through it because it was a little bit problematic. So now that I've gotten used to it, I'm fine with it. But I do sort of look at those details of the kitchen design as being imperative. And then, of course, the bells and whistles. I care about those bells and whistles. I care what's in that drawer. I care how we've been cooking 3 meals a day down here in South Carolina, and I want to redo the kitchen. So, it's not that I didn't design it. My husband, who can't boil water, did, but he was thoughtful about it and he did a great job, and he had every bell and whistle in that kitchen. But we need that extra dishwasher. We need that. I want to redo the whole pantry, and sort of, again, it's the workability of that space that I deem the most important part of kitchen design. Yes, it needs to be beautiful, but it needs to function.
Yeah.
I do ask my clients, are you a fake cook or a real cook? When we start the project.
Yes. I'm a fake cook, by the way. 3 meals a day. No. I really only do 1 meal a day, but every day I think this is my 12th week, sort of isolated. It's like, oh my God, just get me a pizza, please.
Well, people are certainly figuring out what's wrong with their kitchen during all of this.
Yes, exactly. So do I have enough time here? That what I wanted to ask is, how do you make a kitchen really personal? You know, you look at some of these beautiful kitchens, and I went through all these gazillion pictures to find ones that I thought looked great in the book, and all of them are so pristine. But how do you make a kitchen personal? Tom, what do you think?
I guess, you know, again, part of it boils down to getting to know your client well and listening to the things they say and the things that they don't say. You kind of, you have to sort of read between the lines. And, you know, doing your best to mirror who you think they are. Best question's a good one. Are you a real cook, or do you just want to show off a kitchen? And people do both. By the way, one of the things we haven't talked about is this trend I see lately of having a show kitchen and a working kitchen. I don't know if you others find that. So a lot of times, they do have a show kitchen, and that's who they want everybody to believe they are, or that's where they want to make some toast. But the real action happens in another room. But I think you have to listen to your client, and I think you become kind of a channeler or a diviner, and you pull the stuff together. And I think the interesting thing to do is to take what you think they like and to kind of push them a little bit and to make it more them than they already are almost. Because in some ways, even if they're real working cooks, it's still it's still a little bit of theater. It's still a show place. It's still a place they want to feel comfortable. So I think it boils down to, like all these things in a house or an apartment, is getting to know your client.
Yeah. And the hardest part is, and I talk about this all the time to our sales consultants, is learning how to listen. That's a really hard thing to do. You know, usually, I mean, like, oh my God, I'm jumping ahead. No, stop. What do you really have to say?
Well, it's true in a funny way. If you listen, it's not just listening to the client, it's listening to the area you're building, it's thinking about the history of the area, it's thinking, you know, in some ways, it's an oversimplification. These things sort of design themselves. You're there just to pull the pieces together as an editor or a writer. Right. So that is the most important thing, is kind of keeping your ear to the ground.
Yeah. So Robert, last words.
Sure. I think just to that, well, two things. You asked about a kitchen that left an impression on me. Yeah. I once was at a barbecue at Richard Meyer's house down the street from me, and we were outside, and I'd never been in the house before, and Anna was like, oh, well, Richard said, like, come in and see the kitchen, or come in and see the house. And so I went in with Richard, and then Anna whispered to me on the side, his daughter, and she said, oh my God, thank God you're going in there. You have to tell him we need a new kitchen. The kitchen was like from the 1950s. And I was like, okay, I'll do what I can. And I went in and I loved the kitchen. It was like this beautiful old school kitchen. The house, I'm sure, was built in the 20s. Maybe a part of it, I'm sure, goes back to the 20s. It didn't feel like an antique. It totally functioned, but it was not a kitchen that we would do today. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I actually love your dad's kitchen the way it is. I don't think you should do anything.
Oh, no. It works. And she walked you back.
It's very also unexpected for Richard Meyer, because, you know, he lives in this like 1920s Georgian house in the Hamptons, and he's a modernist architect. So like, it's interesting. And, you know, if you didn't know him, you would never probably know that about him. But I would also say, just about the kitchen and everything, and how do you make it livable and personal and all that, is, for me, it's layering. And you know, the easiest way for me to sell what I do to my clients is to show them how I live my own life. And I use my kitchen. My kitchen in the Hamptons has a bar in it, a small bar in it, because we make drinks in there. I do have a bar in my house, but it's not convenient. So we do that. We have all the oils and the spices. They're out on the counter. They're organized on trays. You could go on and on and on. I have lots of, you know, vintage ceramic pieces that are all functional, but they're also beautiful, and they're collected together. And it's about showing people that, and seeing if they like it, what they're attracted to, what they like, and then figuring out how you can interject all that sort of stuff into their life in a way that they will use. Because if you just make it pretty and it's not practical, it's stupid, they're going to get frustrated and annoyed, and I don't like it because it's not real anyway. But if you can bring that into their life by listening to them and asking a million questions and finding out how they're really going to live in their kitchen, how they're going to cook, who's going to use it, when they're going to use it. You can sort of put in all those layers and also show the real life of a kitchen, like what you're really doing. And it's okay. The kitchen doesn't have to be perfect, but it can be stylish. And if it's beautifully designed and everything, you can have a little bit of a mess. And that's how we do it. Just put in things that are functional and beautiful and that you can use. And it just adds a level of, takes off all the edge of everything being brand new.
So Michele, my last question, I think this is probably way longer than it's supposed to be. So that beautiful kitchen, wherever it is that's newly done, how do they use it? Do they put anything out? There isn't a sign of a coffee pot or a cookbook or anything. How does that thing come to life? It looks stunningly gorgeous and simple and elegant, but how is it going to come to life now that hopefully people are living in it and loving it?
Well, so only 2 people really live there because the children are all grown. So it's just the husband and wife that live there when they're in Southern California. And if you look to the right, you see another regulator faucet. That's actually a bar. So we did put the bar in the kitchen like you were mentioning, Robert. Mm-hmm. And then there's a pantry behind the big regulator faucet. That's a pantry where there's a whole coffee station in the pantry. So I just think they're super neat and tidy. Whenever I go there, this is how it looks. There's never junk sitting out.
So layering is not their thing?
No.
No. All right, so they're super modern. Well, I think we are way over our time, and I'm so grateful that you came on today and that we've had a chance to talk about kitchens. It's always great for me to understand that other people out there are thinking about their kitchens as I did, which is really, I never really know until somebody says, oh yeah, I was thinking about that too. So thank you, Tom and Beth and Robert Stilin and Michele. It's been great to have you here today.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Well, I've got a feeling that rooms imbue themselves. They tell you things. Rooms have terrific voices, and they tell you what to do. And even in a brand new space, it'll say, don't put me there, don't hang a picture here. You have to listen to the room. It's more important than the client or me, really.
It's one of the things that, when students come up and ask me, or young people that want to do design, and they say, well, what school should I go to, or what should I do after I finish my course, or can I come and intern with you? I always say, listen, to me, the most important thing you can ever do as a designer, and this is at any age, whether you're 12 or 70, is travel. Yeah. To travel, to experience new places, just experiencing something new and being open to those surroundings and the feelings and the things that you see, the smells, the touch, the people, the food, it's everything.
I think it's so important to see things that maybe don't fit in what you're thinking about, what your style is. But I think it's about curiosity, and I really celebrate people who are curious, who do follow things. That's where my inspiration comes from, or seeing a lot of stone together in someplace in London, or just anything like that. And then people, when you work with people, you do find their interests, and then maybe you all can go see artists, or, I'm constantly going to exhibitions and things.
Mm-hmm. We all travel a lot, and that's an aspect where you find out about artisans and craft. You two were in Greece, and you probably had a lot of fun there on your.
Maybe a little bit.
But I was curious if you were. I just wanted to ask if there was anything you saw there that was inspiring in terms of craft or artisanship that really excited you.
Yeah, we actually went to Istanbul for a couple days before too, and the combination of the two. It was incredible. I mean, just being able to see. I think I was obsessed with the marble,
And
you
Hagia
and I wanted
Sophia.
to like lick everything.
Yeah, it was
Which would have
because
been really gross. But the marble
really
was
good,
insane,
too.
but really good.
the not only the range of the marble, and especially in like the Hagia Sophia,
Yep.
which was
Insane.
so breathtaking in its scale, and sort of I'd studied it in school, but it's not the
So
same.
you're
You get in
in
there and you're so overwhelmed.
My eyes are always open. I'm always noticing things, and it can be a tiny detail or a texture on something, and it strikes me, and I'll translate it in some other way, later on. It's not always so literal. It's just something that I think is beautiful or interesting that catches my eye, and it somehow stays in my head. I mean, we did the show house we did Kip Spade this spring. It really was a lot of ideas. Everyone says, ask, well, what was your inspiration? And it was an inspired room. But essentially, it was just a lot of ideas that I had in my head that I was just waiting for the opportunity to put out there. There was a style of sofa and a detail on a sofa that I wanted to try. There was a detail that I translated into a bar I designed. So I feel like it's just kind of this constant, reference of things that I see in my head that stick with me and that I translate later on. Yeah, it's.
Sally, what about you?
I echo similarly, but also Jake and I love the library and the just sitting on the floor and taking out books. Dated usually is the bet. Like if you can get to the 60s, even the 70s, but go back further. Like you just 50s, yeah, just take them out, make piles, and everyone, the librarians hate you after because you surely put them back in the wrong place. Check them out for too long, you forget that you have. But the library is an incredible resource.
So we're doing this restoration. We had to take the second story off because there's some 2-story spaces, and it's an extensive project of restoring it, at least in volume, and all the details back to what Buff and Hensman were doing at that time. My client goes to Jelena for dinner in Venice and is like, there's this reclaimed wood and it's barn wood and I love it and we have to do it. And I was like, I love it there. I've been there. I know what you're talking about. It's great. But that is not what Buff and Hensman would do. So it would be stucco and it would be white and it would be this. So we had this ongoing conversation, and at the same time we were opening up the house to the indoor-outdoor flow, and he really wanted it to feel like a pavilion but be very warm. So after 4 weeks of back and forth and lots of discussion, I said, okay, you can have the barnwood, but you're going to regret this. On the note of feeding into a trend, this ended up being the most published house for us. So we did feed into a trend. It hit at the right time, and so, in some ways it worked out. In other ways, I can't look at it anymore. So that's on that note.
What happens, for example, if there's someone who doesn't feel particularly, or maybe they don't have a particularly compelling story or they haven't tapped into that? How do you bring that out? Or do you ever have to kind of create a narrative for yourself?
Well, again, I think that we all have it within us. It's just untapping it. And I think that, oftentimes, people say, well, I don't know what I like. And that's so not true. And I think that sometimes it's just, do you go through their closet? Do you go through their collection? Even their handbag, anything that is
You're
just...
going through their handbags?
I am, darling. But yeah, it's that people, I think we're so quick, and again, it's this Western way, this linear thinking that, I think that some clients that they want to control the process, and they don't understand that, sometimes to get that information, you have to go a little bit wide.
I know that obviously clients have their own set of rules, things they're looking for. What are they asking for today, and how do you take what they want and turn it into something that is timeless?
I think part of it is that you want it. For me, I want it to feel like it's effortless. It doesn't feel like that. It looks like that it was collected over a period of time. It doesn't feel like that you went and bought everything all at one time and installed it all at once. And I think the best projects, to my mind, are those that take place that are sort of evolved over a period of time with the client's directive. I mean, people have certain things that they like and that they bring to the table and that they have their wish list. And I always try to accommodate that in a way that feels like it's happened over a period of time, but it's happened sort of holistically, and it just doesn't feel staged or contrived.
Really, when it comes down to it, the accessories, the art, the books, the record collection, the Hawaiian shirt collection, whatever it is, tell the story of the person who's there. To me, what I feel that we have to do in my office is, one, make the people look sexier than they are, sometimes richer than they are, sometimes thinner than they are, sometimes fatter than they are.
Keep going.
So, how do you do this? You build them up with all these tricks of color, of size, of scale. But the actual finishing touches is the one that when people walk in and they happen to notice your 5,000 LP collection and they're into it, that is a whole new friendship in one go.
But what I learned first at Macmillan, which I just hadn't thought of before, was obviously you have to start with the floor and furniture plan and then fill it in. But that was something that, having not been trained at design school, I learned when I was at Macmillan. And what I love about Macmillan being a full-service interior design firm is that we have interior architects who also teach us, and it's very much of a teaching environment, which I think my mother is amazing at.
Yeah, you should see how the lessons are received.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Levine-Bruno, Group Publishing Director of the Luxury and Design Collection. And on behalf of everyone at Hearst and the Luxury and Design Collection, we are delighted to be hosting this next hour as part of LCDQ Strong. Interestingly enough, for those of you who don't know, the first ever Legends of La Cienega was in fact created and hosted exclusively by the La Cienega Design Quarter and Elle Decor back in May 2009. We knew then what we know now, which is that great designers live forever. Their style keeps making an impact for years and decades to follow. That much was very clear in Los Angeles 11 years ago, and it still holds true today. So I've had to prepare some remarks for a few different events or Zoom events that have taken place over the course of these last few days within our group. And as I've been thinking through it all, I couldn't help but think that there is so much sameness right now, too much. And what we're all really proud of in this group is that each of our editors-in-chief truly takes the time to take a step back and to ask themselves, how am I different? And the answer to this becomes so brilliantly apparent in each of our print issues and all of the content we're putting out on our websites and across our social media platforms. So, this design community is an extraordinary network of artisans and creative talents and business people who work in an ecosystem to bring beauty and function to our environments. We're absolutely seeing the strength and depth of this community during this pandemic, and our media brands stand at the nexus of this community. We're so proud of the role we play in bringing the many parts of this world together, and we know our work is more important than ever. And speaking of roles we're proud of, some of you are aware of one of the great developments from our group that we launched early on during our work from home days, which is our own Luxury and Design Collection COVID-19 Relief Initiative. It's called Design Unites, and it's benefiting Habitat for Humanity in New York City. If you haven't already, I urge you to check it out at #DesignUnites and also the live auction on Charity Buzz. The three editors on this panel and their editorial teams have been supporting this campaign on our websites and across all our social handles. And I'm especially grateful to so many of our advertising partners and industry friends who have provided and bid on these auction lots. And I'm really happy to share that as of today, we have raised nearly $65,000 for Habitat New York City, and we're going to keep on going. So I think you'll really enjoy the energy and the insights from the three editors you're about to hear from. As someone who spends many hours a week engaging with each of them, I can truly say that these editors celebrate design in all of its forms, We respect and we champion the many magic makers tuning in today, those of you who create and who innovate and problem solve day in and day out. All of us are here to support you and to support this great industry. So to Tamar, I congratulate you and your team for today's impressive undertaking and production. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you someone who I've known and admired for many years, David Netto. David's work has appeared in all 3 of the magazines represented here, not only as a decorator, but as a writer and editor. And he is also a very trusted advisor. David's keen eye and his knowledge of design and architectural history is always uncompromised. His enthusiasm for this industry is so hugely infectious for those who know him. And he is a cherished member of our Hearst Design family. So with that, I present to you, David Netto.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. I have to confess to being very intimidated because, as Jennifer pointed out, I have at one time or another worked for all 3 of these illustrious editors who we're going to be talking to and hearing from. And when they're your bosses and they're not looking at you, you can sort of keep your terror to yourself. But on live television or whatever this is that we're doing, Zoom, it's harder to disguise it when you get the shakes. But this is a way of it's a put up, not a put down. And my day of being the Anderson Cooper of design, I'm going to enjoy it. God damn it if it's the last thing I do. So I'm going to introduce you to some really terrific personalities and great executives who are shaping the conversation about design in America today as much as anyone. Joanna Saltz is the editor-in-chief of House Beautiful. She is very friendly, very accessible, and very outspoken. Stellene Volandes is on many lips these days because she's just been made editorial director of Elle Decor, and you know her well as editor-in-chief of Town and Country for the last many years. But she's going to bring a lot of new ideas and great taste and knowledge to Elle Decor now, starting I think 10 days ago or something. It's very recent development. And then lastly, Steele, who is the editor-in-chief of Veranda. She's joining us from home. We're all home except me. I'm in an office. But that's one of the big subjects of today. So it's actually an advantage that we're all at home because home has never been more important, as one of you pointed out recently in a conversation. I'm going to start by directing a few questions to one of you specifically, because I know this very well, this Zoom syndrome of people all starting to talk at the same time. But then it'll get kicked around, and I encourage it to turn into a conversation. Storytelling is a thing that you all do. Editor-in-chief is a very interesting job because it isn't one job. It's, as Mario Buada once said about decorating, you have to be a psychiatrist to have the relationship with the client, you have to be an artist to do the design, and you have to be a lawyer to get paid. And editor-in-chief may have several more bullet points than that underneath it. But Steele, storytelling is always an important part of your job. How has the current environment changed the way you go about that? And I would say specifically, looking towards the next 6 months, the second half of this year, because it's always, magazines are sort of locked and loaded 2 to 3 months in advance. So some of the storytelling that you're showing now is probably pre-COVID, but how is it changing for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I think that, to your point, storytelling is actually more important now than ever. And frankly, as is often the case in challenging times, we have a great opportunity to leverage our authority as storytellers. One specific, very kind of print magazine relevant example is that, we're not, to your point, up until about now, we had content in the can. We are shooting, but we're shooting on a much reduced and slower schedule. So we're having to choose very carefully what we actually shoot and what we use pickup imagery for and that sort of thing. And so we feel like where in the past we would have just defaulted to creating these beautiful product vignette shots. Now we have an opportunity to maybe give those new products, more context. And that's something that we really excel in. So we're showing new product, but we're, perhaps including an illustration, a little bit more text, some more in-depth interviews, some more, for us, historical information about where these ideas and trends have come from. And I think, again, it's just an opportunity for us to leverage our greatest skill, which is as storytellers. So I actually see a lot of opportunity for that.
I actually think what's interesting about the question is that storytelling, even during this time, how we approach it has changed, because this whole time that we've been home has had its own phases. Yeah. And when we first all were thrust into this situation, I think there was panic, and we were just telling all the stories,
whatever story
we could think of to tell. We felt this urge to be entertainers. We felt an urge to, we didn't know what was going to happen to the print. So we also thought, let's sort of just really amp up everything. I think now we're in a different phase. I think the story, I think of it like, at the beginning, everyone was Tiger King, right? It was like chaos and just like everything. Now we've
Are you talking specifically about live IG stories?
Just throw it at the wall. In a way, but I think also now we know that our print magazines are still being published. So we have the opportunity to tell those stories still. Our websites, our traffic is up more than ever. So we know that content is being received and it's desired. So now I think we're shifting towards that sort of daily or hourly storytelling that we do on social media, is shifting back a little bit more to a place where we're much more directed and strategic. And, it's sort of like we're in the unorthodox.
Because you're calmer.
We're calmer, and we also know what we're dealing with.
And I want to ask you about, sorry to interrupt you. I'm doing the Zoom thing that I dreaded. I'm doing it myself.
I love that.
I want to ask you about the role of an archive in the life of a magazine now. I know Town and Country has an incredible archive, and it's the oldest of the three magazines we're talking about today. Do you find you've referred back to that archive in response to not being able to do shoots?
Well, I will tell you that what's amazing about having an archive is looking at how all our magazines have responded to crises in the past. So certainly with Town and Country, I can go back to 1918 and look at how it dealt with the Spanish flu. But Elle Decor also, you have a 3-decade history. So you can look back and see, after 9/11, how did it respond? After the 2008 recession, how did it respond? I think history is a guide for all of us. And I think that history also is so powerful as far as storytelling, because it gives us a path to how we got through it. And, I love reading everything about New York history, because I am so invested in the future of this city, and to read about how it got through 1918, how it got through the wars, how it got through 9/11 and came back stronger than ever. There's comfort there, and there's comfort in that for our readers, for our clients, for everyone watching.
What was a Town and Country cover during 1918, during the
pandemic? We're running one in the next issue, actually, and there were a lot of, it was all illustration, and it was an illustration of a child bored at home.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Boy, did they know.
Sorry?
I said, boy, did they know about that.
Boy,
no
did they
Netflix, no, video games. That was the real hard.
It's a
YouTube.
Or YouTube. It's a child on a sofa with like a mandolin next to her.
Oh, I love it.
Oh my God. Joanna Saltz, talk to us.
Hi.
Hi.
I just, well, I can't top that. Following Stellene, I'm quickly finding following Stellene is very challenging. So that is, but
I know
that's
how
a
you
good
feel.
anecdote. I know. I think that the thing that I'm realizing, and I don't know if this is me like projecting on my audience or what, but I think the thing that I'm reacting to when it comes to sort of the content that we're creating is just the fact that like time is sort of passing us by, right? That I think in a lot of ways, in sort of to Stellene's point of us having gone through multiple phases. I mean, we've really, we've been home for 3 months now, or 2 months. I mean, what is time really is what is it? What even is it in this world? But the fact that all of this stuff is passing us by, and kids graduating high school, not getting to do all of these fun things, and parties and events that we had, and being at LCDQ, things that we should have been doing. And I think that that's forcing our audience in particular, but I'm sure it's similar to the other brands here, to realize, like, take life by the horns and make the changes that you feel like you need to make. And so for us, from a storytelling perspective, I've really sort of tried to force the tactic of, not just showing the beautiful things, as House Beautiful has always done, but also really helping people get that, like, help them make those dreams a reality. On housebeautiful.com, we've been doing a lot of content on real estate, because we just also think not only from the design perspective, but that people are going to want to move, to change, to look at what's around them and understand, is this right for us? This is not right for us. Whatever it is, take the leap. But really, it has come down to service. It really has been. We are in a time now where people need help, and help at every level.
Mm-hmm.
And how can House Beautiful sort of take them into that next phase? I mean, I think there is going to be like a pre-pandemic and post-pandemic universe, and the two are going to be extremely different.
So do you have a plan for that, say, beginning in some issue in the fall? How you would address that personally?
I mean, you'll even see, like, because we were in the midst of this with our summer issue, which actually just hit newsstands today. So you're going to see a lot more service infused. And frankly, I mean, and I know Steele's amazing issue just came out not that long ago, and a true celebration of loving your space and, feeling like you're taken away, even though you can't leave your walls. And so we're certainly playing that same tune where, just understanding what are the things that you can do in your home that can change your mood, that can make you feel more calm, that can make you feel more rejuvenated. What are those things that can make you feel like you're on vacation, even though you can't fly anywhere right now? And so I think it's been, our team's true sort of force of like making all of our content be not just inspirational, because that is still so important in this industry. We still need inspiration. And now that we can't go anywhere, it's even more critical that our brands offer that inspiration. But
it
also
also
action.
must involve a tightrope walk between aspirational stuff, because you have to be inspirational, you have to be extravagant, you have to be a little unrealistic. The magazine that you're making is about dreaming, not just, cleaning kitchens or something. And then at the same time, in these times,
like, are you judging me, David? Is that what this is?
I am no way.
No, never.
No, but I'm saying
behind this camera.
I feel for you, because you have to keep it real enough that people aren't annoyed to be told that they should go to this hotel in Italy that's so fabulous and they can't go there, or they should renovate their house, but they can't get a contractor to come in the building.
But at the same time, it's important to bring the world. I mean, I think it's important for us to bring what they can't see and what they can't have to them in a way that may be more relevant now than even before.
Well, and I think also we all have the opportunity right now, because your home has to be all these things.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the idea of service, your house is at your service more than it ever has been before, and it is now your favorite restaurant. It is your movie theater. It is your hotel. Your backyard pool is now the Hotel du Cap, so what are you doing in your space, and what can we tell you to do?
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
To be there. I just
you now can try and mimic, but it also is about how to bring in things that create a fantasy and that make your home all things it can be, because right now it has to be.
I think too, to that point, we've always sort of said it in the context of our whole home initiative that we create every fall, but that also, taking care of your home is sort of the like highest echelon of self-care, right? Like we invest in our haircuts and we invest in our skincare routines and our gyms and all of those things, but a lot of times we live with mediocrity in our space, and this is 100%. The thing that's physically cradling us every single day of our lives. And so how are we not just making them work harder for us, but also, make us feel like really, truly envelop us and make us feel something.
Safe, comfortable, and happy. I mean, I think
totally
relaxed.
Right. And now we are in them more than ever. So you are so much more aware of how you feel in your home or your apartment.
Yeah.
And I think that as soon as we can, we are going to make sure that whatever is missing, whether it's in how it makes us feel or the appliances we don't have or the beautiful linens we need to bring in. I think as soon as we can, there is going to be this just surge of renovation, redecoration, because you realize how much your surroundings impact you. They impact how you work. They impact how you think. I mean, the power of space has never been more clear.
At the risk of being a little annoying, like, I alluded to with the Marie Antoinette problem, it's going to also make a lot of people very interested in having second homes that didn't have them before.
Yes,
it's already done that. It's already done that. If you're in a position financially to act on that, you might not have thought of that as a priority before March, but I know many, many people who do feel that way now.
Or first homes. I feel like I know people who are living in apartments in Brooklyn and Manhattan who are like, let's go, let's buy a house. Finally, let's bite the bullet and do it. Like we've got, time is passing us by. This is what I was saying. Like, let's just go and buy the house we've always wanted to buy. I mean, I do feel like that's really happening.
Right. It's never seemed like more of an investment.
Totally. I do want to say though, to that point, and I'm just bringing up the quote because I want to make sure I quote it like perfectly. Hadley Keller, who's our senior editor at House Beautiful, had done an interview sort of talking about design in this time, and she spoke to a designer named Adam Rolston. He's a partner at INC, and what he said that really struck me. Oh wait, did I lose you? Hold on, sorry, my computer froze. Oh, there we are. Okay. Technology. So what he said that really spoke to me was, he said, I think it's a critical time to be a designer. We're going to help make the physical world an easier and better place to be. And in a way, when this is over, frankly, designers will sort of be the frontline workers of that recovery. And I think that that's an extraordinary statement, but also a truth, that we really are, all of us here, and I imagine the audience that's watching us are going to be sort of charged with the weight of having to help this entire community of global citizens sort of move forward into the next stage.
There's a phrase that we have been tossing around that's sort of, it's our responsibility, and frankly, to Joe's point, the responsibility of the audience probably who's here today, to help people figure out how they want to live. It's not just home, apartment, second home, country, city. How do you want to live? And the design community, in a way, I think has a greater responsibility and is at the forefront of that in a way that perhaps they never have been or haven't been in a long time. And I think that's really exciting. And again, I think it's just a huge opportunity to leverage that great authority that the design community has.
So this is all very optimistic and encouraging. I feel better myself hearing you talk about this. But a lot of what we're experiencing is also about real pain, especially when you think of the economic pain that small businesses, merchants of antiques and people who can't deliver associated with our industry are going through. I hear about that, and I find the coverage actually has been quite definitive in the business of home about that since this started. But I want to ask each of you personally, what's the most difficult experience, COVID-specific experience to running, your magazine that you've actually had to manage? We'll start with Stellene.
Okay. I will tell you that not being on the 27th floor of Hearst Tower is an enormous loss for me. We talk a lot about how in certain movies or in certain novels, the house is a character. It has such a powerful pull on how people in the novel or the movie behave. And the 27th floor for Elle Decor and for Town and Country, they share that space. And that floor is as much a piece of content in every issue those magazines create as anything. It's a floor where like there's Greek food being served all the time, and there's a Broadway actor coming in to borrow a pin for the Tonys and to ask Ingrid and Parker how to decorate his apartment. And it's a constant flow of ideas. And there's a sort of traffic of energy and inspiration on that floor that I really miss. And we have tried very hard to recreate it over this, but I think it only underscores really what I said before, that the power of space, of where you create, is incredibly important to what you create. And I'm adjusting, and I know I have to adjust, but I do think we all realize how, the walls we create in are powerful. So, and the theater. I mean,
I know that about you. Yeah. Stellene is a huge supporter of the New York theater.
Yeah.
I think they maybe have it worse than anybody. I mean, when you think about the impact on Broadway productions, I just can't believe it. But there is you probably know a lot about that since you know so many of the players.
I do. I think they, when I speak to them, they all, are understandably worried, and, there are amazing things that we're not going to be able to see. I mean, Scott Pass set for Virginia Woolf is an incredible environment, and it ran for like 4 previews. But I think that they also feel like they want to come back when they all feel comfortable coming back, and when the audience feels comfortable coming back. It's, that the audience and the people on stage form a community. And if people are uncomfortable doing that, it impacts what's on stage. So, but hopefully things will, by the fall or winter, it'll be back in some shape or form.
Steele, do you have an experience you want to share?
I was actually listening to Stellene talk about the lack of what we're going to see, like what we won't get to see that we would have, I think that's probably the toughest part for me. I mean, for me, living in Birmingham, Alabama, quite frankly, and quite such a shame, it's not so much theater for me, but it's the opportunity and the real need, frankly, to travel to do my job and to see architecture around the world. And I had a trip to Rome planned for the end of March. I was taking my family overseas for the first time, my little boys. And that sounds like a champagne problem. It's not the canceled trip so much as it is the lack of engagement beyond these 4 walls. I'm grateful for the 4 walls I have, and I'm grateful for my street that I live on and the community that I have here. But I depend on High Point, damn it. I do, I get relationships, ideas, I touch things, I sit on things, Milan. I mean, we really, as editors, we crave LCDQ, we get so many story ideas from going to LA. So yes. It's hard not to be in person, and, those little moments that you have like over a cup of coffee or over a glass of wine that it's like a little nugget, and then you run with it, and then you see something, and then you go back because you want to follow up. And it's like, that's what the spontaneity of that, I think, is what you can't recreate on Zoom. On the flip side, if I can like paint, it's just part of who I am to paint the, positive side of things. I will say I've had more one-on-one conversations than ever before because that's how I can stay in touch. Like David, we had a great call Tuesday afternoon. I think that's something
you had no time for me until COVID. Yeah, I noticed my career's taken right off since everyone's
Please. No, but I mean, that's how I feel is like everyone's housebound. They can probably give me 30 minutes on the phone, but that's something I want to take forward when I am back on the run and on the go more. But I don't know. I miss the in-person thing. It's hard to recreate.
Probably view that travel as a hardship because you have young children.
True. I mean, if I'm being this is like pulling back the curtain on Steele's personal life, but it's
that's what we want to do here.
That's why we're here.
I live in 2,000 square feet, which is probably very large for New York standards, but I've got a family of 4. They're all men. My dog is a boy. Like I'm not used to being surrounded by this much testosterone. Like, please, so here's what I'm doing to thrive. I painted my bedroom pink and now I'm painting my dining room pink. It's a second pink room makeover during COVID.
Have you noticed?
Pardon?
Have these men noticed that they're
they're on board. Pink? They're on board.
Well, they sound like gentlemen.
They're gentlemen, of course. Yes, of course.
But it's the South, and it's you, so they would be.
Well, I rambled on though. That's my
no. The more free-form and personal, the better. These answers. I think people want to, editors-in-chief. Women want to be you. Men desire you. It's a dream job. It's a huge sort of mythic career, and probably because another side effect of this circumstance, is that people get to have what seems like an intimate conversation with you through the computer right now, and you should tell them what in more structured circumstances just wouldn't. It's not that you might not be willing to share it, but it wouldn't come out the same way because you'd be behind a podium or something. Is that the dog?
That's the dog. Sorry.
My daughter is like sneaking in and out behind us. I can see her. So just ignore. Just do not look. I put chairs blocking this room so no one could get in. She had to leap over furniture to get in.
When I was watching Chris Cuomo in his basement, which was a similar camera angle to you, his wife kept coming in at the top of the stairs and putting down a tray of food when he was sitting down there. And I was like, I don't know if that's such a great idea. What's she doing up there? She's going to get sick. And then she did get sick.
She did get sick.
So crazy. I'm going to jump in though and talk about the thing I feel sad about. I'm going to turn this into a therapy session. So I hope all of the people watching, first of all, let's talk about real hardship. Like the things that we get to do all day are we're very, very lucky to be in this industry. And I know that there are challenging moments in this industry, but there are definitely people out there who are championing. And so all of that said, obviously, I'm sad that we don't get to I don't get to meet people.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I'm new to this industry. I've been in this job for a year and a half with change. Last year I turned our editor's letter into a roundtable discussion with designers. As many of you know, I go around the country and I get to sit with people and chat with them and hear their ideas, and they get to hear my point of view, and I get to meet them. And it's so funny, even now thinking back, I had a roundtable sort of in early March that was supposed to be in Atlanta. And admittedly, and it was fantastic, truly fantastic talent on that panel. I mean, you guys know the Atlanta community, such extraordinary designers there. And I couldn't fly, and I felt almost embarrassed telling them that I was going to have to do it remotely. And now thinking back of where we are and what has happened over the last few months, I have one tomorrow within another group of extraordinary talent, and it's all via Zoom, and it'll be great. It'll be amazing, and the people are fantastic, and the Atlanta one turned out fantastic, and no one will be the wiser, but it is hard to not meet people and also I'm tired of looking at my wrinkles. I need that to stop. But I'm sad to not get out there and spend time with, events and all of those things. I'm not particularly extroverted. I do love to connect with humans. And
do you go on your own shoots?
I don't generally. I mean, I have an amazing team of people. Robert Ruffino, who you know, and
Sure.
you know, amazing, great creative people. Mark Davila, and I have a really good team. So I don't need to. But this roundtable every month was a really special moment for me to sort of sit and talk and connect, and listen, and you know, not to be able to do that. I mean, I agree with Steele that, like, you know, all of these events, the LCDQs and everything, are also such a touchstone for inspiration, but also for connection. You know, it's like we are, in a lot of ways, we are our brands, and us being able to be out there and talking to people is how we sort of manifest that in just something as simple as conversation. So,
and I want to, like, something again that Stellene said about what we didn't get to see. I want to make sure that art and creation is still happening, you know,
right.
And a lot of what funds it and what makes it possible to happen is by the public sort of going to see it. And if I legitimately worry about that. If there aren't art gallery openings, will artists keep making art? You know, please, I mean, they will, because they have that calling or whatever, but if something can't be seen, will it be made? You know, that's like a question that actually does keep me up at night a little bit.
And if something can't be seen to then be written about, will it have the life in public consciousness,
correct,
the culture that it deserved?
Yeah, art is what helps us understand these moments, I think, more than anything else. It brings us, and it gives us connection and community too.
Mm-hmm.
So speaking of things not being seen that should be seen, how should a designer go about getting their work published now if they can't photograph it? This is probably something everybody in the audience who's trying to be published is a decorator, and I include myself in this, you know, experience of this frustration. Do you have an answer to that question?
I mean,
okay.
I should have named someone. Let's give that to Stellene. She had a first thought, sure. And you're gonna have to figure this out at Elle Decor a lot, because you walked in at the precise moment of paralysis.
Yes. Well, listen, I think that we all have, do shoot all the time, right? So there is an inventory. But I think what also in pitching us projects now, I think that you either need to have that photographed and present it to us photographed, or you have to understand that there might be a delay we will be shooting again, at some point. I mean, there are ways we can shoot now. Is it ideal? Absolutely not. So if you present something and you really want the magazine to photograph it, with a specific photographer, I think being understanding that we will have to wait to do that. I think even in acknowledging that in your pitch is very, very helpful, because I think the other thing we're all beginning to realize is how dependent we are on each other and how connected we all are to each other. And I think that goes, for this design community, for the publishing community, for our advertising partners, and for all of us. Even as editors-in-chief, the sort of sharing of problems and solutions, we have never talked more with each other. So I think that acknowledging that there is a beautiful project, there are not professional photos, but I understand it might not have, you might not be able to photograph this and, for it to appear until a winter issue. And anything that is photographed now, there is an advantage. You have an advantage, or
Right.
If there's something you've been, or if you have something and you've been waiting to put it in a book, but now's a great time to share that with all of us, for sure.
I do think that like what I've noticed over the last few weeks, and I'm sure you guys have as well, that like people, the tolerance for things that feel a little bit rumpled and lived in is much, much higher than it ever was. Like there's something about, like there's a bristle to uber perfection in this moment. It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel authentic, and it feels somehow disconnected from what the rest of us are going through. And I'll use the example of, you know, in the issue that came out today, you know, one of the designers who had pitched us an idea, or no, I'm sorry, actually she sent us a book that was coming out, and we were like, oh, this actually could be really great. And it was a home that she was spending a lot of time in after, you know, post-COVID. And she just had a buddy come over and was kind of like, you know what, can you just shoot? They were like close friends, and they were like, can you just shoot a couple things? And honestly, like the purity of the photos and the realness that it brought to the issue is so extraordinary. And so I would say that, like, I think the harsh reality that a lot of us at Hearst, I'll say on this panel, but also beyond this panel, have learned over the last few months is it doesn't take a village to do a show photo shoot. You know, that, like, you know, in a lot of ways, we've had lots of people on these sets. I mean, we've heard anecdotal stories of, you know, of some of our sister or brother magazines having like cover shoots with celebrities, and it's like the celebrity and their photographer buddy, and they get shipped a case of clothes and they put it on or whatever, and then they've got a cover shoot. Like, we all are sort of learning how to you know, sort of be nimble in this day and age. And I think that thankfully, you know, the kinds of things that we're creating, you know, they require some people, but they don't require a legion. And so I do think that we'll be back much sooner rather than later in creating these things. I also have to say too, like, House Beautiful launched this like open house initiative on our Instagram live every day at noon, where we look at designers' homes, you know, with just them and a camera, and it is just them and literally a cell phone. And they're like, don't look at the laundry over here. This is, you know, look at the living room. And like that realness also lends like connection. It lends friendliness, you know, warmth. There's so much great stuff that you can get from that realistic approach, and I think there's a real value to that.
So my takeaway as a designer listening to this is still pitch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Expect a more forgiving attitude about you know, homemade photography, non-professional photography, and look towards the future when, you know, this is not the way it is today.
In fact, the one thing I would add, because I agree so much with what Joe and Stellene both just said, but the one thing I would add is, you know, I love being asked, hey, what are you guys looking for? What sort of issues are you thinking about? You know, is there a part of the country? Is there even a room? Like, I had a designer get in touch with me, and he was very, first of all, also flattery is helpful. He was very complimentary of a past story, which was nice. And said, you know, what are you working on? What's going on? And then I was like, I actually need this. And he was like, well, let me look. And, you know, anyway, we had a great dialogue. Same point that I made earlier, like, hop on the phone, see if you can get somebody. You probably can get somebody for 20 minutes right now. You know, you probably can get on the phone with somebody for 20 minutes and just see, you know, living rooms, dining rooms. What are we talking here? Country house, city apartment? Like, what do you need? International? Like, I don't know. I love having those conversations. And that one conversation that I had with the designer who reached out ended up reshaping our entire September issue. We pulled something from inventory that we were planning for a later issue. We moved it forward into September. A couple things we had for September, we are going to hold now. But you know, it worked. I'm so glad he got in touch. It really worked.
Well, and some of the things we talked about that we missed, right? The trade shows, the appointments, the showrooms. Those were moments where those conversations often happened.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I think what we're all realizing now is that there is an effort required in staying a part of the conversation. I mean, as editors-in-chief, we think about it all the time. How does Elle Decor, how does Veranda, how does House Beautiful stay a part of the conversation when we are all sort of sequestered at home and cannot do events? So I think the same goes for the conversations between editors and designers and decorators, and staying a part of that conversation is vital right now.
Yeah.
I think we're going to remember so many of the conversations and the relationships that we had during this time.
So true.
I think too, to that point, and even what I was saying before about, being sad not to be out there and talking, like I'm sad to not be out there talking, but I also I'm sad that they're not talking,
Right.
Those exchanges of ideas, a lot of times I would sit down in this round table and some designers would be like, I don't ever get the chance to talk to anybody but my clients, my clients and my vendors, and that's it. I never get to sit and shoot the, sorry, I won't curse, my kids are around, with some other designers. And that's so important too. I mean, you hear it in the vernacular now, right? You hear people reach out to a friend, talk to a friend,
Right.
check and see how they're doing. But there is that creative, there is that creative. The thing I do have to say though, and I just want to get this in, we are an industry of problem solvers. At our core, we are handed something that we have to fix and we have to find a creative solution for it. And I do feel whether we're editors or we're designers or we're in the industry, but we are all creative thinkers. And I think that we are made for moments like this. We are made for the challenges, everything that we're presented, whether it's an awkward corner or a weird pillow or a funky spread that we have to fill in a magazine, everything we do every single day is a problem and finding the right solution for it. And that's why all I feel in my heart really is just hope, for the future. Hope,
and how do you feel about what you're saying in a completely macro way? Because it's often said that the entire print magazine industry is something in need of a fix, and everyone's sort of looking at it every way they can. Do you think that the industry is going to emerge stronger or weaker after this experience?
I mean, first of all, that's my favorite question to answer. So thank you for asking it. I feel grateful every single day that I work in the home industry in print, because I do feel and some of you may have heard me say this before, interiors look no better than they do on the pages of a magazine, period, end of story. That is where they thrive. And you can show your stuff on Instagram and you can show your stuff on TikTok, which I've seen some designers holler to the TikTokers out there because my daughter's making me crazy with it. You can show your stuff at literally anywhere else, but the place it looks best is in print. And I truly believe that this is, whether it's magazine timing, that maybe the magazine doesn't come out as often and it's thicker and it's more filled with inspiration. Now more than ever, we need inspiration, and it truly can't look any better than it does, honestly, on the pages of magazines of the brands that you see here.
Great answer.
And I feel truly grateful for it.
And is there a more exciting day when you're stuck in your house than when the mail comes and delivers you a magazine? Oh my God.
Yes.
Bring me some magazines.
Another great answer.
Truly.
What, my question now?
No, no pressure to give a great answer after those two.
I will tell you that what I think this will do, and across all industries really, especially the luxury industry, which I consider print magazines a luxury product, is it's going to make us rethink what lasts and what we have now that we will have in a year, what we will care about in a year. Mm-hmm. And, as we're home, I know that we all have, stacks of magazines mm-hmm. that we never give away. And why is that? Mm-hmm. And what lasts is what matters. And I think that what impact it will have is you need to think of print now as offering a complete experience to your reader. Mm-hmm. If they are at home more, then when they get that magazine at home, like Steele says, they're going to sit down with it, and you need to give them almost theater within those covers, mm-hmm. right? You need to entertain them with one story. You need to teach them with another story. You need to surprise them with another story. And you need to even think, when you open that magazine, each page can create a rhythm in a way that an Instagram feed cannot, in a way that, search for a story on a website cannot. Mm-hmm. You can sort of calm them down with one page, excite them with another.
I love that.
I'm going to end us with the kind of speed dating format and ask you a question you probably won't be your favorite question to be asked. what is, you spend your lives making this exquisitely crafted content, but there's a lot of organic, spontaneous content out there on Instagram Live. What's the best one that you've seen? And what's the worst one that you've seen of these sort of upstart COVID broadcasts? And I'll put myself out there, and say that my favorite thing that I've seen has been a webinar by 2 decorators who kind of got together and decided to share how they did their billing. These are extremely successful people. It's Tim Corrigan and Vicente Wolf, serious veterans of the business. With real businesses. And I sat there transfixed as they unpacked their entire fee structure for anybody who subscribed to the webinar, which is not IG Live, but a great IG Live to me would be Ashley Hicks, taking us through European palaces and museums, and his book on Buckingham Palace. So those are 2 of my favorites. Somebody tell me when you hate it.
Well, I'll tell you,
intimacy, when you hate the people.
I agree that, Ashley Hicks' Instagram Lives have been, I think, sort of, for me, my favorite of this whole sort of era. They're sort of educational, they have a clear point, and I think also they are as beautifully produced as an Instagram Live possibly can be. And
you do that.
Sorry, I still don't know how he does that. I thought you were going to find out.
I'm waving that camera around, and people are typing
and having he becomes this small little thing, and then these gorgeous visuals appear. My pet peeve on Instagram Live, and I was the person who did it probably the worst, is the initial moments where you can't. The person who's supposed to enter doesn't enter. And I'm
so bad at that.
For 10 minutes.
Everyone on this call has gone through that. Every single person.
But at this point,
hello, Marion, come in.
Waiting to add.
Marion.
I'm trying to add.
At the beginning it was okay. At this point, it's not. So that's my pet peeve. But I was guilty of it for about 10 minutes one time. So.
I'm getting tired. I don't know. I'm definitely going to get myself into trouble. But I also I've been watching a lot of television because I'm just home doing things. I'm doing nothing all day. I'm working. But
not true, by the way.
That's not true. That's 100% not true. But I'm also around the TV in a way that I never have been before. And the other day, I think I think my brain exploded and I gave up and I was I'm just putting on cable. So I'm not naming actual network names, but I think everybody can get where I'm going here, where I just was they were trying to make, and basically an Instagram Live kind of happen on a real show. And I just was come on, I don't know. There's something. All right, fine. I'll say it. It's a cooking show that's going to be starring. Oh my God, who is that? Amy Schumer. God bless her heart. I love Amy Schumer, but Amy Schumer is shooting a food show in her kitchen, and I'm I want to love it, but I'm also just I don't know. Is everybody now? Right. Is everyone now an expert? Everybody thinks everyone, and I know. Everybody thinks they can be a content producer, and they would give them a camera and a whatever, and they can do it. And I just feel I don't know, I get frustrated when I see that, where it's content is not easy. And I think and that's something that this audience, I feel in particular needs to hear, because I think that a lot of brands, I think a lot of designers, just want to pick up the microphone and go. And I by all means bless that. But I think content you have to pay attention to audience and think about what's on the receiving end of that.
Especially at this point, at the beginning of this crisis, I think basically anything went, right? At this point, you need to think, what am I saying? Why am I saying it? And how am I going to produce it that is best for this medium?
Exactly.
What sort of can happen on Instagram Live is very different than what should be happening on, television, right, or what should be happening on a website or in a print magazine. And And now we're at the point in this crisis where we have had enough time, the same way we differentiate our brands, right? And are always thinking, what's Elle Decor, what's Veranda, what's House Beautiful. Now's the time to also think, okay, like, do I need to be doing this Instagram live right now? Do I need to be, posting this right now? Or should I, sort of refine it a little bit more? Because trust is also going to emerge from this as one of the key factors in all communication between client and decorator, between reader and editor, and between all of us, and who you trust. And if we need to sort of keep earning that trust and maintaining that trust, because that in uncertain times, and we're going to live in uncertain times for a while, is key in everything.
And utility. I love that, David, the one you mentioned, there was such utility in that. I mean, you got something so useful out of that. I think that goes back to trust. Can I trust this person to deliver something to me that's actually useful?
But it also comes back to point of view too. Like, what's so amazing about it is you're getting something there that you can't get anywhere else.
Right.
Like, that's the thing.
And wouldn't have
That's the
gotten
thing that
in other circumstances. I mean,
Right.
I've never heard of anybody sharing that information, even at a cocktail party when you know them. That's closely guarded usually.
Right.
So I got the 5-minute wave a few minutes ago. I want to say how grateful I am that you made it possible to do this so that I could, say thank you for the employment over the years, getting to contribute to Veranda, House Beautiful, and Town and Country and Elle Decor. But also to say how much I'm looking forward to seeing all of your September issues, because the way you've talked about your reactions to this has made me more curious, encouraged and curious, and I thought I would be about how that's going to manifest itself in print. I think you are people with great careers, but I think that's not going far enough. I would say that you're an important part of the culture of our country, and I want to thank you for sharing yourselves today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, David.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Next
you,
year in
David.
LA.
And now, because it's Zoom, we all go, bye.
No, we go.
Bye.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Hi, everybody. I am Krissa Rospin, the Senior Style and Design Editor for Traditional Home Magazine, and I am thrilled and honored to be with you here today at LCDQ Strong. LCDQ has always provided so much aspiration as I design my own home and inspiration as I create editorial features for traditional home. I know we couldn't be there in person this year, but I am so happy that LCDQ Strong is still happening today, and everybody will get a sneak preview of some of the new introductions from all of the LCDQ participants. On that note, I've split everything into a bunch of categories that I see to be key categories for myself as I create stories, and I am happy to share those with you today. I want to first start with the color pink. I think if we all think back maybe 5 or so years ago when pink became such a powerful color, and maybe what we thought to be a fashionable color here today, gone next year, that has not proven to be the case. We have embraced pink and are committed to this color, not only as a moment of fashion, but as a moment of neutral. So we are seeing this blush version and the popularity of it continue. And I always describe this color, it's not sort of a sweet little girl Easter Sunday dress pink. It's more sophisticated than that. It's the color of a man's tie or a man's shirt. So that's what I think carries it over into design and makes it that beautiful neutral that's soft and pretty and feminine without having that saccharine sensibility that can be a bit too much. So my first pick is from Alt for Living. If you've never met Annalise Taft, you should. She's delightful and has a great eye for eye-catching design and great quality at value prices. First, I have a rug from Shearer. This is from their translation collection, the the Ellery rug, and it's hand tufted in construction. So even though it's at a value price, you're still getting that quality of great construction. And let's not forget that with those rugs, there's complete customization possibilities. So that's what we have from Sheer. Next, from Le Studio, also from Alt for Living, is a textile. And this textile, I can say, is tool time. That's right, from Le Studio, this tulle fabric belongs in the home and not on a bridal gown, which is where we might normally see a tulle style fabric. It's hand-dyed silk tulle that is pleated and then heat appliqued over Belgian linen. One example of fashion meeting home. And we see that a lot in the home industries world. So this is a great example of it, bringing in that tulle with a bit of texture and a bit of tension, if you will, with all of the mismatched, unintentional pleats that are happening. Next, we have Hollywood at Home and a gorgeous Penny Morrison floral wallpaper. And who doesn't like flowers and pink flowers? It's spring after all. So Penny Morrison is a Welsh textile and wallpaper designer, and that apparently runs in the family. This is her Dahlia print, and it's designed by Penny's daughter, Sarah. It debuted as a linen print and is now debuting as a wallpaper. It's printed in England, and I would love to have this wallpaper, maybe in my home office. Maybe I should do a redo. Next, we have Serena Dugan Studio. And if you've heard the name Serena Dugan before, it is with good reason. She was one of the founders of Serena and Lily, and this is her debut first solo venture. We're so proud of her. Since she started Serena and Lily, she's sort of gone off on her own and has produced a great line of fabrics and wallpapers. This is Casus, a grass cloth wallpaper that's striped with moments of nature. And speaking of nature, next we're going on to C.W. Stockwell from Harbinger. Fishing on a boat probably suits all of the social distancing that we're going to have to do this summer just fine. But until you get there, we've got the fish-themed Sakana wallpaper. And again, that's from C.S. Stockwell. And this wallpaper was inspired by koi fish. Also from C.W. Stockwell is the Palmetto wallpaper. And this wallpaper happened when C.W. Stockwell worked with Harbinger owner Joe Lucas to bring this specific pattern back from its archives. Joe wanted to use this pattern that's been around for 50, 60 years in a space that he designed for this year's Palm Beach Kips Bay show house. It's the pattern that graced the walls of that space, and C.W. Stockwell brought it back. And here's a little secret. This wallpaper inspired the renovation for the Beverly Hills Hotel. So that's an exciting little moment of history. Another color that is so prolific right now is turquoise. And I think we all love those aquas and turquoise colors that emerge from the ocean. And I love that pink was my other color of choice, because you put pink and turquoise together and you get Palm Beach, a place that so many of us have traveled to and love for its fabulous inspiration in fashion and certainly architecture and home. This first fabric from Alt for Living looks like part marble, part lightning strike in its sort of random coloration and pattern of turquoise, black, and a deep mustard color. Next, we go from marble and lightning strikes to something more subtle, sophisticated, and frankly, drop dead gorgeous, beautiful, and that is Gracie. And we're familiar with Gracie for its hand-painted, customized qualities of its wallpaper murals. They're gorgeous, they're coveted, and this particular one is called Caroline Street. It was originally done for a Key West family home of the owners of Gracie. It includes tropical flowers and birds native to Florida. And again, with Gracie, that's a detail that we love so much, that every mural is unique It can be customized to a region, a special destination with the flora and fauna of that particular place. So from Gracie. Next, we're going from the walls to the floor with the cement tile shop. The Ensley, a new original design from the Hacienda Design Studio collection. It's a fun and sophisticated graphic look and a modern take on Art Deco. So something for the floor, and patterned floor tiles continue to be such a hot trend that I think will stay around for a while. But going from the hard floor to the soft part of the floor, from Mansour, we have a rug by Michael Smith. And who hasn't been left in awe of a clear starry night? That's what this particular rug emulates and looks to be. It's hand-knotted silk and oxidized wool, and it's from the Michael W. Smith collection. It captures the beauty, clarity, and infinite possibilities of the celestial sphere. My next category is fine lines, and I wanted to delve into pattern after color a little bit because they love to play with one another. I love this category called fine lines because of its graphic nature. And a big trend, and I don't even know if it's a trend or if it's sort of a lesson in the world of design, is it's all about the mix. It's mixing traditional and classic pieces with more modern pieces. Something that's very shapely with lots of curves and carvings with something that has strict hard lines, and you get that wonderful design aesthetic tension that we all love so much, and what makes a room void of any trends really, and void of a specific style to make it uniquely yours and timeless. So we're starting with a rug by Maribon. This is the Macy collection by Form Studio Design, and it's a wonderful kaleidoscope pattern that belongs on the rug and is full of color, full of life. And I just think that this would look really incredible paired with more classic pieces. So again, you get that visual tension, but not only classic pieces that might be a little more dainty, but something really bold too. A modern sofa with very tailored, strict straight lines, but in a hefty, hefty form. So it offers endless possibilities. All right, so now we're back to fine lines again, and the Mark Phillips Colorado rug from the Sierra collection emulates mountains and that desert feel. The colors are subtle, they're taken from nature, both of the sand and of the sky. And the mountain shapes are very subtle. They're triangular, graphic, again, subtle allusions to nature, which is what we want. Nature doesn't sort of hit us over the head. It sort of tickles us with great breezes and beautiful sunshine and softness. So that's what this rug does from Mark Phillips. Next, we have Elle Alt for Living, and this is another rug that we've seen in pink before, but now we show it in aqua. And why I'm showing this particular rug again is because when we're talking about fine lines and geometrics, what this rug does is it shows that geometrics don't have to be hard edged. They can be soft and natural and organic. And the lines of this, it's sort of a grid pattern that's a little fuzzy and it has structure to it, but it's not so harsh and limiting and doesn't line things up so perfectly. And what we know about design is there's beauty in a little bit of imperfection, and this rug from Alt for Living demonstrates that. Next, from Hollywood at Home, first we have a chair that sort of plays around in a checkerboard fabric in a pebble color. That's what they call it. It's a lot of fun, and it's against a really organic, abstract pattern that has the yin-yang effect with a blue wallpaper. And again, showing that sort of all over pattern with something that's more crisp and clean and clear cut and solid. It provides that visual tension that makes a room unique and gives the eye an opportunity to rest. Lighting is, I say it's my favorite category, but I say that about so many categories in the design world. But lighting is a particular favorite, not only because of its functionality, because it emits such beautiful light, but also because of its sculptural forms. Lighting has become has grown so much in the past 2 decades to be sort of basic add-ons for the purpose of just introducing and contributing light to true sculpture. Each chandelier, pendant, a flush mount, a sconce, they're looked to now almost as a piece of artwork. Each is individual. The finishes are beautiful. The finishes are unique and just so sculptural. So on that note, let's start with Circa Lighting. Circa is known for their family of top designers who all have lighting collections with them. Their interiors are graced even further by but by their imaginations and what they do for Circa. So first we have Thomas O'Brien's collection, and this is a new piece called the Alpha Convertible Sconce. And it was inspired, this is an interesting point, by a French geometric doorknob that was vintage. It can be installed upright, but I like it the way it's shown, which is sort of hanging. It looks like a loop. It looks like a tassel that you might hang on a doorknob, in fact. So that's what we love about that. Paul Ferrante, this is his Eclipse sconce, and sconces have just taken off as a category and have grown so much. People like them in pairs. They like them to line an entire hallway. That's how we're using lighting right now. We're using it as sculpture. Sometimes we use it in place of actual artwork, which is an interesting solution because we need light and sometimes we don't have enough wall space for a piece of artwork or the budget doesn't allow it. We go from the wall sconce to a chandelier, a crystal chandelier, but this is not what you think. This is from Wired Custom Lighting. And all I have to say for this is yowza. It's like part roller coaster with a polished stainless steel cage. It's called Anello and it's bejeweled with clear-cut crystal baguettes. So again, not like the traditional style crystal chandelier we think of with hanging little teardrop shapes, but these are baguettes and certainly a more modern shapely form. Next, we go to the Nash pendant, and I call this a little bit of cubism, perhaps. Picasso would be proud. The finish on this marries antique and polished bronze. Then it has a clear crystal detail that wraps the bottom side of each cube. From Remains Lighting, we have more simple forms. We start with a sconce, the Eloise sconce, with a crystal chandelier, a glass cylinder shade. What I love about this is the simplicity that it gives. Sure, we get enamored by those stunning chandelier forms that we see, like the one I just showed. But what ties interiors together are those calming moments of simplicity. Here, a graceful, clean-lined brass fixture with a beveled rectangular backplate shows a subtly flared candle cup and a hand-blown cylindrical glass shade. Also from Remains is the Curtis Twin Sconce. This has a broad convex backplate bordered with a rope band, a detail that's continued in the cuffs that capture the arms, and in the wax pans and cup edges as well. And I can't emphasize enough the need and the necessity for simple lighting, because that's what's going to, again, create that visual tension against your yowza moments that hang from the chandelier and on wall sconces, and just more simple pieces like this that don't fight for attention. They just enhance the other beautiful pieces that are already there. And finally, in lighting, let's talk light switches. We sort of have become accustomed to the simple plastic light switch that sometimes gets covered in a wallpaper to match the room or a color to match the room. And sometimes there are a few more metal versions that are slightly more interesting. But new to LCDQ is Forbes and Lomax, which is a London company that sells decorative light switches like this aged brass switch that you see here. And I will note that it's not a flip style switch, but a push button switch. So again, adding style to the walls in a different way than what we're used to, a little bit of special design going on. Seat Yourself is all about chairs. Chairs inject personality into a space. And what's great about little chairs, you can have onesies of them. You can put one in a corner. You can put a pair next to a sofa. The opportunities are endless, and you always want to make sure that you have plenty of seating for your guest. And right now, you might need 10 or fewer seats to accommodate those guests, because we do have limitations right now. But when we're allowed to have more people in our homes, we want them to sit on something that's pretty or visually unique. So I'm starting with a piece from Arteriors. This piece is bamboo. It has rattan that wraps a circular form. It's airy, it's organic, and shapely. Again, much like lighting, we want seating to have some sculpture to it. Then we go to Farrow & Ball and Mark Sikes and Chaddock. So we have a wonderful design trifecta going on with these three. Wow. Farrow & Ball has teamed with Mark Sikes for his new collection with Chaddock. We know Farrow & Ball for their gorgeous clear colors. It's produced in England. The beautiful colors that they have for their paint graces so many walls with a bit of history, a bit of nostalgia. And now on these new classic pieces from Mark Sikes and Chaddock, you see color emerge. And we know that Mark Sikes is known for his use of blue. So here he's not only incorporated a couple of different shades of blue, but red as well. So we have a little all-American, all-English moment going on with Chaddock, a very American company, and an English paint company. So thank you, Mark Sikes, for that. Next from Mecox Gardens is a chair that is so sculptural, sort of reminiscent of mid-century mod. It's rustic, it's vintage, and it can add style to an indoor or outdoor space. And we want to take note of Mecox. It's a trendy shop in the area, and it's garnered a lot of global interest because it sources its pieces from all over the world. There's something special about a corner chair. And next we have a set of chairs from Harbinger, all in different wonderful wood tones. And we know that brown furniture is making a comeback, so we should not be afraid of stains in those brown and blonde tones. But this is a bobbin chair. And we're all familiar with the bobbin chair, the classic ones, but here, this is a corner twist on it, if you will. And again, marrying a classic traditional concept with a more modern, updated version of that. So here's the bobbin chair. Now to Serena and Lily. Serena and Lily is known for its breezy California style. And here they have these wonderful beach chairs. And all I have to say is, again, 3 cheers for the red, white, and blue. And this blue is a little lighter than the indigo shade that supports the stars on our flag. But who wouldn't love to take these chairs to the beach, talk about style? You'll need a great hat, a great umbrella, but these chairs will start your beach day off in a fabulous way. Next, we have McKinnon & Harris, and this is their Virginia 3-seater bench with an intricate cut out back. This is the classic white finish, and it's inspired by the elegant designs of English 18th century furniture. And so many of us long to be a rock star back in our youth and maybe slightly into our adulthood. And from McKinnon & Harris, they have their own version of a rock star with the Ote rocking chair in the Montebello green finish. A rocker is soothing. It's great on a warm summer afternoon to enjoy the garden, the birds, any guests that you have outside, any grandchildren that you may have frolicking in the yard. So here is a rocker that would be beautiful in so many outdoor environments. And what is an outdoor environment without a great barbecue? We're all ready for those warm summer nights when we can grill hamburgers and hot dogs and delicious vegetables. And from West Hollywood Fireside Barbecue is the Prism Outdoor Fire Pit. This would be great to gather around before you're actually eating at that barbecue that's nearby, and just a great place for conversation and to lounge while you're waiting for your food to be grilled. So this one is concrete cast. It's the outdoor modern fire pit, and it comes in various color options. Finally, the windows. Windows are so important during the summer because we want to be able to see outside. We want to be able to see the gardens, the beautiful weather, kids playing, neighbors riding by on their bicycles. And so summer, even when we're inside, we want to be able to see what it's doing outside. Victoria Hagen, we know Victoria's work. It's classic, it's timeless. She has these moments with light that's made her designs successful, and they've graced the pages of every magazine available, and we love her for her work. And now she's teamed with the Shade Store, and here is her title line of linens, linen and cotton blends that she has done in drapery panels that would hang so beautifully on the sides of French doors, of windows, again, that frame the outside. They will filter the light on a sunny day that's a little bit too bright, but it will filter that light in beautifully and provide a little protection for furnishings, but adding a softness to the architecture for sure. Next, we have the Cienega stripe fabric, and it was named after the lighthouse that watches over Victoria's family home in Nantucket, and that's where she grew up. So here you see it in the corner of a room, lots of panels framing an environment that holds a chair. And how lovely would it be to sit in that chair and read a book on a beautiful summer day, or even when it's summer and a little bit cloudy outside, it still, again, filters that light in so beautifully. Next, we move to the harbor stripe. And again, this is what I mean when I talk about horizontal stripes. They are not so good in the fashion world, but we do love them on a window. This is called the harbor stripe. And here it just really elongates and widens at the same time this breakfast area room. How beautiful would this would this be against a bank of windows? So we love that. And the wonderful little stripe detail that looks very much like a piece of ribbon. And this ribbon happens to be in linen. It's great for both traditional and modern interiors. And again, what Victoria does so beautifully is create those rooms and spaces that are trend resistant. They don't speak to a certain era. They don't speak to a certain genre of design. They're just classic and timeless, and they work for so long. And that's what we want our interiors to do. We want them to accomplish that feel of being put together over time and still having it all work, not creating design that looks like it was thrown together yesterday out of a showroom and is specific to a certain period of time. Finally, we have Lutron, and I wanted to talk about Lutron right after the Shade Store because they've teamed up together, and Lutron is the leader in automated lighting and shade control. So it only makes sense that they would team with the Shade Store and Victoria's new collection. So now you can get shades, drapery fabrics, and the electronic controls to open and close your window treatments from the Shade Store. That concludes my presentation of my favorite picks from this year's LCDQ introductions. Thank you for joining me. I hope that you have the opportunity to not only check out the new introductions, but all of these lines, because whether or not it's a new introduction or something that's been in their collection for a few markets, I promise you, these companies are all leaders in design. They continue to delight us with the most innovative product, wonderful construction, great manufacturing, and we know that when they show up in interiors, and those interiors show up in on our magazine pages because they've been executed so gorgeously by the leading designers across America. So thank you. I thank LCDQ Strong for having me be a part of this special day, and I hope to see you soon, and I hope that you pick up a copy of Traditional Home on the newsstands now. Thank you.
When you think about the advantages to buying vintage and you can get it right away. You'll get a great deal on it. It's going to be unique and cooler by nature, and it has the benefits of upcycling and the green benefits of that. Like, why wouldn't you? look at that as your first choice and option, always.
I love the stories. I love that something had a life and a history and, I don't know, the character. And I like things that are a little bit worn in and beaten up a little bit. And it doesn't feel so sterile. And it has, yeah, I just like that it has a life and a character to it.
What tips would you give anyone trying to incorporate vintage into their current situation?
I think starting with accent pieces is like the least scary thing to do, right? So, you know, buy the big things that you're comfortable with buying, that you just, you know that you can't part with. But, you know, definitely invest in lamps and frames and mirrors and rugs and just different pillows, you know, just different little pieces that you can put around that big giant thing that's in everybody else's house to make it look a little bit different.
Isn't that I don't think that's an uncommon phenomenon, that as people start out in life, they embrace things perhaps that are more traditional because it makes them feel mature. And then as we get older, we want to feel less mature.
Everybody wants to feel young.
You start throwing out the brown stuff.
My young clients want to feel young. It's fascinating. No one wants to be old anymore. Even young people don't want to be old anymore. Even grandmothers don't want to be grandmothers anymore. Everybody wants to be young. And it's fascinating to me, because I myself like classic things that sort of stay the same. I'm hoping to do a good job so that when it does stay the same, you don't grow tired of it. But it's good that you have clients that like new furniture.
Yeah, I just always I wonder at like the new, like this next generation of affluence, where the brown furniture, the traditional stories are going to fall in a world that, you know, stereotypically everyone thinks all the millennials all like modern furniture. They all want everything to be hip and cool and modern and eclectic. And I still believe, somewhere in my heart, I still believe that there's going to be a return of this, of the love of these beautiful, classically made, gorgeous antiques, because it's a storytelling generation.
Things that look better and better with time as you use them and they wear, it's like a beautiful leather briefcase. The more you use it, the better it looks. If you get a vinyl briefcase, it looks the best the day you get it, and it's downhill from there.
Here it's about indoor, outdoor living, casual lifestyle, natural carpets. Even the colors are about melding the inside and the outside. It's more vintage than antique. Whereas New York, it's like you can have 10 chairs exactly alike if they're antiques, but one of them was a mismatch, only one of them, and it was wrong to begin with, right? 80 years ago. But because of that one weird intern leg, that one, instead of costing $6,000, is $80,000. And that's the one that's the most highly prized, because you don't have, like a 4,000 square foot apartment can go for $20 million in New York City. You know, that's a normal house here. People invest in different ways there, and they like provenance there, where a piece of furniture's come from, who's lived with it. That is something that people get very, proud of.
I know a lot of people, they assume that your first meeting is going to be all about dimensions and tape measures and floor plans. And with me, I know I had a particular client I was working with. I was redoing their guest house, and the first thing that I suggested that they buy was a vintage pond yacht. And the husband still makes fun of me for it to this day. He's like, "Are you kidding? Like, the first meeting, you're like, I found this great thing." And it actually became the departure point for the entire project, because it really was, it sort of symbolized exactly what they were looking for, and it took them in a different direction. I think they were expecting me to come in with blueprints and,
and it was something so much more whimsical,
exactly,
and playful, right?
I was living in Paris in the mid-'80s, and there was a John Singer Sargent that was coming up at the Drouot auction house, and this was way before internet. You were telexed. It was just the beginning of faxing, and so John Singer Sargent was not at all popular in France. And so the valuation on this painting was like $200,000. And I was determined to have it. I already called my banker in New York and said, we're going to wire funds. I was going to go to the auction and bid. And it went higher than I was willing to go. And so I didn't get it. 4 months later, I was at the Biennale in Paris, and there was the same painting for triple the price that they had paid at auction. And I thought, gee, if I just bought it. And then a year and a half later, I saw it at auction at Christie's in New York for double that price. So again, I really feel like that is the one that got away.
I've always entertained, and I maintain and hope that when I do a house, it's just the way the people want it. And I think if you feel comfortable in your own house and for the way you live, then why not invite your friends in? It shouldn't be like you have to get your house ready to have people over. I like to go out in the garden and cut green leaves and whatever's there, berries or whatever, and I like it for myself, so I never cared who came over. And when my husband was alive, there were a stream of people who came over all the time, so I never knew what was happening.
Nathan, you clearly have a gift for entertaining. You studied cooking, and you know how to throw a good party. What made this lovely apple gathering so special? And then, 2, what are the key ingredients for an unforgettable party?
Well, it was special because you all shot it. We had a lot of fun with that. This is my parents' place, and it's, at any time I'm able to hang out with my family, and we're all kind of scattered around at this point, is always special. We try and pick one a couple times a year to get together, and to me, that's what entertaining is for. It's to be around the people that make you laugh or you want to be with. As the host, you're setting the tone, and there's nothing worse than someone who's stressed out, or if you don't like to do it, don't do it. You know what I mean? You have to have a love of the gathering, and I do, and I love plucking different people from different parts of life and throwing them all together and seeing what happens.
I once asked my friend Lady Diana Cooper what the secret to a good party was. She said, too much to drink and a chocolate pudding.
Yeah. It's just rather simple.
It's completely true.
Yeah.
When I give a party, it's like I give 3 parties, because there's the party that I'm planning, then there's the party that actually happens, and then there's the party that I wish it had been. Anyways, and I think I love theme parties, absolutely. And I just think that, there's such a sense of missing Southern hospitality in this town. You can invite someone 100 times and they'll never invite you back for a hamburger. It's really kind of sad. And I'm not looking for tit for tat, but it's always nice to get an invitation to go to a movie and a Coke or something. Anyways, but I think, you have to just plan these things. I plan it from the minute they walk through the door, who they're going to sit next to, what they're going to talk about, what they're going to wear, the whole thing. And then, of course, it always turns out to be a whole different party. But at least I get to go to 3 parties for the price of 1.
There are 2 different things. They're really, really fun parties where the guests buy in and really participate. And so that's where I think a costume party makes the difference. I was just
like a prom that you attended?
No, or I was just in Greece on at the conference, Leaders of Design Conference, and we all dressed up one night in togas. And I guess asking people to participate and giving them something that they can show of how hard they're going to work at your party pulls everybody in a different way. And then another night it was a 70s theme, and it just changes. It changes how people behave so dramatically. So I'm either go big and make your guests work hard, or go really, really small and invite them into your home as you live in it and make it not even that extraordinary. I mean, I don't want to go out and buy a bunch of flowers and make my house perfect. I'd like my guests to know where things are in my kitchen and make themselves a cocktail and sit with me and experience my house and my home in a way that's like engaging and in my life. So I think I'm kind of polar on parties. Like, throw a great one, I'll come, or come sit in my house and, squeeze lemons with me.
so thrilled to be here to close out today's programming. Thank you to everyone who's here with us this far in the day. It's been a really extraordinary day. So I've been following along since this morning, and I just have to say congratulations to everyone who made this happen. And thanks so much for having us. I am Kaitlin Petersen. I'm the editor-in-chief of Business of Home, and I am sharing the screen today with Joseph Aldrich, the founder of the integrated marketing firm, the Cypress Group, and Lauren Urban, the founder of the public relations and communications firm, the consultancy PR. And we're going to talk about marketing and messaging in these crazy times. And I'm so glad you are both here. For everyone watching at home, for sure.
Thank you.
For everyone watching at home, we want this to be a discussion, not just among the three of us, but also with you. I'm guessing a lot of you have questions about your marketing right now and about how you can get your message out. So use the comments to send us your thoughts and questions, and we would love to hear from you along the way. But to get started, we're going to be talking about messaging and what you as a designer or brand can put out into the world, but also the why behind what you're doing. And with that in mind, I want to talk quickly first with both of you about what your firms do, because I know it's a lot more than PR, and also these days, PR means so many more things than it ever did before. Yeah. So can you guys just start, tell me a little bit about the scope of your business and how you help the brands and the designers that you work with.
Lauren?
Oh, thank you. Of course. So I didn't know I was first. Yeah, so we basically touch everything that's related to communication. So that can be brand strategy, it can be key messaging development, executive positioning, obviously traditional, media relations, social media, but certainly our role has grown tremendously and even more so now in these times.
Joseph.
Well, we do some of that. We do, again, we do have that gray area where we both do media relations and traditional public relations and things of that nature. But the core of our business is actually in, traditional marketing communications, target marketing, market demographics, execution on messaging vehicles, whether it's, events, whether it is, advertising, all of that type of stuff. We don't do social media. We say everyone should do it, which is really funny, which is why we're here. But yeah, we kind of are a marketing communications company in a can, so to speak, is what I say.
Amazing. Well, and in this climate, I'm sure the scope of work you're doing has maybe changed dramatically. And I would say from my own inbox's perspective, I've gotten some really interesting waves of email outreach since we all started sheltering in place. And so in kind of a big picture perspective, I wanted to know what some of the trends you're both seeing in the past few months in terms of how people promote getting the word out.
So when we first talked about this, 700 years ago, aka March, right? There was a lot of, oh my gosh, what's going on? There was a lot of unknowns. There was a lot of, this is what, oh, shoot, we're closing effective, 4:45 today and everything like that. And the big change, really very timely in the past, week and a half, is that we're doing a lot more, okay, we're going back to work communication. People are coming off of furlough. Manufacturing is starting up again in a way, right? One of our furniture companies, their creative director came back to the fact that orders had not stopped for the past 6 weeks, so they came back to this huge back order of furniture that needs to be made. And so it's like, okay, we've been doing a lot of, we're back, this is how we're back, this is how we're taking care of our business and your business, over the next 3 weeks. And we're doing that, we're replicating it in outgoing messaging, some social to some degree, and a lot of other crazy, weird things. But yes, that's my big shift.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we're getting a lot of the same from the brands that we work with on the designer and kind of design firm front. It's kind of interesting because they've been continuing business as usual to an extent. They're still doing installs, but with more of a skeleton crew and that sort of thing. But I think that what's been most interesting for us is just, adapting to the editorial landscape over this time. I think there's been a shift, day to day, week to week. At the beginning, it was a lot of you know, working from home stories and how to set up a home office and get the most comfortable desk chair. And I think that that's still out there, but it feels like the editorial coverage has evolved a bit. I think, you know, we're sort of in this point where people want to see inside other people's homes and seeing, like, you know, what they're getting tours of their spaces and seeing sort of how they live and how they work. So I think we'll continue to see an evolution, and we're just continuing to keep in touch with our editorial contacts and seeing how it all continues to shift. I don't even know if the editorial community knows how things are going to be in a couple of weeks' time. So we're just all kind of rolling with it, being flexible.
I think that one of the really interesting things, like, on that is that it's almost as if, because we're so used to seeing each other, you know, we're all people who, you know, down the block means, in my case, I'm up in LA, you know, I'm back in New York, you know, I would normally go. We are used to seeing each other. And I think that what's happened in almost overdrive, and maybe the past 2.5, 3 weeks or so, is that it's almost become like we're a reality television community now, where, you know what, we don't want to necessarily see how people work. We want to see how they're living and to make sure that they're doing things the right way, which is really weird, because that's the same thing that we always tell our clients. Your clients want to see how you do stuff. Your clients want to have a relationship with you, right? And so now I think that this whole, it's, you know, keeping up with the design community Kardashians, where everyone's like, oh, look, everyone's in your house, this is what I'm having for breakfast, is really just kind of this very interesting.
Well, in that vein, we have a great question. Do videos for business owners seem like overkill during the pandemic? I don't know who asked that, but I love that question. What do you make of all of the, Jeffrey Johnson, thank you. What do you make of all of the programming that has sprung up? And do you see that continuing? Is, you know, all the people who have committed to doing an Instagram Live 7 days a week, in 3 months, do they still want to be on Instagram Live? Is it valuable? And how do you look ahead and figure out what you're supposed to get from that?
I think that we're going to expect that they're going to be doing that, because I think that it has become like part of our communication, right? Which is great, because I think that we as and Lauren can reach up through the screen and slap me at any given point in time. But I think that we finally figured out a really great way to leverage Instagram. It's like, oh, okay, yes, it's pictures, and yes, it's a way for you to showcase stuff, but now you can have a connection with the people on the other end.
And is it working? Does it work for the partners that you're working with who use Instagram Live?
For mine, it does. And again, it goes back to this and then this is where I always say, well, it kind of really depends on what you're trying to do. Like what works depends upon what your goals are, right?
Yeah.
You know, so part of my mantra throughout this, like, you know, you can't just do things to do things. Like, okay, we're going to do this because this is what we want out of it, right? So to answer Jeff's question, it's like, you know, that's a very broad businesses videos. It's, you know, he's a designer, so as a designer, is a video a good thing for you to do? The answer is maybe, is the technical answer. I don't know, Lauren, what do you think?
I agree with you. I think the answer is maybe. And I think that, you know, there's so many Instagram Lives. I feel like, you know, designers are launching their own, you know, virtual happy hours. There's, you know, showrooms are doing it, brands are doing it, you know, editorial publications are doing it. And, you know, it's also, you know, there's a fine line between doing it and also being oversaturated a little bit. So I think there's, you know, you have to make sure that it feels authentic. First of all, that might not be who you are as a brand, as a designer. Maybe that's not your personality, and you should not force it just because there's a pandemic. But beyond that, but you know, from the brand side of things, you know, I know this is coming more from a designer perspective, but from the brand side, you know, we have a lot of clients who are very used to kind of giving that one-on-one sort of technical instruction to the design community. So like whether it's Decor, which is you know, a luxury home appliance brand, or Lightology, which, you know, deals obviously very, you know, specialty in that category. You know, they've been doing a lot of these virtual like cooking demos to demonstrate the product, or it could be, you know, working with designers one-on-one to virtually explain sort of how, what size chandelier they need in their space, or what the, specific aspects are that they can't get from physically going into one of their showrooms. So I do think brands are getting really creative about how they're using technology to promote their businesses. So, but at the same time, it all needs to feel authentic. To do something just to say you did it, it's not the right approach.
And that's very difficult because, you know what, a lot of people, and I'm 55, a lot of people that are in my, box, this is not necessarily something that comes naturally to them. And part of the challenge is that the upside is that this universe has presented a huge amount of opportunity, right? It's very fast paced because these things come and go, and you know what, there's something every day, and it's like, okay, you can plan something literally 48 hours in advance and have a good showing and have a good result, which is something that you could never do, 4 months ago. We would spend months planning things. Oh, let's have a webinar about how to make
no one has anywhere to go. They have all the time in the world,
And what's going to happen in a month when people are like, oh, I'm kind of going back to work, right? But that's one of the things that I always tell people. So the challenge is you have to kind of do it, right? And you have to find your comfort zone with it, because if it doesn't come off as authentic and it doesn't come across as natural or real, because everyone's been watching it and people are so exposed to it, they can spot it 100 miles away.
Yeah.
You only have one chance to make a first impression, and that is extremely true today. So, what's that? Be thoughtful, be planned out, and be yourself. Be authentic.
Yeah. In that vein, I want to talk a little bit about the medium in general. There was a great moment in the panel with David Netto and the 3 Hearst editors a few hours ago, and they were talking about the fact that what you put in a print magazine is different than a digital story, which is going to be different than an Instagram post or an Instagram live talk. How do you help your clients navigate what they put where and how they're going to craft the message, for each of those medium?
That's a tough question. Gosh. Sorry.
I have a very short answer. I'll let Lauren think for like 20 seconds because my answer is really short, okay? It's what you got in the filing cabinet, right? It's what are the assets that you have available to you today, right? Because the fact of the matter is that for the most part, California and Texas and a few other states, if you're a designer and you're involved in construction, yeehaw, your projects have gone on. Not universally true across the country, right? So, how many photo shoots have we all had canceled or postponed? How many, installs? So all of the opportunities aren't necessarily there. So my whole thing is, okay, what have you got that we can use, right? It's like, oh, we have a house that you looked at 3 years ago. Okay, great, let's look at that again, and projects that maybe weren't the best to showcase, you can now feel comfortable parsing out, So that's my answer is always, what have you got?
Yeah, no, and I think that's actually a really good point and something that we've been talking a lot about, because, a lot of the print publications sort of in the major shelter books, right? They're consolidating issues. They don't have the luxury of doing shoots right now, for example. They have things that maybe have been in the hopper, but what comes after those dry up, unless they're only going to feature things where people can do shoots. So, we're actually finding that fortunately, a lot of our clients have heeded our advice and photographed their jobs and have beautiful professional images that now, maybe previously could only be used for online, but now print publications, their parameters are loosening up a little bit. So, if you have that beautiful portfolio of images, whereas it was only for one purpose before, maybe now you can sort of tiptoe it into, print in a way that you maybe couldn't before. So, there's, and in terms of Instagram, how that kind of factors in, I would say Instagram to me is, yes, it's great to have beautiful images, but it's also a great way to kind of pull back the curtain and show what's going on behind the scenes about, your process and who you are as a designer and your philosophy. I think people really enjoy seeing that. And, again, it's a personal choice as to how much of the curtain you pull back. Are you the sort of person that wants to share your gym selfies, or are you someone who wants to actually show yourself on a work site? There are both schools of thought in our industry, and it just has to feel right for you. So,
and and God bless.
Sorry. Did I get an image of a gym selfie?
You did. There's like 3 people. I'm like, oh, yeah. but you know, but again, and it just all rolls back to, you know, knowing, and you can, and God bless the people. I would not put a gym selfie on Instagram. God bless the people that are like, oh, amen, good to them. It's not me, right? But again, it's like, okay, I just, you know, no matter what you do, whether it's this, whether it's media, it just really goes back to, because what Lauren just said is, you know what, you have to find a way to be yourself and to be authentic, you know, and put yourself out there. And people are now expecting that from you. And why, you know, what is your goal, right? There are plenty of designers that I have spoken to who 5 weeks ago said, you know what, I'm just sitting this one out. And they just just simply said, you know what, everything that you've said is great, but you know what, I don't really care. I don't want to sit here and have to do all of this stuff. I'm just going to kind of, you know, go to Tahiti and hang out for 6 weeks and just let it go where it will be, because they've been around for a while. You know, their businesses come from and are done a certain way, and they don't have the same sense of urgency because they're not out there, going back to why you do what you do, right? They're not out there designers looking for licensing projects. They're not out there looking for collaborations. You know, they're not looking to bump up their game from transitional residential to high-end residential. You know, they're just designers who are working. They know they're going to work again. I'm just like, oh, I'm just going to kind of, you know, spend time with my kids and do the stuff that I see people on social media doing, and I get jealous.
I mean, is there, if you are a design firm, what should your kind of messaging priorities be right now? And what are some examples of maybe firms or designers who are getting it right? Or the kinds of things that they're getting right? So
my answer on this is first going to be, it's really going to be, again, Kaitlin, guess
personal, what your goals are.
What are you trying to do, right? This is a great opportunity if you are a designer to put yourself out there and possibly pick up more work, right? If that's done the right way. If you are a designer who is looking to just kind of expand your brand and your footprint, there's some great opportunities out there for you to do that.
We talked about this once before, and I love that you said, you know, you can replicate, if you were the kind of person who was like out and about socially, like rubbing shoulders with people, that there's a way to replicate that online. And that really stuck with me. I think that's such an interesting
As we sit here online having a conversation, we would have, you know, at Legends up in a showroom on La Cienega today, and we'd all have cocktails. And guess what? We're going to have a panel that we're all going to go and have cocktails, right? Just not together. Yeah. And so I think it, in my perspective anyway, and I don't know, Lauren, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I think that, you know, it really, again, it just depends on, you know, what you've got going on. So we have some clients where, actually we have one client in particular who they just finished a complete like overhaul renovation of half of their house that started pre-pandemic and has continued through it. She's in the South. And, you know, she was able to continue it. And now, you know, we have beautiful images that we're able to pitch out, and it's great. But I do think, you know, just beyond media relations and communications and all of those things, I do think that this is a really good time for kind of self-reflection for businesses to really think about what is important to you. Who are you? Do you want to be everywhere? I mean, I feel like, you know, before all this happened, we were all going at 1,000,000 miles a minute, myself included, I'm sure both of you as well. And it's been nice, I think, you know, and we hear this from our clients as well, to kind of take stock, and maybe this is the time to, beyond, you know, all the stuff that, you know, your PR representation is doing for you, but like, take a look at your website, take a look at your Instagram, take a look at your clients. Like, do you want to have 1,000,000 clients? Do you want to have less clients but better clients? Like, really think about how you want to be approaching your business, because we are going to come out of this at some point, and this is the time where we actually have some quiet, and you can actually, I don't know, I think you can make plans for the future. It's a good time to do that right now.
A great time to do that, actually, and to address, you know, who's doing it successfully. People I have some people that I know have been doing it like really well. I know 2 people who have like started business ventures during this downtime, you know. I appreciate, the one that pops to mind is Tom Felicia, who is on every day, because you see him everywhere we go and he's energetic and he's vivacious, and you go on, and if you need Tom Felicia's energy and vivaciousness, it is there, and you're like, oh yay, so glad things remain the same, right?
Right.
It's great.
Well, it's a sense of normalcy. It's like, okay, well, things are normal, and you know, he's still doing his thing, and you know, and it's power to him. It's great.
And something that I really like, for example, I really love Alexa Hampton, Elizabeth Blitzer. I've been enthralled with they have their little, it has a name, I forgot what it was, but it's like a little coffee talk where they get together and they just talk about business. And it is 2 people who are so good at what it is that they do, talking about business and life and things like that. And it's really just, oh, this is fascinating, you know? And it's a great chance, because people hadn't necessarily done that before. We wouldn't be privy to conversations like this. I mean, even the 3 of us, if you didn't live in Los Angeles in May and we were having this, congratulations, you wouldn't get this information. But now you can be in Wisconsin or whatever it is and still have access to resources, which is really one of the things. And I had this conversation with a client today where I'm like, oh, you know what? Because they're like, oh, I'm so tired of Zoom presentations. And I'm so tired. I'm like, oh, sorry, Charlie, but that's the way that it is now. People are going to expect it. So you have to make friends with the digital portion of the world, because you know what? You as a showroom or a business, you have an event in your showroom and you get, 50, 75 people. Life is great. You have it online, you get 100, 150. Life is even better. You have the chance to impart the same message and to give people the same experience, just on a much broader scale, which is not a bad thing, really, when you look at it.
Right. I mean, the other thing too is, I think it's a great opportunity for designers to reach out to brands and showrooms that they've worked with in the past, and, encourage that kind of cross-pollination, working with, for example, I know Schumacher has been doing some really great content on their social, and we've been working with them on behalf of one of our clients, and he's got beautiful work that he's done that features their products, and it's great content because they can sort of share in their audience together. So I think, again, it's a really nice way to forge connections that maybe you didn't have time for before, and making sure that you're continuing to stay relevant and top of mind, and increasing your audience hopefully on social media at the same time.
Do as a person of my age, I'm just really happy about the resurgence of the telephone as a communication tool.
Right? That is true. I just got a call from someone I don't even think we've spoken in a decade, and it was so lovely. We had like a 45-minute conversation, and it's a different world. It's great.
It is, yes. Because everyone knows I love me a good phone call.
In this climate, though, as there are Zoom presentations instead of cocktail parties and all of the kind of approximations that we're inventing as we go, do the metrics of success change in that climate? And what do you look to now to know that what you're doing is working, or how do you know you're on the right track?
I look, and this seems like really stupid. Again, it kind of has to. It's a version of what are you trying to do, right? You have to find out what for whatever your goal is, there is a measure of success attached to it, right? So if you're talking about expanding your footprint, you can look at, you count number of followers, you count impressions, you count things of that nature as a way where you can gauge, if your reach and your expanse is growing, right? That's a tool. And if your goal is to perhaps grow your business, congratulations, you can gauge your website clicks. If you do direct communication, you can go, okay, great, maybe this is a good time to focus on my, I should be emailing people now with like pictures of projects, like that. That's a great way to be able to, going back to what Lauren said about kind of focusing on your business, is figure out what your matrix of success is based upon what is that you're trying to do, right? Because it's not uniform.
Yeah, and I think I agree with everything that you said, Joseph. And I think also something that's important for everyone right now is, I think, again, we're in a new world, we're in a new climate, all those things. And I think that there's got to be sort of a no fear situation right now. And you have to be, unafraid to try new things. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And, you know, Joseph, are you laughing at me?
Here's why I'm laughing. I'll tell you why I'm laughing, right? Because we have a very limited roster, and our clients are, for the most part, you know, medium-sized companies. They're not the fabulous companies that you necessarily, so they're like more, you know, working companies. And I've been telling them the whole time, I've been, okay, no, you just have to go out there and you have to embrace the digital, and you just like have to get out there and do it. And some of them are, okay, great. Some of them are like, oh no, I'm not doing it, right? And I'm like, oh, too bad, you have to. And the funny part is that this is not my preferred medium. I don't do really well with this at all. So my husband said to me, he said, you know, you should probably listen to what you tell other people to do. So I'm even going, okay, fine. I'm going on. I'm going to do all of this now. So I'm like, okay, great. I'm going to launch a little channel and like do this because, yeah, that's why I'm laughing. Because you're like, oh yeah, I know that. Carry on. Sorry. Sidebar.
Well, no, I mean, look, I think, I think it's all true. There are the normal rules do not apply right now. So.
Do you think the rules are changing though? Or do you think that we're gonna go back and want the old rules back? Lauren,
I think we lost Lauren for a second.
Sorry, I think I got a bad connection, guys.
No problem. I mean, I think to some
I'm
extent.
Back. Sorry, I don't know.
Welcome back. No, did you hear? So Joseph is asking, do we think the rules are we going to eventually go back to the way things were, or is that kind of the rules are changing going to be what we look at for the foreseeable future and maybe forever?
What do you think?
Me? I mean, that's hard to say. I think I am trying really hard not to be sentimental for the way we did business up until March.
Right. Or do you think it's going, sometimes I think, okay, maybe, and I don't know, this is like the conversation part of the panel, right? Is it going to be, okay, great, we're going to have to do all of that stuff and use all of those processes and all of those tools, and then we're going to have all of this other stuff on top of it now, right? So all of a sudden, to be successful, i.e. to get yourself out there and to grow your business and your brand in any way, suddenly became 3 times as hard, right? So because you have to do 3 times as much, and you know, okay, great, then how do you do that? Because you feel
I think there's so many new things that have been added to, you now have to be so comfortable in all these new ways and on all these new platforms, but except for I guess the in-person part of our jobs all went away, but I feel like most of us didn't lose most of the old things we were doing before.
No, I think there's like more of it. And I think that I still am going to be really bummed if one day I log on to Instagram and Tom Felicia isn't there at 1 o'clock in the afternoon being perky and cheery, because I'm like, oh no, I need to see that, and it's like, and if you are a designer with your business, like, okay, great. So you have to do your work, you have to source your project, do your project management. You were wrestling with the idea of social media before, and now you have to like quadruple that effort. What do you do?
No, it's crazy.
And then there's the conversation. It's like, okay, great. Is this the time that you start working with other people to help you do all of this stuff? I mean, there's a lot. It's crazy.
It's funny too. I think, right now, I think the answer feels like do everything and see what sticks. But I'm really excited to see, 6 months or 12 months from now, what we all think is important and what really has resonated. And as I think you guys, someone mentioned it earlier, eventually we're going to go back to work. And I don't know, for some people that means in an office. For some people that means you'll still be home. But does all of the online programming resonate then in the same way it does now? Or have our priorities just shaken up in a snow globe so much that what matters will be totally different and unrecognizable.
And I think that it's just like, okay. And one of the things that has resonated with me is the role of all of these other people who are industry that we just don't normally think of, right? And I'm currently all hail the road rep for brands and for showrooms, because those are the people who are getting the goods in front of designers. Those are the people who are in their cars with their masks driving around, dropping off samples and memos on designers' doorsteps. You know, those are the people that have just been so spectacular in my head throughout all of this and keeping us kind of like going, right?
I think one of the funny things you were talking about, you know, road reps, but also just in general, kind of all of the people who can help you develop different parts of the different parts of your business, whether it is someone who's good at SEO or good at developing a website, or, you know, whatever it is that you need or that you've decided you need to grow.
Did we get Lauren back? Is she there, or is she coming in and out?
She's kind of in and out.
We'll just keep going. It's all good. Lauren, come back.
I was going to ask you.
Yes.
Okay. I was going to ask you, you know, one thing I think that's interesting is sort of contradictory advice that I've heard. You know, a lot of the business experts we talked to really early in this crisis, you know, their advice was basically cut expenses, conserve cash, slash and burn everything, kind of curl up in a ball and survive.
Yeah.
But at the same time, so many of the success stories that we heard, you know, of people who had weathered, you know, whether it was the 2008 recession or kind of other downturns in the past, one of the best lessons I think that they gave was that it's the time to put your foot on the gas, that it's the time to really be loud and be out there and get your message out, and that's the key to success.
If you're driving a smart car, right? And that's the whole thing. You know, we a phrase back from my technology days is the concept of right sizing, right?
Yeah.
And running lean, and it's being able to look at your business and know when you push on the brakes and when you put all of the throttle, right? The people who are being successful right now are people who have been through that and they understand what it is. Hi, Lauren, welcome back. But
the move. I'm sorry, guys. Bad Wi-Fi.
But this is a good time if you have the ability to, and you've sat down and, you know, because realistically, I think everybody in March, whenever it was, sat down and said, okay, what the heck am I doing, right? And what the heck am I going to do? And everyone had to sit down and kind of look at their businesses and look at what is they were doing and where they wanted to be on, you know, when this came out, despite the fact that really nobody knew then. And I think we know a little bit even less about what it is going to look like in our industry, you know, in October. I just got the email from High Point, you know, it's like, okay. And so this is a good time to play the shell game and say, okay, you know what, I might not need that because I'm not traveling as much, so I can take my travel expenses and move it over into maybe redoing my website, right? Because the concept of your digital presence has become more important now than it was, you know, at any time before. So it's a time when you need to pay attention to that and move things around, you know? And there are people that can help you do that. You know, if you are a person who wants to expand your footprint, right? And you don't know how, there are experts like Lauren's company where you can engage with them. And it's a good time to do that because I personally am a do it all once and then see what works for you kind of like person. And it's a good time to do that because you have the time, you know? Nobody I know is playing catch up really well. Everyone's just kind of trying to be smaller, you know, and smarter. You know, what is it we always say? We're speedboats. We're
nimble. We can adapt. Yeah. All that.
You know, yeah. That's what.
We are kind of starting to wind down. So if anyone has questions, now is your moment to ask. But I wanted to ask both of you as we're getting to the end, big picture. You know, we don't know how long we'll all be social distancing. We don't know how long we'll be at events in masks or at events in person. But how would you advise designers and brands to plan for the months to come? Where are the places to invest? What are the big questions to be thinking about?
You know, one of the things that we've been doing a lot of in the past, and again, I'm in California, and so California is going through a mild reopening, if that's what you want to call it. You know, it's not a full reopening. So we've been doing a lot of, okay, this is what we're doing, right? Because at the end of the day, you need to know, you know, we're middle people, right? At the end, there's homeowners who are in their houses, and we've been spending a lot of working, okay, this is when your order that you placed in December that you thought was coming in April, that congratulations, it's not coming in April. If you get it in September, you're lucky. You know, these are this is the messaging that we're working a lot with, and really just, you know, planning to where people want to go. And, you know, one of my clients, her retail shop is opening, and it's like, okay, how can we get people back in the store in a world where people might not want to go into a store?
What does that look like? What do you say?
Go to the store. You know, this is a conversation that's kind of relevant, not just to, and then I'll wrap up, to just our industry, but like people in general. You have to give people the ability to be comfortable in where they're at with this process, right? Because obviously this is not a one size fits all solution for every business and for every person. You know, my daughter probably doesn't want to go into a store. You know, she's in New York. She's developed a great sense of people phobia. She's like, oh, I don't need to go into stores, and I don't want to go into stores.
Right. And if I have to take the train to get to your store, I'm not going to be there for a very long time.
So it's okay. So then that's fine. Then we have the stuff that you want still, and we can get it to you, which is one chain of messaging. And then you have the people like, oh my God, thank God I can go into a store. Do I have to wear a mask? And you know how many people can be in the store at the same point in time? And then you have to make them comfortable as well. So the way that you not only figure out how to do that, but how you attack those two channels of messaging, it's extremely different. And depending upon what your business is, you know, or where you are in your business cycle, it's a bit challenging even, and it's complicated, right? So that's
and you get the one message to speak to both people, right?
We do too. So not, and again,
well, I just say, because you don't know if you're sending an email or posting on Instagram, you're hitting both camps of people, the people who are like, oh, I'm never leaving my house again, and the people who are like, get me out of my house.
And so one of the things that I am is that I'm an old school classic business development marcom person. So our clients actually, we have since day one, we have worked with them to create database and lists, and everyone in it is segmented and everyone is targeted, so that when we know, okay, great, we have this going on, we know exactly where that's going. You know, and we've been working with other people who aren't maybe that far to kind of refine the machine gun approach and be a lot more shotgun, so that you can be very specific, right? Because at the end of the day, the lady doesn't want to go into a store. She doesn't care if she can come in with a mask on Friday. She wants to know that she can buy her stuff online and someone's going to drop it off at her house. You know? Lauren?
Yeah. Since I'm back now.
Welcome back.
Yeah, and look, and I think I would say also for designers, you know, to my earlier point, get out there and photograph your projects. You know, keep doing the work you're doing. You know, we are seeing a lot of our, like I said before, seeing a lot of our clients just doing shoots in a different way. You know, you don't need to have the stylist and the photographer, the assistant, your assistant, like 5 people from the office. Go in there, do it safely. But I think that's going to be your best resource. And then on the brand side of things, look, I agree with what, you know, Joseph's saying about all the challenges. You know, we have clients who have a single store. We have clients who have stores all across the country where some markets are opening and some aren't. So, you know, they've already, like a Design Within Reach, for example, they've already adapted, you know, a lot of their virtual, you know, kind of appointments with their customers. And I think that that's going to be the wave of the future. While some people will still, you know, they'll start to come into the stores and they'll take advantage of curbside pickup and things like that. There's going to still be these people who, even when we open, you know, I know for myself, I don't know that I'm going to be getting right back out there, you know, and, you know, the more I can do things from the comfort of my home, you know, I think that's how consumers are going to continue to think. So we should plan for that.
They're going to want the option. Right.
Exactly.
And that's the whole thing. And it's like, you know, we had a designer client who had a random day with a photographer and has a beautiful home. And much to what Lauren just said, it was a process. And now what had been, okay, 14 people in one house process becomes 4 days with like 2 people each day doing whatever it is they need to do, you know? She's the same designer who does walkthroughs with contractors, and it's literally, they do one room apart. It's hysterical. They'll like walk through and yell from the other room.
They have like walkie-talkies.
A thing you never thought your designer clients would need to have in their toolkit, right?
Right.
No, and it's but the nice part is, and I don't know if nice is the right word. The interesting part is that now people on the other end of the camera or on the other end of the walkie-talkie, they understand. You know, they're like, okay, that's great. So this is what we do. We go in on Wednesday, which means that at 9 o'clock the night before, the house needs to be styled and done because you're standing outside the whole day. And we'll come out and text you pictures from behind the camera. You know, people understand that more. And currently, it seems people are being more patient with processes. You know, hopefully that will last.
We have a question from Troy. He said, have you noticed an increase in philanthropic activity within the design community in the downturn? And I wanted to start by saying, yes, I know we covered it on Business of Home, and we have this amazing article that I'm really excited about because it's sort of a compendium of everything that the design community was able to contribute to over time. And so it's kind of an amazing timeline alphabetically of all of these incredible brands that pivoted in some way to make a difference. But I think I want you guys to answer Troy's question, but I also want you to know, I want to know how did you talk about that philanthropic activity with the brands that you worked with? Because I think that's not just as important, but it's kind of concurrently important with the good that the industry was doing.
I mean, go ahead, Joseph.
Or no, you can start because I don't know. You can talk and I'll think. How's that? Let's switch.
Okay. Oh, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, look, I think that we had a lot of clients who were very quick to pivot and, you know, make masks and things like that and, you know, kind of shift their businesses very quickly. We had other clients who were a bit slower moving and not to say that their efforts weren't as important, but I do think that, you know, this is while it feels like we're very slow, you know, in this you know, kind of at home situation, brands have had to react very quickly. So one of our clients, for example, Rios Clemente Hale Studios, you know, they, you know, that's not even part of their business. They're, you know, an architecture firm, and they were making masks and doing 3D printed masks, right? And it was so incredible to see how they were able to contribute in a way really early on. And it was pretty amazing to see sort of how they, you know, were able to think quickly and completely dedicate an effort toward that. And then there are other clients of ours who wanted to make donations, and it was a lot of like, you know, kind of thinking, should we do this? Should we do that? And it's like, at some point it's like, okay, we got to pull the trigger. Otherwise it's, you know, it starts to become a futile effort, I guess, or not as, I don't know. It's interesting.
Not as impactful, I guess, or of the moment, maybe.
I think that part of what I had to do, you know, kind of going through this was kind of like redefine what the concept of philanthropy was.
I froze again.
Right? Or did I freeze?
You're back. No, you're both good.
Good. You know, because our clients were, and the people that I was more closely involved with, yes, and I loved the whole mask thing. I bought a whole bunch of people because I'm like, oh, really cool textiles. Awesome. I'm not wearing them.
Aren't you glad you'll need them for a while?
Oh my gosh, right? You know, because a lot of people are, okay, what can they do, you know, within their own communities, right? You know, and what can they do for people in their towns and in their villages, you know, their villages, like the East Village, right? You know, and how can they make sure that the people that are part of their team and the people that they work for, how can they make sure that those people are taken care of, right? And it's not the traditional sense of philanthropy, but it's kind of the same thing, because you're like, oh, okay, let's make sure everybody gets through this, you know, together. You know, and that at the end of the day, the people that we are closest to in our, I mean, because let's face fact, we're working people, and our work families are equally as important as our other families and whatever, right? So it's like, you know, and the world that we live in, you know, I live in a sleepy little town called Palm Springs, where we have like a lot of old people and a lot of at-risk people. So there was a lot going on here with people who were like, oh, you know what? Let's get the groceries. Let's get things in the supermarket. And that's what we spent a lot of time doing, and a lot of the clients and the people that we work with spend more time doing, giving back time than shopping, which was fun for me. But
amazing. Well, thank you so much. I think we are out of time, but thank you so much for being here, Joseph and Lauren. It was really incredible.
Thank you for having us.
And thank you.
This was fun. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody who's been here, whether you just tuned in an hour ago or whether you've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. Thank you for being part of LCDQ Online, LCDQ Strong, and have a wonderful rest of your day. But I think keep in mind, you know, as you go through the rest of the week and into the long holiday weekend, what an incredible day we just all had together. And thank you for letting us be part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.